Morning, Frank at the cricket. Just to say I've dialed in. Yeah, got a lineup and happy to do a two-way, preferably about 10:15 if that works for them. Okay, cheers mate. Thank you. Bye. Morning, ready to go when you are. Okay, I'll do it now. Testing 1 2 3 on the live feed. Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Day 3, Worcestershire resuming this morning on 378 for 6. Ed Barnard 44 not out, Ben Cox 52 not out. They lead by 156. How's that sound? Okay mate, cheers. Okay, bye. Hi Frank here, anybody hear me? Hi. Yeah, I'm fine. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So another 5 minutes. Okay, perfect. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Hello, it's Richard at the cricket. When anyone's got a moment, just have a quick word down the line. Great. Cheers, hello, you alright? It's been the last day of the season. Yeah. A little bit. Wouldn't know fellowship. Alright, but can leave the feed on anyway. Yeah. Alright, cheers. Yep. Okay. Good morning, Malcolm. Yes, it does look as though we'll get another pleasant day. Perhaps not as pleasant as the last two. It's a little bit cloudy this morning as the players are out there warming up. But as you say, Worcestershire in good shape in this game. They lead at the moment by 156. They're 378 for 6 in their first innings. That's in response to Leicestershire's 222. And two not-out batsmen at the crease, both well set. Ed Barnard is on 44, and with him Ben Cox, who's on 52. It was a good day yesterday for Worcestershire, and they're in with a chance of wrapping this one up today, one would imagine, although it may well go into tomorrow's final day. Daryl Mitchell's last game, of course, and I suppose it's we're all wondering whether he'll get another chance to bat, because if Worcestershire extend this lead much further, there is a chance that they could win this game by an innings, and we won't see him again. But I think there's a nice celebration planned for him at lunchtime anyway. Yeah, I think that's been true of these last four games. They found themselves in Division 3, as we know, after the first part of the Championship. And I think for these last four Red Bull games, they've had half an eye on next season. Obviously, saying goodbye to Daryl Mitchell is a big part of it as well, after his excellent career. But yeah, looking to bring a few youngsters through and experiment with one or two things. There will be a few changes for Worcestershire next year. Matthew Wade, the Australian, is coming, and I think a lot of hopes are being pinned on him. So yeah, half an eye on next year, and as you say, the pressure off. And they've played reasonably well in these last four games. Certainly the win here against Sussex was good, and they'll be hoping they can win this one. Yeah, I've had a cortisone in it, but I need another one. They stop draining the fluid, but they still give you a steroid if you need it. Yeah, yeah. And it's worked. It's made a big difference. But I mean, 2-3 weeks ago, I couldn't walk. I was in a terrible state. I need a new one, basically. Yeah, but there's a long waiting list. Yeah, yeah. It's just a very. When you see them, they look incredibly basic, but they're very, very effective. One of my best mates has just had two. Just like a plastic bar that goes across. Yeah. Just completely takes over any kind of responsibility for movement, as it were. So you don't get any pressure on you where you've got no cartilage. You don't get any. That's just gone. It just looks like a blue plastic bar with a metal frame on the outside. Just really, really basic. Yeah, yeah. Just operates like a normal knee. Really. I mean, this mate of mine who's got two, had two done in a year. He's fit as a fiddle now. Walking miles and doing really well. Too much for me. When I was at Repton, I had it done. Right, let's get this cue cut. No, it's not. Hi, it's Frank. Can you cut the cue in the cans, please? Well, I spoke to the umpire. Well, you saw me, didn't you? Oh yeah, we had a chat. He said, Hassan said, I've just watched it, and you thought it was gold, didn't you? I said, yeah, I did. I said we're miles away, and it's not the first one in this game that we got wrong. Yeah. Yeah. We've got the wicketkeeper in the way. Yeah. You see, it's the Bale school. Yeah. I still don't think Jack's really there. I think he just didn't realise what had happened. Whether he thought he didn't go out of his ground. It's just a case of whether he overbalanced, I suppose. But I thought the keeper's reaction was instant. That's the thing. It's the giveaway. Yeah. Yeah.
From Leicestershire, then onto the field by skipper Callum Parkins.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you cut the feed, but then you did. No. Okay. Sorry. No. Yeah. 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 Well done. You anticipated it. Well done, Stu. Thank you. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Thank you.
Resuming the Worcestershire Eagles, Barnard and Ben Cox.
Good morning. Welcome to New Road in Worcester for day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire are about to resume their first innings this morning on 100. Well, they lead by 156. 378 for 6 is the total. The not out batsmen are Ed Barnard, who is on 44, and Ben Cox, who's on 52. And it's Cox who's going to be taking strike this morning to the first over, which is going to be bowled by the Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson, left arm spinner. 30 overs he's bowled in this innings so far. Sterling effort from him. 7 maidens and 3 for 68 his figures. And he's bowling under grey skies here at New Road. It's fairly bright, but certainly nowhere near as pleasant as it's been for the first 2 days of the game, as Parkinson will bowl from the Diglis end, which is where umpire Nick Cook, a fellow left arm spinner, albeit from a different era, is standing as umpire. We're all set, and here comes Parkinson for the first ball of the day. Bowls now to Cox, who is forward and pushing this one straight back up the pitch to the bowler. Not much of a crowd in yet here at New Road. I think that might change if the weather improves and as the game develops. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Cox is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Whether you're listening on the BBC Sport app or you're following proceedings here via the live stream and also hearing our commentary, we're always happy to hear from you. I always say this a few times early in the day. My colleague Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester just next door at the moment doing an update for his listeners in Leicestershire as Parkinson bowls again to Cox, who defends. We're both on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58. Richard is at Rich M Ray, R-A-E, and always happy to receive observations from listeners about the state of the game as Parkinson bowls again to Cox, who's pushing this one back up the pitch. From a Worcestershire point of view, Daryl Mitchell finishing his career in this game. There will be a special presentation to him, I understand, at lunchtime. May not get another chance to bat depending on how things develop. Here comes Parkinson, who bowls, and Cox gets the first run of the day via an outside edge down to third man. In fact, comes back for 2 as the fielding is done by Ed Barnes. Good running from Cox. He's always quick between the wickets, just whatever the situation. So the first 2 runs of the day, Cox goes on to 54, and the total to 380 for 6, and the lead to 158. And Parkinson, to complete the first over of the day, is in now and bowls, and Cox is forward, taking on the pad. There might have been a little inside edge, strangled appeal from the bowler. End of the over, and just 2 runs added to the overnight score. And as I said, alongside me, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Good morning to you, Richard. Not quite as pleasant a morning as the first 2.
No, distinctly autumnal feel. Good morning, Francis. Good morning, everybody. As your pass says.
That's my proper name.
That's your proper name. Yeah, just it is a lot cooler this morning, a lot cloudy. It was a lovely first thing in the morning when I opened my hotel curtains. I could see the Worcestershire ground staff already taking off the covers. That was about sort of 7:15-ish this morning. But the sun has gone behind a sort of a much lower layer of grey cloud, which may not be too bad for Worcestershire, in that there might just be a little bit more swing for them. You never quite know if and when they come to start attempting to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. As it is, the lead already up to 158. Leicestershire have opened with their 2 strike bowlers. Chris Wright is the second of them. He is opening the bowling from the New Road end, comes in and bowls onto the legs of Ed Bernard, calmly turned out to deep square, where Lewis Hill, as he has been for much of the game, is lurking in splendid isolation. In front of the ladies' pavilion, Bernard picks up 1, 381 for 6. Worcestershire with 2 whole days at their disposal. Forecast, although it might be cooler, is still for the weather to stay dry, so they won't be in any particular hurry, these 2 this morning. They can bat time if they want. Wright is in and bowls. Cox is playing it in the air for a couple of feet off the back foot, just defensively out into the onside. There's nobody at mid-wicket. Big gaps on the leg side. Singles there for the taking. Parkinson, Leicester's skipper, has to run around from mid-on towards mid-wicket. 1 taken. Cox on to 55, 382 for 6, and really they've begun, although we're only sort of 8 balls into the day, in much the same way they sort of finished yesterday, just accumulating comfortably at 3 and 4 and over. They have now brought in a short mid-wicket, Parkinson. Hassan Azad taking instructions. He's moving a little bit squarer as Wright is in and bowls, driving very pleasantly. Didn't put his full weight into the shot though, Ed Barnard. He's still going to pick up a couple though, because Ed Barnes out there on the cover boundary has to run 15 perhaps yards to his right along the boundary towards deep extra cover. So 2 more to Barnard. He moves on to 47, approaching his half century. Excellent partnership this has been, at 270 for 6 when Jack Haynes was unfortunate to be stumped by Sam Bates, young Mr. Bates' first class victim off the bowling of Parkinson yesterday. Shortly after tea, as Wright is in, again forward goes Bernard. It's a straighter delivery. He has to play it defensively on the front foot, back down the pitch to Wright. Well, if Leicestershire had been able to to sort of follow through that slightly open door, picking up the last few Worcestershire wickets quickly, they could have really hoped to sort of get a 200 lead and put Worcestershire under pressure sometime tomorrow. I think that is an unlikely prospect now, courtesy of Messrs Bernard and Cox. Wright is in, bowls outside off stump left by Ed Bernard, taken quite low by Sam Bates, tall young wicket-keeper. Just the 1 slip alongside him, Louis Kimber, who has caught beautifully. Another, I guess, sort of likeness to Graham Hick, to whom he was likened by Paul Nixon. I say likened. Nixon said, well, obviously it's very, very early days for young Louis Kimber, but he said he does remind me of him. There are just one or two similarities that make me think of the great Graham Hick. In goes right and bowls, back foot defensive shot, has to adjust as that one comes back in a little bit, Ed Bernard, but does very competently. Drops it out into the offside end of rights over. The 26th he's bowled in this Worcestershire first innings. 2 for 75 for Chris Wright. If he can pick up 2 of the remaining 4 wickets in the Worcestershire first innings, he too will join Parkinson in reaching 50 first-class wickets for the season. Be very keen to do that.
Yeah, it's a bold comparison for Paul Nixon to make, isn't it? To compare Kimber to Graham Hick, but I could see where he's coming from, in particular with regard to the way that he stood up and played off the back foot in front of square on the offside. Big, strong man, and hit the ball very cleanly in those areas. Interesting bowling change, isn't it? After Parkinson started with 1 over, he's given way to Abhi Sikandi at the Diglis end. Sikandi in now, bowls to Cox, and Cox drives into the covers, but George Rhodes fielding at cover, and it goes straight to him. I wonder why he bowls 1 over of spin and then changed to seam.
He was just seeing if there'd been any change to the pitch
maybe
overnight.
But anyway,
there was no obvious turn for him, was it?
No.
It has to be said.
This ball, 30 overs old, so still a bit of hardness, bit of shine to it for the seamers. Sikandi is in, bowls to Cox, who drives nicely, gets a run this time as Parkinson at mid-off has to move about 5 or 6 yards to his left to do the fielding. And 1 more added to the total. Cox goes to 56, 385 6. Good opportunity for both of these 2 batsmen this morning. Cox has been a bit short of runs this season, missed quite a chunk of the season when he went away for the 100, but didn't actually play for the Trent Rockets. But he's played very nicely in this innings. Sikandi in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, taken by the keeper. And Barnard, 47 not out, has been in very good form with the bat this season, averaging about 50 I think in first class cricket, and has scored his first 2 first class hundreds this season, one at Chelmsford and 1 here against Warwickshire. You're going to tell me what he is averaging now, aren't you?
You're not far off. 49.85, so about 50 sounds about.
Well, with this innings, I think
right. He'll be over 50 now, won't he? Yeah.
Here's Sikandi anyway, in from the Diglis end, bowls, and Barnard plays a very nice shot off the back foot, timed it beautifully and hit it very, very well, but good stop by George Rhodes moving to his left in the covers, so no addition to Barnard's 47.
Hassan Azad has shed his Elvis trousers.
Yeah,
he's not anticipating too much
or
close
at least
fielding.
He's done his zips up if he's not shed his trousers. Yeah. He's at 3rd man now, 3rd person.
Leicestershire, I would suggest, are on the defensive.
Just the 1 slip in, and Sikandi from the Diglis end bowls, and Barnard gets a run, slicing it down to that man Azad, who's fielding down in front of us on the 3rd man boundary. Barnard goes to 48, 386 for 6. With the news yesterday that batsmen are to become batters, I did rather tongue-in-cheek suggest that we might have to address the term 3rd man and also night watchman. Had a couple of responses to that on Twitter yesterday. One person saying we often just say 3rd anyway. Sikandi bowls, Cox plays up to mid-on. You know, you might say drop down to 3rd for me. So he's saying maybe we'll just have 3rd as the description of that position, and night watch person was suggested by somebody, but I suppose that's not a term that's used as frequently, certainly not as frequently as batsman and 3rd man. 386 for 6 at the end of the over.
I wonder if there are any fielding position names that have come and gone over the years in cricket. Whether I can't think, whether in Victorian times they used to say a fielder was at X. Now it's just a term that's fallen out of use.
The history of those terms is strange anyway, isn't it? Gully, I've always wondered how that came about, really.
Chris Wright is in, and bowling goes outside edge, and he has gone. He has taken the outside edge of Ed Barnard's bat on the back foot, just moved away. Barnard furious with himself. Bates has his second first-class victim. Chris Wright has his 49th first-class victim of the season. And Ed Barnard, well, he was batting so nicely, but not to pick up 50 on this occasion. He goes caught behind for 48. The stand comes to an end. It is worth 100, or has been worth 116 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, and the reason he's annoyed at himself, I think, is because it was a bit of a nothing shot, really, wasn't it? He didn't really go at it hard, and the most he could have got was a single. It was just like, it was almost like catching practice, wasn't it? Like before the game, when you just get someone to throw them and you're just steering them to the slips and keeper. And he's really annoyed at himself, just punching his bat as he makes his way through the gate and starts to climb up the stairs. Because he had a good opportunity here, Ed Barnard. He's been in good touch, as I said, all season, and it's just the manner of the dismissal, really. If you get a really good ball, you don't mind too much, but he just sort of, it was neither one thing nor the other, really, and he's rightfully disappointed. But he played really well, and it was an outstanding partnership of 116, as you said, Richard, for that 7th wicket. And he's replaced by Joe Leach, who will certainly, as I always say when he comes in, he will certainly not hang around. He likes to play his shots, Joe Leach, and if he bats for any length of time, the scoreboard tends to tick over fairly quickly.
It's a shame for Ed Barnard as well, because as we've just been saying, probably another 10 runs or so would have taken him over the 50 average for the season, something like that. So he's going to finish the season, assuming he doesn't bat again in this game, with a first-class average of pretty much 49.5. Sure, he'll get over it, but it probably just irritates slightly. But the game moves on, and from one point of view, it may not necessarily be a bad thing for a wicket to fall early, for the partnership to finish early, if Worcestershire want to start getting at Leicestershire's second innings quickly. Wright is in to Leach, who is defending with a nice high left elbow, walking into the firm defensive push, an aggressive piece of defence, if you like, pushing it out to Sikandar, who is at very straight mid-off. In fact, it's Ben Mike, I beg your pardon. Sikandar's down at long leg. There were a few flies in this press box. We were finishing them off yesterday, but there's a few more today.
Parkinson's warming up again.
In goes Wright, and bowls Leach back foot. Beautiful shot, timed to perfection, punched away through the offside. Couldn't get there, the man at cover dived across to his left. Couldn't get there, as I say, and it crosses the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard between the new hotel. Not so new now, what is it? Must be about 6-8 years old, something like that.
Not sure.
And the cathedral framed away in the trees to our right. Lovely shot to get off the mark for Joe Leach, and he picks up 4. Worcestershire onto 390 for 7. So they didn't actually reach that last batting bonus point in the requisite time. Wright is in. Leach is going to pick up more runs there as he goes back and turns it off his legs. Sikandar comes scampering around from long leg towards deep backward square, gets there before Hill, but Leach picks up a couple, moves on to 6, 392 for 7. The lead then 170. Maybe Parkinson fancies he can dismiss Leach. It could be interesting watching him try, because Leach won't take a backward step, will he? He'll try and get after Leicestershire's captain. In goes Wright and bowls to him. He goes back and plays it in defence out into the leg side. Delivery that perhaps just came back into him a touch. He looks up at the sky, Joe Leach, a little suspiciously. It is filled in a little bit over the top of the cathedral.
I think the hotel's
rain forecast,
7 years. I think.
Seven.
You're right.
There you go.
7
Six
or 8. Yeah.
What did I say? 6 or 8. So not too bad.
Might be 8.
It's very convenient. In goes right and bowls a bouncer. Leach ducks underneath it, goes through 2 baits. So a successful over for Chris Wright, his second of the day. 3 for 81, his figures, and the fact that Parkinson has also picked up 3 serves to sort of emphasise the gulf between Leicestershire's 2 leading bowlers, and with respect to the likes of Ed Barnes and Abhi Sekande and Ben Mike, the sort of backup bowling.
Well, it is Sekande who's going to carry on, I think, from the Diglis end. You're right about the light. I think if the ball were new and you had Leach and Pennington bowling or something like that, you might well have the umpires looking at their light meters. But they're not at the moment. Neither Sekande nor Wright is express pace. It's like changing the field now. Azad being called up from third man and going into... Well, now he's going back. Oh, fly slip. There's an interesting term. Short third man. As Sekande comes in and bowls and Cox is forward, pushing this one up to mid-on. It's an unusual position that they've taken. If there was a 30-yard circle, he'd be just on the edge of it. I suppose at third man, that's where he is. But it was a deliberate decision by Parkinson to bring him up from a conventional third man position. One slip and a man on the drive on the onside are the only fielders that you could term close catchers. As Sekande comes in, bowls to Cox, and that's steered nicely off the back foot behind square on the offside for a single. Lewis Hill coming in to do the fielding. Cox moves on to 57, and the total to 393 for 7. We've been thinking, I suppose we were all thinking overnight, of the course that this game might take. Worcestershire will, I think, probably try to be quite positive this morning and crack on and get a lead of over 200. And if they do that, then psychologically it's quite a significant blow to strike, and the Leicestershire openers will come out feeling under a little bit of pressure with a lot of time left in the game. Sekande in bowls and beats Leach outside the off stump with a good delivery, which pitched just outside off, kind of held its line, and Leach played inside it. Quite an aggressive forcing shot he attempted, the Worcestershire skipper. Can't say that many more times. This is the last game that he will lead the side in. Don't yet know who will be his replacement in that role. Here's Sekande in again. He bowls and Leach drives and gets a thick outside edge down to third man. They'll pick up 1. Lewis Hill very quick round the boundary from deep backward point. Gathers cleanly, sends a good return into wicketkeeper Bates, and they do settle for a single. So Leach has moved on to 7, and it's 394 for 7, and that lead is 172 at the moment, and that's highly advantageous in this game. Sekande in again, bowls to Cox, who gets a single in the same direction as Leach did off the previous ball, but this time just with a little gentle push, and it goes to 395 for 7. So runs coming fairly briskly this morning, but one man out, Ed Barnard, caught behind by wicketkeeper Sam Bates off the bowling of the persevering Chris Wright for 48. So, under gloomy skies, it must be said, Abhi Sekande from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, in, bowls, bouncer to Leach, who ducks underneath it, end of the over, and it's 395 for 7.
Yeah, the bonus point situation obviously has now been settled, given 112 overs have been bowled, 7 to Worcestershire, 3 to Leicestershire. It's now all about the win. Parkinson walks backwards. George Rhodes he's never short of a word, is he, George? One way or the other. the first time I spoke to him. I actually was on this ground after Leicestershire beat Lancashire in the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy here last season. Harry Swindles took a very good catch, and George, and I congratulated Harry, and George chirped up, "Well, even a blind squirrel finds the odd nut," he said, which seemed a little harsh, but Harry, who was very new to the side, just blushed and grinned. Suspect he would probably answer back now. In goes right and bowls. Defensive shot leaning forward, but essentially on the back foot from Ben Cox. Out into the offside. The aforementioned G. Rhodes comes running in and feels. He too looks up at the heavens. I wonder if there's just been a few spits and spots or something. The clouds are moving. It's not a sort of unmoving grey blanket, and they are broken up a little bit away to. Are we essentially looking sort of south
here?
Yeah. So from the west, it does look a little lighter in the west. In goes right and bowls. Again, Cox is defending, then suddenly decides that there's a run there to be had to Parkinson. There is, for the most part. Parkinson had to make some ground to it. And as we've mentioned, he is left-handed. He was running away to his right. Although he picked up and threw. He even had the throw hit, which it didn't. Leach would have made his ground. Cox on 259, 396 for 7. I wonder if Leach has a figure in mind or time when he wants to start bowling in mind. Doesn't need to have. Right is into the Worcestershire skipper, who's driving and thick edge, and it goes not so very far from his off stump. Big down into the ground it went. It was far enough, it was safe enough, but momentary excitement behind the stumps. Bates came rushing up to get to the ball. Azad's at shortish mid-wicket for the sort of clip in the air. One here, righty, says somebody. As righty is in and bowls to Leach. Another bouncer. Leicestershire have probably bowled more bouncers in these first 3 overs of the day than they did most of yesterday. I don't know whether they want to put the question of the light in the umpires' minds, but umpires Cook and Adnan showing no signs of thinking in those terms at the moment. And as I say, that the clouds are moving reasonably quickly, and the light will improve, I'm sure. Right in to Leach, another bouncer. And again, he ducks underneath it. A no ball as well. So that brings up, no it doesn't, 398. Right is dismayed. Why is he dismayed? There's no ball on height, is he saying?
Well, he did say the one before was the one for the over, so I think that's probably. I don't see how.
You're not allowed to. I thought.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, you are, aren't you?
That's sort of.
Yeah, you are. So
I think he signalled one on height.
Well, that's strange. He must. In that case, is he? Well, no. This would be a wide, wouldn't it?
Right is in. Leach has to duck right underneath that. Goes down on one knee, and it was below head height, says umpire Adnan and umpire Cook. So
he's angry, isn't he?
Yeah, his dander is well and truly up. $398 for 7. Yes. Leach appears to be the subject of his ire at the moment. Right is in and bowls another bouncer. Well, surely that's then 3 for the over.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on the actual height of the bouncer, doesn't it? Because umpire Adnan only signalled once that the ball's over a certain height, and now Chris Wright's kicking at the foot mark, so maybe it was a front foot no ball after all. But you'd be forgiven for thinking that Chris Wright's got a bit of history with Joe Leach, wouldn't you, on the basis
that was
that over?
He's stalking off.
He had a go at
he?
him, didn't he? Really, not had a go at him verbally, I mean, but certainly tried to pepper him, didn't he? To be fair, he didn't cause him many problems, did he? Leach handled all those deliveries without much trouble. Here's Candy from the Diglis end bowling to Cox. Normal service is resumed with a good length ball, which Cox just pushes up to mid-off. And there's no run. 398 for 7. Somebody's been in touch with me asking what my choice would be for Worcestershire captain for next season. That might be something that Worcestershire listeners certainly will be interested in and maybe want to get in touch about. There's all sorts of possibilities, I think. Candy is in. Bowls to Cox, who's out. Caught behind by wicketkeeper Bates. Second catch for him. Slightly wide, slightly loose drive from Cox, and a reward for Candy, who has not had the best of games and has plugged away. And he gets Cox driving at a wideish one. To be fair, it was full enough. It wasn't quite a half volley, but he got a nick, and it was a pretty routine catch for wicketkeeper Sam Bates, who had a long day yesterday and then got that one stumping, his first victim in first class cricket, via his knee, but this morning has picked up 2 catches, so reward for his efforts yesterday, you could say, and it's 398 for 8.
And the lead then is 176. So beginning to look as though Worcestershire are going to be bowling before lunch. Leicestershire really going to have to dig in.
Just going back to that captaincy debate, do get in touch if you've got an opinion on it, or if you've got any thoughts on it at all. It's not a position that comes up very often, really, is it? Well, not here at Worcester anyway. Daryl Mitchell did the job for 6 years, I think. Joe Leach then came in and did the job for 5. We're looking at a change for the start of next season. Jake Libby has been red ball vice captain this season. There is talk that Matthew Wade might be given the job. Libby would obviously be a candidate. Are there any others? Brett D'Oliveira perhaps, Ed Barnard perhaps. Both of those two have got a little bit of experience of leading the side in white ball cricket. So what do you think, Worcestershire listeners? Get in touch. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Richard Riz at Rich M Ray, R-A-E, also on Twitter, and we're always happy to hear from you. Josh Baker is the new batsman. Made his maiden 50 in Worcestershire's last game at Lord's, and he's out there now taking guard for the first time in this game against Abhi Sakandi, who's just picked up his first wicket in his 19th over. 1 for 59 his figures. The men out this morning then, the 2 overnight batsmen, Ed Barnard for 48, caught behind off Chris Wright, and a moment ago Ben Cox for 59, caught behind off Abhi Sakandi, who bowls now to Baker, who lets that first ball go outside his off stump, and through it goes to Sam Bates, the keeper, who's picked up, as I say, 2 catches this morning. We're under grey skies here at New Road, but it is dry, and the forecast is for it to remain dry. There is a worry that we might have a light problem, I suppose, as this one from Sakandi is dug out by Baker, and it goes straight back past the bowler. Timed it well. It's a low full toss really, and he gets his first run as Parkinson runs from mid-off and dives to stop it behind, almost directly behind the bowler, and Baker is off the mark. Leach is on 7, and it's 399 for 8. 177 the Worcestershire lead. Very substantial advantage indeed, as Sakandi comes in and bowls to Leach, who is beaten outside the off stump. Goes on the back foot and drives hard at it really, but missed it. Not much foot movement, to be fair, and it didn't really do much. Fairly straight, but the light's not good, I must say. It's a bit brighter away to the south as we look, but a bit gloomy at the moment. As Sakandi comes in and bowls to Leach, who smashes at this one and gets 4 runs. It's gone, shouldn't really have been 4 because it was in the air, but it died in front of the fielder at backward point or gully, deep gully, and he dived to his right and was unable to hold on to it, well, unable to get a hand on it really, and it flew away down to the boundary. I think it was Lewis Hill, the fielder, who's been very, very good actually in this game, but he couldn't get his hands on that one. He's very disappointed. So 4 to Leach to end the over. Leach goes into double figures. He's on 11, and the 400 is up for Worcestershire. 403 for 8, and Chris Wright to continue from the New Road end. So a good first half hour for Leicestershire this morning, having dismissed the 2 overnight batsmen. Update for BBC Hereford FM listeners coming now. Well, Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets in the first half hour this morning under fairly gloomy skies here at New Road, and the 2 men out are the 2 men who were not out overnight. Ed Barnard was the first to go, caught behind by wicket-keeper Bates off the bowling of Chris Wright for 48 after a partnership of 116 for the 7th wicket with Ben Cox, and shortly after that Cox followed, also caught behind, this time off the bowling of Abhi Sakandi for 59. So Joe Leach has come to the crease and started his innings in his usual positive fashion. He's on 11. Josh Baker has joined him. He's on 1. And Worcestershire, who lead by 181 runs, are 403 for 8. And Richard's back. Chris Wright.
I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, they obviously want to get Worcestershire out and get batting, but as I say, it is like most swords, double-edged, isn't it? Really? Yeah. The conditions for batting are not as friendly as they have been on days 1 and 2.
No, I was going to say that, and you know, we praise this pitch on days 1 and 2 for being a good cricket wicket with a bit in it for everybody, and it's possibly, it appears to be just a little bit flatter now than it has been earlier in the game, but then 2 fresh bowlers with a new ball in their hand, and we might have to revise that judgment. So either way, I think it's going to be a tough day for Leicestershire, one way or another. Chris Wright is in, bowls to Baker, who is beaten by a good one that goes through. Look at, I mean, if you're looking at live feed now, it looks really dark, doesn't it? And that one, yeah, is a good one. He came back in off the pitch and over the top of the stumps. Baker, so far in his short first-class career with the bat, he's had mixed fortunes, but he has looked like a player who is prepared to play his shots. He's a good batsman in terms of his age group cricket, and as he showed at Lord's last week, where he put bat to ball with some real purpose, he's got a few shots in his locker, right bowls, and he gets a run this time, albeit via a thick outside edge down to 3rd man. Goes on to 2, 404 for 8, and Joe Leach on strike. But and Dylan Pennington, the last man to come, has also got a first-class 50 this season in the first game down at Chelmsford. So, well, as Charlie Morris was saying in his interview with us after yesterday's night watchman heroics when he got 50, you don't really, everybody can hold a bat these days, you know, you work on it hard, and he said that there aren't really any absolute rabbits in the Worcestershire side, or in many county sides these days. Right in, bowls to Leach on the back foot, steering out on the offside, fielded by Rhodes. We had a good giggle in the game against Sussex here when we were talking about rabbits and why are they called rabbits and why are they called bunnies and that kind of thing, and we also then went into the territory of ferrets, who are so bad that they go in after the rabbits, and we had people sending in their suggestions for ferrets. There aren't many around now, but there used to be a few, didn't there? I think that might be a term that originated in Australia. Anyway, here's Chris Wright from the New Road end, bowls to Leach outside the off stump, left alone, and that one's taken by Bates. End of the over, 404 for 8, the lead 182.
I was going to say, at Sussex there was Mark Robinson for a while, wasn't there? And he scored quite a few of his ducks going in at number 11 for Yorkshire as well, I think. So whether he counts as a Sussex representative in those terms. The Worcestershire bowling coach Alan Richardson wasn't considered a particularly effective batsman for a long time. That said, I saw him score a half century once at Horsham. In goes Sakande and bowls a bouncer. Baker just ducks underneath it, lets it go through to Bates. Very different approach from Leicestershire this morning. After that single over from Parkinson, both Sakande and Wright have employed the bouncer liberally. Worcestershire haven't gone chasing it, they haven't looked to hook it away or cut it away. In goes Sakande and bowls. Baker is not quite sure whether to go forward or back to that one. Played it a little bit from the crease. Firmly though, out to Parkinson at mid-off. 404 for 8. Lead ticking slowly upwards, 182 now, which, as we've been saying, is substantial. Sakande is in and bowls. Baker is getting forward this time. Thick inside part of the bat. He was wanting to drive it, but might just have come back in a little bit. Down into the ground it went, and fielded by Sakande in his follow-through. I was positing Alan Richardson himself as a possible rabbit, but then I recalled seeing him score possibly his only first-class half-century against Sussex down in Horsham.
I think it might have been.
And actually, as Sakande is in and bowls, Baker plays and misses as it comes back in. Baker takes it away to Baker. Bates takes it away to his left, so again, one that quite possibly went over the stumps. There looks to be, oddly, a little bit more pace in the track as well.
Possibly. Or maybe Sakande's rediscovering that pace he used to have.
Quickened up a bit.
Yeah, just past the off stump.
Yeah.
Not extravagant movement, but I think the light's a factor as well.
It's possibly just improved slightly as Sakande is in. Baker defends. Funnily enough, in that innings, we were talking about health and safety yesterday. I saw the only real nasty sort of spectator injury when Alan hooked a delivery from one of the Sussex pacemen, and he got a sort of top edge and it flew into the crowd, and one poor old gentleman sitting in a seat wore it right on his forehead.
Yeah, I remember seeing
Blood
Graham
everywhere.
Graham hit somebody who was asleep, I think, with a 6, hit them on the head.
Sakande is in, down the leg side. Bates can't take it, flings himself away to his left leg by. So, did actually flick the thigh pad. Now, Leach is... Oh, no, he's not. I thought for a second he might be thinking in terms of a declaration. He came marching off, but in fact, looking away to my right, he was only marching off to meet the 12th man, who was coming in with a drink and a towel. I can't imagine he really wants a drink at this stage, but there you go.
It was Alan Richardson's only 50 that you're talking about, I think. But I suppose if you've got a first-class 50, you're certainly out of the ferret stakes, aren't you? You might still be a rabbit, but you probably can't be called a ferret. But those with memories long enough to remember the likes of Bob Willis, for example, maybe, or Phil Tufton or Devon Malcolm, might consider them to be in that bracket. His right starts with a bouncer to Joe Leach, who is not his favourite man at the moment. Craig Nicholson says, is it possible to be a cricketing badger and a batting rabbit when it's wetter than an otter's pocket? I've never really understood that one, wetter than an otter's pocket. I've heard it a few times recently when it's a rainy Saturday and league players are bemoaning the fact that they've waited all week to play and they can't get a game. But nice little juxtaposition of a few cricketing terms there. Here's Chris Wright in again, bowls to Leach, who goes for an expansive drive and just really gets a bottom edge down onto his foot, I think. Yeah, and it rolls out on the offside. I wonder if the next one will be short. He's been liberal in his use of the bouncer this morning, Chris Wright, that's for sure. Worcestershire have moved on to 408 for 8, so they've added 30 this morning for the loss of the 2 overnight batsmen. Barnard out for 48, Cox for 59, both caught behind. One off Chris Wright, one off Abhi Sakandi. It's Chris Wright in now, again, bowls to Leach, and Leach gets a run. Down to third man for thick outside edge. And he moves on to 12.
I think the light's fine now.
I think the light's definitely improved, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. But still not much, well, no blue sky that we can see from our position here under the New Road stand. Grey everywhere, but fairly bright to the south, and fairly bright certainly to the southwest, which is where most of the weather tends to come from here at New Road. Chris Wright once again in. Past umpire Adnan bowls, and Baker is forward to this one, which is full, and pushing back up the pitch. Bowler reaching down to his right, doesn't gather cleanly, but no suggestion there might be any chance of a run. Crowd probably, what do you reckon, about half of what we had for the previous 2 days, I would say, which we estimated to be about 1,000. Can't see any that are sitting down here in front of us. They're blocked off by the advertising boards. He's right in once more. Bowls, and Baker gets in a mess with that one. It was a short one, and well, he didn't quite duck it. He sort of went to duck it, took his eye off it, and then ended up going past him, well, lower than shoulder height, past his right shoulder, and he was ducking away to the leg side. I always think it must be one of the hardest things for a young man coming into first class cricket. Josh Baker, a good batsman at age group level, certainly considered to be an all-rounder really when he was sort of 13, 14, but his bowling's come on. It's his bowling that's projected him into cricket at this level, and I think you suddenly find that you're facing bowlers who are a bit quicker, bit cleverer than those that you used to, and you've got to learn to cope with it. And he's a tall man as well, right in bowls, and he plays a nice shot off the front foot into the covers, Ben Mike Fields. I think tall players often, it's more difficult to get out of the way of the short ball than it is if you're a more diminutive physique. You're a bigger target simply, and Baker, well, as I say, he's made a good start to his career, great start as a bowler, good start as a batsman, but it's one of the things that he's going to have to work on, I think. I'm sure he's well aware of that.
Another no ball there as well.
Oh, I beg your pardon, that's what you're on. I thought you, I didn't know whether you were signalling no ball or saying hello to somebody who was walking past. 411 for 8 then with the no ball. Right in to Baker, bowls, and he drives nicely off the front foot straight to Ben Mike at extra cover. 2 good shots there from Baker, and he too now is going to receive some attention from the 12th man and might even be asking for a new bat. I think he is. 411 for 8.
Yeah, pace is the big difference, isn't it, between good club cricket and sort of first class cricket. One of the biggest differences, if you like.
Yeah, I think it is, and it's nous as well, isn't it? You get players with a bit of pace in club cricket who bang it in short, but they don't really know what they're doing with it. Whereas a bowler like Chris Wright, he bowls a short one with his experience. He probably 8 times out of 10 going to direct it pretty well too, I think.
Sakande is in from the Digley's end. Expansive drive from Leach that does not connect. And Bates doesn't take the ball cleanly. It bounces just in front of him. Yeah.
Went under the bat, I think.
And he's indicating where it bounced, which is probably the best part of 5 feet in front of him. I suspect it was a fraction closer than that, but he's much closer than I am. Young Sam Bates. Sekande's ready to go. Pirouette at the top of his mark because Leach wasn't quite ready. He is now. Sakande is in. Bowls to the Worcestershire skipper, who is going to be caught at mid-on and is caught at mid-on. The finger is raised by umpire Cook. It just got to Chris Wright. He stepped back and tried to hit it back over, I think over the bowler's head, essentially drive it, got a thick inside edge, and it looped to Chris Wright. The only question was whether it was going to get there. Wright managed to fall forward and just get his hands underneath the ball, and umpire Cook, who was probably only about 10 feet away, immediately raised his finger. So the game moves on. 411 for 9. Leach comes and goes quickly, relatively quickly, for 12 of 23 balls. The lead is approaching 200. What is it now? It is
189.
189. Yep.
You were this almost the scenario that you predicted this morning, isn't it?
It kind of felt a bit that way, and it looks as though Worcestershire are going to be bowling with an hour before lunch. And if they can pick up a couple of quick wickets, well, in terms of the possibility of a 3-day finish, it makes it more likely than had Worcestershire sort of batted on until, I don't know, early afternoon, something like that.
Yeah, as I thought they might actually at one stage, but I thought if Cox and Barnard had, shall we say, a more measured start, a more fortunate start, could say, I think if they were still there and accumulating, they might be thinking, let's just bat and bat and bat. But once one of them was out, Leach, as I said, always tends to play one way. I think Baker will play some shots, and my opinion is that it won't be much longer now. Dylan Pennington is the new batsman. As I say, he's got a first-class 50 to his name this season, so he knows what he's doing, but I just can't see them hanging around in these circumstances, really. As the lead approaches 200.
Sekande's done his figures a power of good this morning. 2 for 64.
And he's bowled better, to be fair. He's bowled a lot straighter.
He has, with a bit more aggression as well.
Yeah.
Like he means it. Pennington is on strike as Sekande is in. Bowls to him. He goes back and deflects it down to third man for I suspect for Will Hill. Get there. He is going to get there. Actually drags it back about 2 feet inside the ropes and throws. Pennington picks up a couple. He looked like he knew what he was doing there. It was off the back foot and arguably could have got forward to it, but played it very competently. 413 for 9. The lead 191. Sekande in danger of denying Wright his chance to go to 50 first-class wickets. The light is perfect. Not perfect now, it's not sunny, but it is perfectly playable. Sekande is in, goes past the outside edge, and Pennington looked back, which always makes you think, he's got an edge on it. He didn't. Bates took it cleanly. Azad has gone in at first slip now. He hasn't been at first slip for a while, but, well, this morning. But he is now there with Kimber. The big young man is at second, clapping his hands. They've certainly found a slipper, Leicestershire, as Sekande is in and comes back in, hits high for me, and umpire Cook just tilts his head to one side. Close.
Good shout.
It's quite tall, Pennington.
Back leg. I think it might just have been going down, but it was a decent shout. It really was, I think.
My first reaction was that was a fraction high, but close one. Worth a shout, that is for sure, as the sun comes out. Hurrah! Umpire Cook and...
Put it this way, if he'd have given it, I don't think there would have been too many complaints.
Sekande is into Pennington, who defends successfully off the back foot out into the... Well, he went back into his crease and then pressed forward a little bit, pushing it out to Ben Mike. Perhaps umpire Cook was saying to Chris Wright, I know you need one for your 50, so I've turned it down to give you another chance.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a certain amount of byplay going on between them. One trusts in amiable. Why would we? Oh, the other scoreboard has gone off by the pavilion. That's why Dave Bradley...
Yeah, Chris Wright, one needed then for his 50 wickets, and he'll know that.
Oh yes, you bet your life he will.
Absolutely know that. He'll be really keen. If he gets one now and see his celebration, I think it'll indicate that. It's quite a significant milestone, isn't it? Especially in a shortened season such as this that we've had. And He's bowled really well, really well. 30 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 88. So he's gone at under 3 and over.
And he's missed 2 games.
He's missed 2 games as well.
With injury, yeah, he missed 2 games. So it's 12 games essentially.
Very good effort. Comes in now, bowls to Baker, who plays a nice shot off the back foot, out on the offside. But there's a man on the boundary out on the offside. That's Ed Barnes out there.
He missed the games at Somerset, so probably wasn't too upset about that. But then he missed the game at Merchant Taylor's against Middlesex away, which was a sort of a bit more of a result wicket.
So Baker picked up a single, goes on to 3, and the lead now 192, 414 for 9. And Pennington on strike, slip and a gully. The close catches. There's also a man at short mid wicket and a kind of leg gully as well, as Wright comes in looking for this 50th wicket and bowls a full delivery, which Pennington drives very nicely up to mid off, where Ben Mike is the fielder. And there's no run. So 3 men out this morning. Ed Barnard for 48, caught behind by Bates off right. Cox out for 59, caught behind by Bates off Sakande. And then Joe Leach mis-hitting an attempted hit over the top, really, I think, off Sakande, and getting a toe end on it, really, and hitting a low catch to Chris Wright at mid-on. Wright, with the ball in hand, moves in to bowl to Pennington, who goes back, plays a nice-looking backward defensive shot down on the onside. There's no runners. Lewis Hill comes in to do the fielding. One thing that's mystified me this morning is Callum Parkins bowling the first over from the Diglis end. Just bowled 1 over. Chris Wright bowled this end, and then Sakanda came straight into the attack at the Diglis end. So
the only thing I can think of was that he might have been seeing if the pitch characteristics had changed a little bit overnight or something.
Or he might just have thought, let's just try something, you know. Little ploy.
Indeed.
You just never know, do you? Here's Chris Wright. He's in and he bowls, and Pennington smashes him back down the ground. Great shot. 1 bounce 4 over the vacant mid-off position, really, because Ben Mike's very wide at mid-off, and that's a good shot. I think that indicates the frame of mind, which is, if it's up, I'm going to give it a go. Yeah. And
it's a nice mellow sound off the bat, wasn't it? It was he middled it, that's for sure.
Sure did. Yeah, it was straight and it was full, and he hit straight back to. I said it was over mid-off. It wasn't. It was straight back over the bowler's head. Watching the replay, I was deceived by a wide position here at long on. Got a bit of stick from one of the umpires last night, Richard, after the game, who said, just watch the stream on that one, that stumping, you thought it was bowled. And I said, there's been 2 or 3 actually where we've not been entirely sure of the mode of dismissal in this game. That one when Gareth Roderick was caught at slip via bat and boot, we thought he'd been given LBW. It's not always easy to tell from where we're situated when the pitch is quite a long way away. It's lovely when you're in a ground with a nice elevated position right behind the bowler's arm. Here comes Chris Wright, and he bowls to Pennington, who goes for an extravagant hoik on the leg side this time and just gets a bottom edge and gets 4 down to fine leg. It ball passed between his legs and the stumps, but well, I said he was showing what his intentions were, and it just confirms that judgment, and the lead goes up to 200.
Indeed.
422 for 9.
Psychologically significant moment?
Yeah,
question
possibly.
mark.
Chris Wright is cheesed off by that. I think it's fair to say. He stands at the end of his run.
But
young buck of a fast bowler at one end, swinging the willow.
It is the last ball of the over,
In
so
he
I don't think it'll be a bouncer. Let's see.
Comes in now, bowls, and Pennington goes for a big hit and misses it, and it's taken by the keeper. End of the over from disgruntled Chris Wright, 422 for 9.
If not actually gruntled, as would have said. Very far from being disgruntled. 200. Just to make Worcestershire bat again. Will face, will be the target facing Leicestershire, even if Worcestershire don't add to this imposing now first innings score. apologies for the banging noise. Some work is going on clearly in the stand above us, above the commentary box. One or two people looking round. Hopefully it's temporary. As Sakande is in to Josh Baker, who also swings and misses. Slightly short of a length ball. It was not as convincing a swing and a miss. Not quite as committed a swing from Baker as we've seen from Pennington. Just didn't quite look like he believed in that, and he looks a little bit shamefaced now, doesn't he? There's still a little bit of the schoolboy in Josh Baker. And he's still a teenager, isn't he, of course?
Yeah, he is, yeah. He was a schoolboy until just 2 or 3 months ago.
He waits with the bat raised as Sakande is in to him. A huge swing. It should be caught by George Rhodes. Sakande's going to it, but it is Rhodes who takes the catch. A top edge that flew up into the air, and Rhodes took the catch at cover. It was in the air quite a long time, but it was a pretty straightforward catch for Rhodes. So the Worcestershire innings comes to an end. Baker caught Rhodes, bowled Sakande for 3. 422 all out. The lead exactly 200. Worcestershire, I suspect, will not be too dismayed with this morning's proceedings. They have lost the 4 wickets that they had remaining quite quickly, but they will be looking forward to getting out there and putting Leicestershire under pressure in their second innings.
Yeah, it was probably in the plan, you could say, something like that for Worcestershire. A 200 lead is highly significant. 39 extras in that, 18 of which were no balls. Pennington finished on 3 not out, and the bowling figures, Chris Wright unfortunately missing out on his 50th wicket. 31 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 97. Sakande, whose figures, as you say, Richard, were massively improved by this morning's proceedings, ending with figures of 21.2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 66. Ben Mike, who didn't bowl today, 17 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 75. Ed Barnes, 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 70. Callum Parkinson, the captain, 31 overs.
He'll pick up a wicket, Barnsley. He must, because he
1 for 70. Yeah. 1 for 70. I beg your pardon. Thank you. Parkinson, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 70, and George Rhodes, just 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23. So Worcestershire 200 ahead on first innings, and Leicestershire will begin their second innings in around about 7 or 8 minutes time. Do join us then.
Sussex have been bowled out in the match against Derbyshire at home for 300, so they trail by 165. Coursebates bowls Candy for 59. Leach Courtright bowls Candy for 12. Baker Court Roads bowls Candy for 3. Pennington has got out 10. 39 extras. Bowling Chris White 31 overs 6 lays was 3 for 97. Abby Sakandi 21 overs and 2 balls 1 lane 3 for 66. Ben Mike 17 overs 1 lane no wicket for 75. Ed Barnes 14 overs 1 lane 1 for 70. Callum Parkinson 31 overs 7 lane 3 for 70. And George Rhodes bowled 5 overs no lane no wicket for 23.
Well, they've just been bowled out, Worcestershire, in their first innings for 422. That's a lead of 200, so 44 runs added this morning in breezy style for the loss of 4 wickets. The men out today: Barnard for 48, Cox for 59, Leach for 12 and Baker for 3, leaving Dylan Pennington 10 not out. 3 wickets this morning for Abby Sakandi and 1 for the persevering Chris Wright. So Worcestershire then 200 runs ahead, 422 all out in their first innings. The Leicestershire second innings will begin shortly. Worcestershire on the field led by skipper Joe Leach. And opening the batting for Leicestershire, Hassan Azad and Rishi Patel. Welcome back to New Road. Play about to resume. Leicestershire starting their second innings, 200 runs behind. Joe Leach will take up the attack for Worcestershire from the Diglis end, bowling to the left-handed Hassan Azad. 4 men out this morning for Worcestershire. Barnard 48, Cox 59, Leach 12 and Baker 3. Pennington finished 10 not out. All the last 3 wickets fell to Abhi Sakandi, Chris Wright having picked up the first one to go this morning, the 49th of the season for him. Here's Leach over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who plays a nice looking drive off the back foot and gets off the mark straight away, beating the diving Jake Libby at mid-off and picking up 2 runs. Exactly the same number as he managed in the first innings before he fell to Joe Leach, caught at second slip by Daryl Mitchell.
Got a good one, didn't he?
On that occasion, he did get a good one. It was a good catch. But anyway, he's off the mark and he'll feel better for it. 4 slips in place. Haynes at first, Mitchell at second, Barnard at third. In comes Leach and bowls to Azad, who goes on the back foot, plays defensively up to mid-off this time, and there's no run.
Scoreboard's only given him 1. That seems a bit harsh.
Yeah,
definitely. Around 2.
I think so. That 4 slip, Gareth Roderick, has been dispatched now into the covers, and the scoreboard's got its act together, and he goes 2-2. So Joe Leach, in his last game as captain of Worcestershire, moving in to bowl again to Azad. He bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. There's a cry of dismay from somebody in the slip cordon, I think. It was a good lead though, angled across him and carried on going. Dylan Pennington down in front of us, picking up a bottle that's been lying there for a while and thinking, shall I have a drink of that? And then thinking, no, I don't think I will. It looks a bit dodgy to me. Been there all night.
It's blue.
Doing some exercises. He's going to be bowling shortly, I think, from the new round end, and bit of blue sky and bright sunshine now as Leach comes in and bowls to Azad, who gets a single, tucking this one off his pads down to Pennington, who moves in from long leg. So the big question now is, will this game go into a 4th day? There have been early finishes all over the country in this last round of games, and Worcestershire have basically got 80 overs after this to bowl out Leicestershire on a perfectly good track. But it's one of those end of season days, isn't it, where you feel that if they make early inroads, psychologically things could get tough for the Leicestershire batsman. Rishi Patel is on strike now, and he's out, bowled by Joe Leach. First ball, not a very good leave that from Patel. It's absolutely cannoned into the off stump. He left it and it did come back off the seam, and the first wicket goes down in the first over. And it's Rishi Patel who played pretty well in the first innings for his 20 odd, but a bad error of judgment, one would have to say, on this occasion, as he left a ball outside off stump, which then cut back and uprooted his off stump. So
I was going to say, it didn't just clip off stump, did it? It fairly cannoned into it, extracted it. Poor Rishi Patel walks off, can't quite believe what he's done. Rhodes gets a friendly ripple of applause from his former home crowd. Well, much for Rishi Patel to work on over the winter, I would suggest. Showed a lot of promise at various times during the season. A really fine century in the Royal London Cup and intermittently against the red ball, but yeah, an awful lot really to do to fulfil his manifest promise.
Yeah, he's an elegant player. He's quite clearly capable of playing lovely cricket shots, but it's putting it all together, isn't it, to become a resilient top order batsman at this level. got to have the mental strength, you've got to have the judgment, you've got to learn to leave it well, and on that occasion he got it wrong. Off stump, uprooted by Leach. And now comes into bowl to George Rhodes. Bowls, and Rhodes is very solidly forward, pushing out on the offside. The end of the first over, a successful one for the Worcestershire captain, who's been in good form with the ball since the return to red ball cricket. Bright sunshine now, warm applause for Leach, and Leicestershire 3 for 1 and still trailing by 197.
Much discussion among Leicestershire supporters about the morning's proceedings. Has Sakande won himself a contract? Is among them. Sakande is another Davis, and we've already got one of them, says Martin Brunt.
I think he'd be lucky if he won a contract with 3 wickets when the other team were sort of going for it like that, really. But
one or two would have liked to have seen young Alex Evans, who started the season in the first team, get another chance, perhaps ahead of Sakande. Certainly he was, well, I don't know, probably the best spell he's bowled for Leicestershire, but that is a very relative piece of praise, really. So Pennington, fair-haired, number 22 on his back, is going to open the bowling for Worcestershire from the New Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad. Over the wicket he comes. Azad turns him neatly off his legs down towards long leg and jogs 1. Azad's bat is literally held vertically, isn't it? It's not just sort of backwards when he's not just lifting it off the ground or holding it out behind him. It's literally pointing to the sky as he's waiting for the bowler to arrive. I guess it works for him, but it's got a long way to go to get into position to play the ball. Rhodes to face Pennington for the first time. Pennington is in. Rhodes is driving most pleasantly for 4. It was full, and it was outside off stump, and Rhodes just leant into it, and with only 2 men in front of square on the offside. In fact, 1 man in front of square on the offside, because point, D'Oliveira is backward of point, which means that the solitary fielder is basically trying to cover every position in front of square on the offside. He was sort of a wide-ish extra cover. Libby it is, who is very quick, but he's not that quick, and he could not get across to cover to cut it off. Pennington is in again to Rhodes, who's driving for 4 again. Not quite a repeat, because he didn't hit it quite as cleanly and did set off for the run, but it was there to be put away, and Rhodes did put it away. Moves on to 8 off just 3 balls faced.
Lovely when that happens as a batsman. You get a couple of juicy half volleys, one after the other, when you've just gone in, and makes you feel a whole lot better. Can be a danger, given that if Pennington gets one now in the right area, he might have the adrenaline pumping and go for it again and get a nick. Sunshine
floods the ground as Pennington is in. Rhodes defends on the back foot competently, drops it out towards D'Oliveira at point, then holds his bat up to Azad. Umpire Cook comes out and looks pointedly at where Pennington's follow through is going on to the pitch. Could be a factor, and he then turns towards D'Oliveira for some reason. I don't think he said anything. Pigeon starts to coo up in the nest above us. Pennington is in again to Rhodes, who's driving for 4 again. Ooh, out there it went. It was, and he was reaching for it, but reasonably safe given the lack of fielders in the offside in front of square. Does it legitimise the shot in any way in your eyes, or would you prefer to see him leave it at that?
Yeah, possibly carries on from what I was saying before, you know, that the adrenaline's pumping, he's felt the middle of the bat. It's a great feeling when you hit a couple like that, isn't it, out of the middle of the bat, and you just can't wait for the next one. And he was just a little bit early on that one, wasn't he?
He was. Pennington is in, bowls to him down the leg side. Rhodes tried to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it taken by Cox, tumbling away to his left. So not a great opening over for Dylan Pennington. A little bit for the tall young man to ponder as he walks back towards his position at third man. 12 from it, all struck through the offside by George Rhodes, who has 12 off just 6 balls, and Leicestershire 16 for 1, trail by 184.
Yeah, not a great over, as you say. Pennington's had a good season, though. I think he's made real strides this year, Dylan Pennington, and even won himself a late call up to the 100 and did pretty well a couple of times in that as well. He's young. He's sort of played 30 odd first class games now, so he's just growing into his profession. Leach, on the other hand, is an experienced campaigner and starts this new over with a ball to Azad, which he pushes out square on the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, a little bit, just gave George Rhodes a little bit too much room, basically, on all 3 of those drives that went for 4 through the covers. Just needs to the stumps a bit more. Pennington, he often says, top of off is what I'm aiming for, and he's just got to get his line right, I think. But he's a very useful prospect. Here's Leach from the Diglis end, hitting Azad on the pad. This one drops down on the leg side. He was looking just to sort of turn it, but it cramped him up a little bit. Hit him just above the pad, I think, actually. And there's no run. 16 for 1, the one man out, Rishi Patel, who left a ball from Joe Leach, which he shouldn't have done, and saw his off stump removed in the first over of the innings. Worcestershire this morning losing the last 4 wickets for the addition of 44 runs. Leach is in and bowls to Azad, who is caught behind by Ben Cox. Not a good shot, I'm afraid, angled across Azad, and he flashed at it. It was too close to cut, really, and he nicked it through to Ben Cox. So well, you almost predicted this scenario, Richard, before play started this morning, saying that if they had an hour or so to bat, they might lose 2 or 3 wickets, and that looks like the case. And increasingly, it's looking as though we might see an end to this game today.
That really wasn't a great shot, was it, by Azad? It's sort of flicky cut at the ball.
It wasn't wide enough,
and it just wasn't there, as you say, to be cut away. And at this stage of his innings, no wonder he's not catching the eye of anybody as he walks past the Leicestershire sort of dugout that has been brought out, the T20 dugouts at the edge of the boundary. Lewis Hill then comes to the wicket. He has a target in mind, because having scored 40 in the first innings, that took him on to 942 runs for the season, so he would dearly like to get to 1,000, but his contractual situation is very much up in the air, Lewis Hill, at the moment. Club have offered him just a 1-year deal, but he's not particularly happy, I understand, with the terms therein. He certainly hasn't committed to it as yet, so he has much on his mind, hopefully, from Leicestershire's point of view.
So he's out of contract, is he, at the end of this season?
He's out of contract at the end of the season, yeah, and he was offered, I believe, a new contract, but back in May, a 1-year deal, and he's obviously performed extremely well since then. But whether the club are prepared to alter the terms of that offer, whether to increase it financially or in terms of its length, I do not know, but as far as I'm aware, they haven't as yet done so. So Hill, much to think about. You're over? No?
Oh, beg your pardon, sorry. dreaming. I was just thinking about just watching Lewis Hill, and as he went forward to that one through the binoculars, very solid forward defensive. I was impressed with him in the first innings. I was just pondering in my mind why they would only offer him a 1-year contract. But well, does he play in the white ball as well?
Yes, he does. He
Yeah.
captains the side
Yeah.
in the Royal London
Strange
Cup.
one, isn't it? Here's Leach in, bowls, and Hill is walking down the pitch to the Worcestershire captain here, as he did in the first innings quite frequently, and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 16 for 2.
Steve Roberts on Twitter thinks I'm being a little unfair regarding Sikandar. He says you have to be able to clean up the tail, and he has a better economy rate than Wright in the end. But in this innings, yes, but Wright,
No.
that's kind of not.
I think if you watched all of that innings, you wouldn't possibly have that view, really. I think. Here's Leach from the Diglis end. The sun's disappeared briefly as he bowls to Hill, who is beaten by a good one outside off stump, and that really did do a little bit off the seam. So a good over from Joe Leach. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3 is outstanding figures so far, and that's just 16 for 2.
And they do have a longish tail in this match. Leicestershire with Ed Barnes coming in at 8, which I do feel is at least one position, well, definitely one position too high, really, although he is much improved as a batsman. So Dylan Pennington didn't quite get it right in his first over. Conceded 13 runs in it. Looking to do better this time. In he comes and bowls 2 Rhodes down the leg side into the body, but neatly helped on its way by Rhodes, who's well,
he's in dreamland.
He's hit 4 fours already in charging to 16 off 7 balls, all of them off Dylan Pennington. 3 through the covers, and now that one down to fine leg. So while the chaos goes on around him, Rhodes, this is a frenetic start to proceedings, isn't it, one way or another? What have we had? 6 wickets, and runs are plenty.
64 runs, 64 for 6 today.
Runs are plenty. Pennington, he's gone for 17 from 7 balls. He's in again to Rhodes. Where's this one going? And it's being left outside off some nice bit of bounce, but he meant that one, Dylan Pennington. There was a little bit of something extra behind that one as it went past outside off stump, and it was taken by Cox on the leap, on the jump really, round about waist high, just above waist high on the rise. It's a quicker delivery. No longer a joke, as nothing amusing about it as far as Dylan Pennington is concerned. He's in again to Rhodes, who again leaves the outswinger that is taken by Cox at a fairly normal height this time, more or less in front of first slip. 20 for 2 with that little turn down to fine leg from George Rhodes. So I like the sums in this. A nice 200 is a sum I can work with, a nice round 200. Yeah. So I had some nightmares this summer in terms of mathematics, but Leicestershire 180 behind at the moment. Pennington in 2 Rhodes, again leaves outside off stump. Pennington just struggling for a little bit of line and length at the moment. He peers suspiciously down at the pitch. He's running in obviously from the New Road end of the ground, which is where the Leicestershire seamers seem to have a certain amount of difficulty with the footholds at certain times. I don't know what was going on, and they had to. The ground was tamped down very hard yesterday, repaired and tamped down last night. But most ground staff do that. Pennington is in 2 Rhodes. That's a slightly better delivery, straighter. Anyway, takes a thick inside edge as it's defended off the back foot, runs down behind square on the leg side, and the single is there to be taken because the fielder on the leg side, is it young Mr. Baker?
Yep.
Had a lot of ground to make up to the ball from mid-wicket, and Rhodes picks up his first single of his innings, having dealt only in boundaries up to this point. Moves on to 17-21 for 2. Both openers already back in the hutch. We've been talking about rabbits. Not that Rishi Patel and Hassan Azada rabbits. In goes Pennington and bowls outside off stump. A big leave from Lewis Hill as it rose up outside off stump, lifted his bat high over the line of the ball, let it bounce through to Ben Cox, and there was no run. So again, just a lack of consistency and rhythm so far for Pennington in terms of where he wants to land the ball. I'm sure it will come. 21 for 2 after 4 overs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there. He's just not quite got it together, has he? Bowled a couple of pacey deliveries, but some days you run in and it all fits together, I suppose, and other days you don't. I don't speak from personal experience, really, never been much of a bowler. Here's Leach from the Diglis end in bowls, and Rhodes gets a single down to long leg off a thickish inside edge. If he'd have missed that, I think they'd have been going up, but actually it looked to me as though it was running on to miss leg stump anyway. But Rhodes goes to 18 off 12. He's had a bit of a flyer, George Rhodes. Always nice when that happens. Hill, not yet off the mark, is just checking his guard and facing Joe Leach. I'm intrigued by this Lewis Hill contract standoff that you're describing, really. I mean, obviously we don't know the details of negotiations, but captain of the white ball team, and he's had a good season in red ball cricket.
Outstanding season.
Here's Leach in from the Diglis end, and Hill is forward again, walking down the pitch, pushing out on the offside. So why are they only offering a 1-year contract? That's my initial puzzlement, really. Would have thought you'd be trying to tie your best players down.
Well, Lewis Hill is a very unassuming young man. He's 30 now. He doesn't have an agent, and he's a Lutterworth boy, and he just moved house. I don't think he wants to move. That's for sure. I think you can take that as read almost. But obviously he's got a young family.
He waits now as Leach comes in, bowls, and again he's on the move and pushing up to mid-wicket where Baker fields, and there's no run. 22 for 2 it remains.
If his form is giving him a little window where he can just earn a decent amount for a couple of years, then he has to
absolutely
look around a little bit, you would have thought. Leicestershire, I don't think really can afford, don't want to lose him, surely.
Yes. Joe Leach from the Diglis end is in, and he bowls, and he gets lucky here, Hill, as he gets on the move again and gets an inside edge to this one, and it goes down to long leg for a single. Fielder down there is Pennington. So he's off the mark, albeit rather fortuitously, and George Rhodes facing Joe Leach now. He hasn't faced Leach for a while. I think he's only faced one ball actually from Leach, as Richard shoots off to do a latest update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, limps off, I should say. Here's Leach from the Diglis end over the wicket, bowls to Rhodes, who is beaten as he pushes at that one outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Good delivery from Leach, who's hit his straps, the Worcestershire skipper, since he's come on in this second innings. Picked up a wicket in each of his first 2 overs. Patel bowled, leaving the ball off stump uprooted, and then Azad caught behind by Cox. Patel out for none, first ball, and Azad followed shortly afterwards. Here's Leach to Rhodes, who's going to get 4 here, over pitched on leg stump, clipped through mid wicket, and he's in very, very good touch. George Rhodes, he's kind of been fed a few loose deliveries, he's profited, and he's gone to 22 off just 14 balls. And at the end of that over, the 5th of the innings, Leicestershire, who began this innings 200 behind, are 27 for 2. And Dylan Pennington will continue from the New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Lewis Hill, subject to our discussion just a minute or 2 ago. He's had a good season in all forms of cricket, and he's a busy right-handed batsman, likes to play his shots, busy fielder. Skippered Leicestershire, as we said, in the Royal London Cup. and he's waiting now as Dylan Pennington moves in from the new road end to bowl to him. He bowls, and Hill is trying to turn this full delivery away on the leg side, but gets too far inside it, and it's taken by Ben Cox, moving to his left. And there's no run. Worcestershire this morning losing 4 wickets for the addition of 44 runs, and finishing on 422, a lead on first innings of 200. Sun's out again now here at New Road, and Dylan Pennington turning, moving away from us, past umpire Nick Cook, bowls, and Hill is forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Gareth Roderick, coming in from the covers. And there's no addition to the score. Update coming for Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Well, this game's moving on apace. Worcestershire lost their last 4 wickets this morning for the addition of 44 runs. That was 422 all out, and a first innings lead of 200. And Leicestershire have made a faltering start to their second innings. Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, picking up a wicket in each of his first 2 overs. First bowling Rishi Patel, who wasn't offering a shot. He was out first ball without scoring. And then Hassan Azad, caught behind by Ben Cox, also off Leach for 4. At the moment, Leicestershire, who began their second innings 200 behind, are 27 for 2 in the 6th over. As Pennington turns again at the New Road end and moves in and bowls to Hill, who drives nicely into the covers, and is a very good diving stop by Gareth Roderick. That was certainly destined for the boundary. As it was, they got a single, but a fine diving stop by Roderick, and Ed Barnard runs all the way from his position at second slip to give Roderick a congratulatory low 5. A really good piece of work from Roderick there in the covers. 28 for 2, 2 balls left in the over from Pennington. I might as well complete it now, Richard, and then you can pick up with Joe Leach at the Diglis end. Here's Pennington in again now, bowls, and that one Rhodes is slightly surprised by the extra bounce that Pennington gets, and he just fends it down in front of him. But he's looked in good touch this morning, George Rhodes. He's had one of those innings where you come in and you receive 2 or 3 bad balls early on, put them away, and it just gives you a little bit of a kick start, and he's played some fine shots. 22 off just 15 deliveries. And enjoying his return to New Road at the moment, George Rhodes. 3 slips waiting. Last ball of the over from Pennington, the 6th of the innings. He comes in now and bowls to Rhodes, who lets that go outside the off stump. There's a bit of a groan from behind the stumps, suggesting, well, it moved late, but it was a good lead by Rhodes. He knew what he was doing. End of the over, 28 for 2, Hill on 2, Rhodes on 22.
Well, the electronic scoreboard between the Ladies Pavilion and the Graham Hick Pavilion is stubbornly recalcitrant this morning. It does not want to come on, so occasional scores being given by Dave Bradley on the PA, but we can see the other electronic scoreboard, which happily is working just fine. If that goes off, it's going to be an issue, isn't it? But hence, are there any manual scoreboards lurking in cupboards somewhere? Well, there is one next to, between the hotel.
Yeah,
and
there is. I don't think that's been used for a while.
Well, actually, that's just sort of got an electronic thing at the top as well, hasn't it? So, anyway, Leach is in from the Diglis end, bowls to Hill. He's a long way down the wicket and then playing at one that goes past his outside edge, looking rather uncertain, Lewis Hill at the moment. I don't know about you, but when I see a batsman sort of shuffling down like that, it doesn't fill me with a great deal of confidence that he's going to be there for too long, especially if he's doing it to every delivery. It may be moving, it may, but I don't know, you have to trust your...
It's a method, obviously, they've thought about with Joe Leach,
who is in, and again Hill is a long way down the wicket. Again he's beaten on the outside edge. This time he hasn't taken the edge. The slips, I feel, was slightly more convinced than Cox there. Cox, the wicket keeper,
I think they might have been appealing for LBW.
and Leach didn't really go up. Let's have a look, see.
Yeah.
Squared him up, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, being a long way down the pitch might be what got him, helped him escape there if it was an LBW appeal.
But he looks far from comfortable out there.
They feel, I think, that Leach settles into a good line and length, and he can only be disturbed by using the feet. Hill's done it. Well, he's done it almost since the start of this innings, hasn't he?
He has. In goes Leach and bowls to him. He leaves, and it goes through outside off stump. Leach
didn't do it then.
Gives him an old-fashioned look at the end of his follow-through, then turns. And I don't think Hill is the sort of individual or batter that you can sort of sledge, really. He's too nice a chap, and I don't think he sort of will reply. Hand it back. Leach. It's been a super opening spell from the Worcestershire skipper. In he goes, and bowls Leach down the wicket, and he's caught at first slip. Well, it's been coming. Haynes took the low catch, and Leicestershire subsiding here before lunch, potentially 28 for 3. Hill, the main man this season for the Foxes, has not been able to do it this time around. He had all sorts of trouble with Joe Leach in that over, and finally took the edge of Hill's bat, flew low down to Haynes, who made no mistake. 28 for 3.
Yeah, Joe Leach is a real handful when he's in a mood like this, and Lewis Hill has gone. He didn't, as you said, he kept walking down, then he didn't, then he did again. It's almost as though he hadn't settled on a method, really. And it was a good catch by Jack Haynes. His development as a slip fielder is continuing, and well, Joe Leach has just done exactly what you predicted he might, I think, here, Richard, when you said this morning that if they had an hour at Leicestershire before lunch and knocked over a couple of wickets, the game might subside quickly in terms of Leicestershire's progress. It's got that feel about it, hasn't it? And I think, you know, the 200 lead is psychological, and if you then come out and lose 2 or 3 quick wickets early on, it becomes psychologically very difficult. I think this is a key partnership now. George Rhodes has started well, and Louis Kimber proved in the first innings probably the best batsman in the Leicestershire lineup, certainly on the strength of that first innings. And these two really need to put something substantial together, I think, if Leicestershire are to take this game into a 4th day.
Yeah, all-rounders. Ben Mike is due in next, and then young Bates on debut. Scorecard is wrong, isn't it? He got 0, didn't he, Sam Bates? I'm just looking at the scorecard which we've been given, which shows Sam Bates as having scored 13. But
in the first innings?
In the first dig, he didn't get any runs, did he?
No, he got 0, definitely. Yeah.
No, it just says 13 on the official scorecard, so they've got that wrong.
No, definitely 0.
That was Barnes. Looked at that looked rather odd. So, as you say, a key partnership. Leach is in to Louis Kimber, who leaves outside off stump. Both Haynes and Mitchell, hands go in the air, first and second slip, suggesting that it wasn't so very far from off stump, but Cox didn't sort of move to his left to take it. They're just trying to get in young Kimber's mind, I would suggest. Without having seen a replay, perhaps it did shave the off stump, but I don't think so.
It moved a lot after it had gone past, a bit like some of those we saw on day 1. Leach
3 for 9 as he comes to the end of his 4th over, trundles in and bowls to Kimber, who's turning it away off his legs, or trying to, came off the pad, I think, and Cox runs away backward of square and picks up, but the single is taken, at least the leg by is taken. Huge applause at the end of the over for Joe Leach, who has 3 for 9. What's his first class best, Joe Leach? I'll look it up. Don't worry, I'll look it up because it's the end of the over.
1 or 2 people suggesting on Twitter that Joe Leach doesn't want to see Daryl Mitchell bat again. He's certainly making making short work of this Leicestershire top order, and the likelihood is, I'm afraid, that Daryl Mitchell won't bat again in this match, because it looks unlikely, given that they're still 100 and what is it, 171 behind.
Yeah,
so it's there's a long way to go.
6 for 73. Is that Joe's best? It seems surprisingly that he's not got more than a sixer in an innings.
It's Charlie Morris anyway from the New Road End into the attack. Starts with first ball, which is edged high through the slips, just past Daryl Mitchell. He might have even got a hand on it and sort of pushed it over the bar. I mean, to call that a chance would be extremely harsh, I think. But it was certainly aerial, and he just threw his right hand up over his right shoulder and got a hand to it and tipped it over the bar, and it went down to...
Well, he was crouching a little bit at the time, wasn't it? It was...
Yeah.
If he'd been... well, anyway.
He's off the mark, but it's a good start from Morris. Just occasionally Morris gets that one to really climb outside the off stump.
I think Leach really does... The fact that he's changed from Pennington already...
Yeah, wants to get it over with, doesn't he?
This is a side that's in trouble.
Morris in, bowls to Kimber, who is he out? No, he's not. There's a big shout for caught behind.
Not from Morris.
Almost something happening almost every ball.
Not from Morris until the slips went up. He did go up.
They all went up, but
the slips went up first.
Maybe Kimber just hit his pad with his bat or something like that, but they were interested, that's for sure. Yeah. No, I think
his left hand went up, didn't it? Fair play.
Anyway, not out, says umpire Nick Cook. 33 for 3, but it's all happening. George Rhodes, as you said, he's watching on from the other end. Bemused, I think, 22 off 16. He's had a real flyer, but all his partners, including Kimber, have struggled so far. Here's Morris in again. Bowls to Kimber, who plays more solidly this time. Up to mid-off, where Libby fields. You just feel that this game's happening quickly at the moment, don't you? We talked yesterday where you get periods of sort of hiatus, quiet lull, whatever you like to call it, but this is far from it. 7 wickets have fallen already today, and it almost feels like another one could go at any moment. Charlie Morris be hoping so as he moves in. Actually doesn't deliver this one. I wonder whether that's to do with the footmarks, because as soon as he landed into that, he put his left foot down, so the foot that goes down as he goes into delivery, he aborted. He just didn't feel right. Doesn't often happen with Charlie Morris, and he goes back to his mark again. 33 for 3. Patel out for 0, Azad for 4, and Hill for 2. As Morris comes in and bowls to Kimber, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Umpire Nick Cook says no, not out. Going down the leg side, I think. But it just bears out what I was saying, that almost every ball at the moment you feel as though a wicket could fall. It's got that sort of feel to it this day.
Yeah,
Cook just sharing a chat with Charlie Morris as he walks back past him.
Veering down. So many of those in this game, haven't there?
Yeah. Anyway, Kimber, not comfortable at the moment. Waits as Morris comes in to bowl to him again. He bowls and he's on the back foot this one, standing tall, steering it down on the offside behind square, fielded by Ed Barnard coming up from third slip.
Just feel if these two don't get through to lunch, it could all be over by tea, to be honest.
Yeah, could well be. Could well be. It's got that feel about it, hasn't it? It's got that feel about it. 33 for 3. And Charlie Morris in his first over, coming in now from the New Road End to bowl to Kimber. Bowls, and that's allowed through outside the off stump. End of an eventful over. Morris 4 runs off the first ball, which could have been a catch. A big LBW shout, a shout for caught behind, at the end of it. 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 4. Kimber on 4. Rhodes on 22. Leicestershire 33 for 3.
Yeah, just to confirm then that Joe Leach's best bowling in first class cricket, 6 for 73, obviously for Worcestershire against Warwickshire. That was back in 2015 at Edgbaston. This season his best bowling, 5 for 68. So he's already got 3 for 9.
He had a serious back injury 3 years ago and missed a lot of cricket, and there's some feeling that only in this recent restart to red ball cricket has he rediscovered his best form.
In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, who leaves outside off stump. Swings away and leans on his bat, hands on hip, watches as the ball is sent on its way slowly. Daryl Mitchell just tossing it across to Gareth Roderick, who throws it to Jake Libby at mid-off. On it goes to Leach. Rhodes, plenty to play for. He has another year on his contract for sure, but he also wants to impress against his former employees. Leach is in, bowls to him. He's a little late on that one as it comes back in. Angled bat, drops it down towards gully. D'Oliveira gets across and fields. And there is no run. Bernard get there from third slip before D'Oliveira moving across from backward point. Bernard at third, Mitchell at second, Haynes at first. As Leach is in, Rhodes is shuffling down the wicket, thick inside edge as he presses forward and drops it down towards short leg. Single is there to be taken as Josh Baker comes running in from sort of mid-wicket. Rhodes may not be entirely displeased to be off strike at this stage against Joe Leach. 34 for 3. Rhodes has a very high proportion of Leicestershire's runs in this second innings. He has 23 off 19 balls, courtesy mainly of the 4 boundaries that he took off Pennington. Leach is in to Kimber, who is solidly forward, pushing it out to extra cover. There's no run. The sound of the trolley going down in front of the stand, a familiar one here at New Road. Does this stand have a name, the New Road stand at all?
The New Road stand?
Oh, the New Road stand. So
as far as I'm aware,
popularly known. It's not sponsored at the moment, obviously, or anything like it. Leach, as the sun goes behind cloud, is in and bowls. Back foot defensive turn of the wrists from Louis Kimber. Again, out to Baker at mid-wicket. An immediate call of no run from Kimber. Impressed considerably in the first innings. Louis Kimber with a fine 71 before being trapped first delivery with the second new ball. Joe Leach, I said to him afterwards, and when I spoke to him at the end of day one, did it come back in? He said no, it was just basically pretty straight really. He said I shouldn't have missed it. Leach is in and bowls. Kimber is forward, carefully, solidly, playing him as Leach as well as anybody really has so far. No great shuffling down the crease anyway. Out into the offside it goes, end of the over. Leach takes his nicely faded Worcestershire cap, but still at least vaguely green, but a much lighter green than that of Jake Libby.
That's a proper
faded
green, isn't it, that one?
34 for 3 at the end of the 9th over.
I like that when Kimber told you that it was just straight. I like it when batsmen say that. Not always trying to find an excuse or say, oh, it was a really good one, oh, it did this, it did that, oh, it wasn't out. Just say, no, I missed a straight one.
He'll learn, won't he?
Yeah.
He'll have media lessons or something.
As Morris is in and bowls to Rhodes down the leg side, flicking at that one and missing it.
But he's a pleasingly open young man at the moment.
Yeah.
Guileless, I think would be a fair description.
Yeah, he might stay that way.
Hopefully. Lovely
I think
chap.
I think honest batsmen tend to be like that. No, just missed a straight one.
Looks a good player though, doesn't he?
He
At
does.
the moment.
Yeah, good slipper, good temperament, and very impressed in the first innings yet. Anyway, here's Charlie Morris from the New Road End bowling to George Rhodes, who has had a very good start, but now perhaps having to just calm down a little bit after receiving those loose deliveries early on. To this one he's covering up, just pushes defensively out on the offside. If you're just joining us, it's all been happening at New Road this morning. Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 378 for 6, losing their last 4 wickets for the addition of 44 runs. Most people batting in fairly breezy style this morning, it should be said. 3 of those wickets falling to Abhi Sikandi, the other one to Chris Wright. In comes Morris again and bowls to Rhodes, who's pushing this one defensively on the onside. So Worcestershire all out for 422. Barnard out today for 48. Cox for 59, Leach for 12 and Baker for 3. That left Pennington 10 not out, and Leicestershire beginning their second innings 200 runs behind, undone by Joe Leach, who's picked up 3 wickets so far, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 10, and they're 34 for 3 as Morris comes in to bowl to George Rhodes, and Rhodes is turning this one on the onside to mid-wicket where Baker fields, and there's no run. The men out then. Patel bowled, leaving a ball from Leach alone, and it nipped back and uprooted his off stump. He was out first ball. That was 3 for 1 in the first over, and then Azad caught behind by Ben Cox for 4, and then Lewis Hill caught a first slip by Jack Haynes for 2. So Leach 3 wickets so far. Morris, as yet wicketless, comes in from the New Road End and bowls to Rhodes down the leg side again, and Rhodes fails to make contact again, and Cox takes the ball moving away to his left. 1 ball left in this, the 10th over. We'll probably then have 2 more overs before lunch, I would think, and at lunch there will be a special presentation at the Bazard Oliveira stand end of the ground to mark Daryl Mitchell's retirement. Very much looking as though he will not be batting again in this game, or indeed in his career for Worcestershire, as Morris comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who drives nicely out on the offside. He'll only get 2 this time, as D'Oliveira, in fact he only gets 1, because D'Oliveira is so quick across the ground, and although his sliding stop initially was unsuccessful, Rhodes decided that 1 is enough, and he keeps the strike. 24 now to him, 35 for 3.
Kimber and Rhodes have a chat. This just Kimber's 6th first class innings. He's got with that 71 in the first innings and a previous score of 59 not out against Sussex in his last innings. Half centuries, 2 good half centuries already to his name. He's going to have to score another one today if Leicestershire are going to have any chance of extending this game into a final day. Well, final day is a final day, into a 4th day. In goes Leach and bowls. Forward goes Rhodes. Bat and pad very close together. Just wonder whether there'll be a leg before shout before long. One feels that there might be somehow. Just nip back in a little bit more. He's not a tall man, Rhodes. He doesn't take a big stride forward. I think he's probably batting out of his crease, just looking at his feet. A little bit hard to tell as Leach is in and bowls. Rhodes leaves outside off stump. Got to be a bit careful with sneezes when your back's not so good. You have to sort of brace yourself, so do apologise. Lots of blue sky around now where the weather is coming from, which is from the west in this game. The clouds that were pretty solid at the start of play for the first hour or so have now chased away east across the Severn. As Leach is in, back foot leave from George Rhodes, and may not have been so very far away from his off stump. probably quite relishing, frustrating his former club at the moment. But, well, frustrating is probably the wrong choice of word. They've had a wonderful morning one way or another, Worcestershire. And if they, as I say, pick up one more in this over or the next, there'll be one more, maybe two more before lunch. As Leach is in two roads, who again leaves, this time Cox hopping across to his right, means that it was a perfectly safe leave. Rhodes walks away towards umpire Cook. Will he do a spot of gardening? There are two balls to go in the over. Should be another two more after this, but you never quite know.
One, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah.
He doesn't really hurry through his overs, Morris. The over rate is +4 at the moment, a carryover from the first innings, so no issues for Worcestershire in that respect. Leach is in, bowls, Rhodes forward, again, bat and pad close together, back down the pitch. On the offside, picked up by Libby.
Well,
he has, he's been positive
well,
in both attack and defence. He has not, by any stretch of the imagination, established himself in the red ball side at Leicestershire. I don't think he'd be playing were it not for the absence of Ackerman, George Rhodes, but, well, doing his best to make the most of this opportunity. Leach is in, bowls to him, does go past the outside edge. I don't think the bat was tucked inside the front pad as he went forward there. And a maiden over from Joe Leach, his third in the 6 that he's bowled, also has picked up 3 wickets. Figures you would not mind possessing: 6 overs, 3 maidens, 3, 4, 10.
And he was so economical in the first innings, wasn't he? 17.3 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 38. So his match figures at the moment are 6 for 48.
His best match figures over all. I'd have to look those up actually.
Morris to bowl to Kimber in what I think will be the last over before lunch from the New Road end. He bowls and Kimber is out, caught at second slip, third slip by Ed Barnard. Good low catch, good wicket for Charlie Morris, and Leicestershire really are staring down the barrel now, and we're looking at an early finish to this game in my opinion. Ed Barnard picking up the catch, Charlie Morris's first wicket. Kimber goes for 4, and it's 35 for 4.
Well, this is going to be a fun update. I shall see you after lunch.
35 for 4. It'll certainly be the last over before lunch now, I think, and Worcestershire just could not have planned this morning any better, really. It is the lunch interval. 35 for 4. And lunch is being taken. Worcestershire players are actually staying out there because there's going to be a presentation made to Daryl Mitchell shortly. But Leicestershire in disarray. 11.1 overs gone, 35 for 4 at lunch. Rhodes is 24 not out. Kimber dismissed the first ball of the last over before lunch, and so lunch now being taken, and the deficit is still 165, so you'd have to suggest that Leicestershire are staring down the barrel somewhat here at New Road. Thank you for listening to us this morning. Do join us when play resumes at around about 10 minutes past 1.
supremely impressive on and off the field. I'm sure everyone will join in with wishing Daryl all the best.
Well, we're just watching a very meaningful presentation being made to Daryl Mitchell at the far end of the ground here, following the morning's play here. Worcestershire right on top in this game, and it's very unlikely now that Mitchell will bat again. Worcestershire resumed this morning on 378 for 6. They added 44 in quick time for the loss of the last 4 wickets. 422 all out, a first innings lead of 200, and Joe Leach ripped into the Leicestershire top order, taking 3 wickets in the first 7 overs, picking up Patel without scoring, Azad for 4 and Hill for 2, and then just before lunch Charlie Morris picking up Louis Kimber, well caught by Ed Barnard at slip, for 4. So at lunch Leicestershire in disarray really. George Rhodes, the ex-Worcestershire player, still there on 24, but they're 165 runs behind, 35 for 4 in their second innings, and seemingly Worcestershire on course for a comfortable victory. Well, the players are off the field for lunch at the moment, but Worcestershire in a commanding position, and there's every likelihood that they could wrap this game up in this afternoon's session. At lunch, Leicestershire, who began their second innings with a deficit of 200 after Worcestershire added 44 for the loss of their last 4 wickets this morning. The visitors then at the break 35 for 4. Joe Leach and Charlie Morris doing the damage before the interval. 3 wickets for Leach and 1 for Morris. So Leicestershire still 165 runs behind, and Worcestershire on course for victory. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume in the afternoon session on day 3 of this game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. And Leicestershire perilously poised at the break on 35 for 4, with Louis Kimber having been out just before the break. Ben Mike is coming to the wicket, and he'll be facing the bowling of Charlie Morris, who dismissed Louis Kimber with the first ball of what would have been, well, it did prove to be the last over before lunch, the 12th of the innings, when Kimber edged and was caught low down at third slip by Ed Barnard. Morris's first wicket, Leach having blown away the first 3 Leicestershire wickets in a burst from the Diglis end. Leach 3 for 10, Morris 1 for 5, and Leicestershire, as I say, in a bit of disarray, Richard.
I'd say that again. It was a good change of bowling, wasn't it, from Joe Leach, taking off Dylan Pennington after just 3 overs. I think he bowled. Pennington didn't get it quite right, and Leach, sensing that Leicestershire were
on the wobble,
all sorts of trouble, said no, I think we can really get into them here, and went straight to Morris, who did the business. It's me, isn't it, this over?
And he's carrying on now with the newish ball, 12th over of the innings from the New Road end, bowling to Ben Mike, and he's in now. He bowls, and Mike lets that one go outside the off stump. Ben Mike, who made 3 in the first innings before chipping a catch up to mid-off of the bowling of the left-arm spinner Josh Baker. Looking unlikely that we'll see Daryl Mitchell bat again for Worcestershire then in any cricket really, because this game, well, it looks as though Worcestershire are on course for an innings victory. You can't say it's a certainty, of course, but unlikely that we'll see him again. There was a very nice presentation made to him during the lunch interval as Morris bowls and Mike is beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, Daryl Mitchell had a presentation made to him by the Worcestershire president and the chairman at the far end of the ground from here, the Diglis end. Most of the members had gathered at that end, and his teammates were there. It was a moving day for Daryl Mitchell. 16 years at the club, over 500 appearances, all sorts of records. As Morris is in again and bowls, and Mike gets runs, 4 of them, this time flicking this one off his pads away behind square on the leg side, 39 for 4. And nice to see that occasion marked by the Worcestershire members, and of course the hierarchy as well. 16 seasons, over 500 appearances, nearly 14,000 first class runs, 3,800s, 3,874 list A runs, 2,000 odd T20 runs, the only bowler in Worcestershire history to get 100 T20 wickets. Daryl Mitchell really has played a big part in this club in the last 15 years or so, as Morris bowls outside the off stump to Mike, who leaves that one alone, and it's another one of those that climbs quite steeply as it goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. 39 for 4, the men out. Patel bowled by Leach without scoring, Azad caught by Cox off Leach for 4, Hill caught at first slip by Haynes off Leach for 2, and Kimber caught at third slip by Barnard off Morris for 4. Morris in again now to Ben Mike, bowls, and Mike lets that one go through outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and that's the end of the over. Ben Mike, I recall something that happened at Grace Road many years ago, probably before Ben Mike, in fact certainly before Ben Mike was born, when I was commentating at Grace Road with in the old cricket call days with a chap called Jed Pittman, and we were in a little wooden shed that was there by the old scoreboard at Grace Road, and the game was going through a particularly quiet period, and Jed was commentating, and the ball was played into the covers and fielded by Phil Neal, the Worcestershire captain. And I'll just break off as Richard starts to describe this over from Joe Leach.
Who is in from the Diglis end, bowls and Rhodes drives pleasantly, but doesn't quite time it as well as he would like. Pleasant looking shot, that is, and it rolls out to mid-off where Libby is the field.
Jed said Phil Neal, there you are. There's an interesting cricketer whose first name and his surname could both be first names, if you know what I mean. Phil Neal. Ben Mike is what made me recall this. And we started then, just as the afternoon wore on, to go through a few more possibilities of people that had similar names.
Leach is in, bowls. Rhodes is solidly forward, back to the Worcestershire skipper.
Cricketers, of course. I mean, you could have rugby players like Barry John and people like that, but we went going through cricketers, and in those days there was no social media, of course, and we had one spare phone line in the commentary box, and we had a phone plugged into it. It was there for emergencies, really. And Jed gave out the number and said, if you can think of any, these people, ring us on this number. And it went crazy. The phone never stopped ringing.
Leach is in, bowls. Rhodes again very solid, big press forward, pushing it back past Leach, but Pennington runs around from mid-on to field.
So we were initially very happy that at least there were some people listening, and we knew, because you didn't really, it wasn't like these days a sort of interactive commentary, and it went on, and more people rang up, and we had a list of names of people that had a double first name, if you like Phil Neal or Ben Mike. And when I arrived at New Road for the next game, to my commentary box here, there was a man sitting outside my commentary box, and he had a huge list in his hand, hundreds of names of players.
Leach is in. Rhodes is defending on the back foot this time, but again, equally solidly out to mid-off it goes.
And he'd been through all his wisdoms, all his books. He got every cricketer's name that could possibly be considered, and then he finally said to me, and I'm not sure if you will accept this one, but this is my last offer, William Grace, he said, because obviously he was talking about WG and the fact that it was a girl's name and a boy's name as well. But yeah, it was a fascinating experience, and seeing Ben Mike has just made me recall it.
Leach is in, bowls, Rhodes forward. He's going to pick up runs this time. He's played it so straight that Pennington can't get there by running across. He has to turn and pursue the ball down to the very straight long on boundary, and Rhodes, who has stood apart from his teammates in this innings so far, picks up a couple, moves on to 26. Leicestershire within sight of their lowest score against Worcestershire. Looks like they're going to overhaul that. An innings that I saw, actually, it wasn't so very long ago. In 2016 at Grace Road, Leicestershire were bowled out for just 43. And Leach took 4 for 10 that day. In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, who is forward out into the offside and on the hole. George Rhodes had dealt with that Joe Leach over pretty well. It was Mr. Henry at one end and Joe Leach at the other end. 4 for 27 for the New Zealander Henry, and 4 for 10 for Joe Leach. Leicestershire all out for 43. Top scorer Niall O'Brien, only man to get it to double figures. He made 17.
Well, they'll get more than 47, I think, but whether they'll get past 200, which was the deficit that they began this innings with, is a different matter. Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end, bowling to Ben Mike. Bowls and Mike drives straight to Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. He's a pugnacious cricketer, Mike, isn't he? He's the sort of guy that I would imagine isn't going to hang around just blocking it, is he?
It was curious, isn't it?
His innings likes to play shots.
In the first innings, I think he faced quite a lot of balls for his three, 19, 20 balls, and then he sort of lost patience a little bit.
Anyway, a man's gone back on the leg side as Morris comes in, and Mike pushes up to mid-on, gets a single this time as that ball goes wide of Leach, and he goes on to 5, 42 for 4. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that, I don't mean that in any disparaging way. I just think he's that kind of cricketer. When he bowls with a bit of pace and purpose. We thought he lacked a bit of consistency in this game, but he's at the batsman all the time. When he bats, he looks busy and he wants to get on with it.
Yeah,
an attacking cricketer, I would say. Morris again is in, bowls to Rhodes, who plays defensively up to mid-off, no run.
His strike rate, and he's got, well, before last innings, so 437 championship runs with a best of 74 this season in 18 innings. But his strike rate is only 51, which is lower than any of the other Leicestershire frontline batsmen. Harris, Hill, Rhodes, Swindles, Inglis, even Ed Barnes has a better strike rate. Kimber, of course, Patel. So
maybe it's just an impression he gives
I think
them.
It is, possibly. Although he is a big hitter in white ball.
Morris bowls to Rhodes, who steers that down on the offside. Fielded by Dollivier, no run. Well, that was a very polite way of saying, Frank, you're talking rubbish, wasn't it? Really? Thank you.
Well, I was just reading out the stats.
I mean it, yeah. I clearly was not correct, but he just gives me that impression. You know, he's a big, broad-shouldered man. He's certainly an attacking kind of bowler, I think. But he just looks purposeful, doesn't he?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Busy. I think I wouldn't imagine that he enjoys just crease occupation for its own sake. As Morris bowls to Rhodes, who's looking to turn this on the leg side and take on the pad, runs out to mid-wicket. Baker fields, no run. 42 for 4 it remains. Another pleasant afternoon now. The last afternoon, in all likelihood, of cricket here at New Road, of county cricket anyway, here at New Road this season. and it's got a lovely autumnal feel to it. And Charlie Morris moving in again now, bowls to Rhodes, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 42 for 4 at the end of it.
Leach has bowled thus far unchanged from the Diglis end, and I suspect will continue to do so for the time being, having had the benefit of the lunch break. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 12 his figures. He takes his cap off, does not hand it to umpire Adnan, places it atop the lid of Jake Libby, and heads off down to his mark. Mike will be facing him for the first time. He takes guard from umpire Adnan, who nods, looks to be around about middle. He checks it, yep, says umpire Adnan, raising his finger in a way that Mike won't want to see again in the near future. Takes guard. 3 slips go down as Leach goes in and bowls to him. He's getting to the pitch of that delivery on or off stump, stroking it out towards Libby, who stays down on one knee, having formed the long barrier, and gives the ball a thorough polish on the back of his right leg, back of his right thigh. He's just 14 overs old and a delivery. The sun coming out might just reduce a little bit the amount of swing for the bowlers as Leach is in. Mike is advancing down the wicket and then playing in defence. Roderick runs across from extra cover to field, throws it across to Pennington at mid-on to do what polishing is required, which can't be too much. Leach turns. The crowd sort of quietly expectant as he goes in and bowls to Mike Short. It's in the air. I think it's going to drop safe. He went for the pull off the front foot. Could have gone anywhere, really. Didn't get it at all how he wanted to. Fortunately for him, there was nobody at sort of square. A square leg might have been in the game, turning and running back. As it was, long leg Morris had to run around and pick up the ball in front of the electronic scoreboard. But very much induced the false shot there, Joe Leach. He was looking to press forward. He banged it in, perhaps seeing that. Mike went for the sort of front foot, sort of pull hook, and had no control whatsoever. Came off the top edge. Could easily have been caught. Got away with it. Picks up 1. Fortuitous run. Leach is in to Rhodes, who's beaten by the outswinger. It's past the outside edge. Leach has again hit his straps. Intelligent bowling from Joe Leach.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot from Ben Mike, was it? Sort of
no.
Completely out of control, as you suggested. Quite encouraging, I think, from Worcestershire point of view. George Rhodes, as you said, is certainly batted with a lot more composure than anybody else in this innings so far.
He's been correct as well, for the most part, as Leach is in and bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump.
But it's danger time, isn't it, for a player like George Rhodes, in the sense that mid-20s, you know, a number of times he gets a start and doesn't go on is well, that's the trademark of the batsman who averages sort of high 20s, 30ish, isn't it, really?
Yeah, just his 4th first-class innings of the season. Highest score of 54. Made a 50 in his very first innings for Leicestershire. In goes Leach and bowls to him again. It swings past the outside edge and Leach follows through, looks away, and just touches gloves or hand onto gauntlet with Ben Cox. He has it on the end of a string at the moment, as they say. Yeah,
he's bowling really well, isn't he? And he's running up, expecting to make something happen. Charlie Morris picked up a wicket in his second over, didn't he? The last over before lunch. He's bowled 4 overs now. No maidens, 1 for 10, and he's bowling to Ben Mike. He's got that man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary again, giving him the option of banging one in short. And having seen what Mike did to that one from Leach in the previous over, he might well feel that is an option as he starts this new over, bowling now to Mike, who drives uppishly out on the offside. He's going to get 4 runs, but it was a risky shot. It sliced away past the diving D'Oliveira at backward point. And well, my false impression of Ben Mike, my impression that was proved false by the stats, is just kind of, I don't know, reinforced by that. It was a wideish delivery and he threw his hands at it. But maybe he's decided in these circumstances that attack is the best form of defence. He's on 10 off just 11 balls. Wow. And it's 47 for 4.
Could have been out twice in the last 3 of them.
Yeah, there's Morris in again to him and bowls, and he does bang it in short, and Mike kind of got in position and then just pulled out of the shot. It looked as though he might go for a pull/hook shot, but just let it go over his left shoulder in the end. 47 for 4 it remains, and the crowd's about the same as it was this morning, about half as many as we had in the first 2 days of the game, basking in a bit of autumn sunshine and watching Charlie Morris turn and move in from the New Road end. He's in, he bowls another short one, and Mike again ducks underneath it, and it's taken by Cox.
There's a gentleman in front of the hotel there on the back row of the stand who's been shirtless pretty much throughout, and he has changed colour. I hope he's got plenty of sun cream on underneath his
yeah, I can see him.
Worcestershire cap.
It's not a pretty sight.
It's not.
I hope he's not listening. Be on his way across. Morris again is in. Balls to Mike, who again gets inside a short one, and again you get the impression that he's contemplating having a go at it, but he thinks better of it and allows it through to Cox behind the stumps. Stays on 10, score stays on 47 for 4. I don't think I've ever sat in a cricket ground shirtless, despite the weather in any country that I've been in. Morris in again, bowls, and Mike is driving up to mid-on. Leach is the fielder, and there's no run.
It's just interesting to see how many members of that Worcestershire side bowl Leicestershire out for 43 in 5 years ago. Still in this side, obviously Daryl Mitchell, Brett D'Oliveira, Cox indeed, and Charlie Morris.
Yeah.
And that is that. Otherwise, Ross Whiteley, Joe Clark, Alex Cavesi, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Joe Leach, of course.
Here's Morris in, bowls, and Mike is forward, pushing up to mid-on, no run, end of the over. Mike has 10, Rhodes 26, 47 for 4.
And Jack Shantry.
Yep, that would have been his last season, I think, probably, or his last but one season.
And of the Leicestershire side in 2016, there are no survivors.
Really?
Not one. Horton and Robson opened the batting. Dexter, Cosgrove, Patini, Niall O'Brien, Adil Ali, Tom Wells, Ben Rain, Mackay and Shrek.
And of those, I think only Ben Rain's still playing at all. That'd be right? In first class cricket?
Yes. Yes. He says, going through the list and thinking about it. Perfectly correct. Some turnover. In goes Leach and bowls. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat there, Rhodes, as he presses forward. The ball drops out towards silly mid-off. In comes Roderick to field.
The pigeons are having a warming afternoon, aren't they? Noisy afternoon. I wonder which one it is.
Sitting just above the effects mic. There's a sort of little ledge above it. Leach. is in and bowls. Rhodes again is forward, keeping both hands on the bat handle this time as he pushes it out into the offside. The result is the same. The fielder is Roderick, moving to his left. Gets his throw away quickly into the gloves of Cox. 47 for 4 remains the score. Rhodes was pretty much 20 off about 7 or 8 balls, 26 off 46 now. As Leach is in and bowls to him. He's clipping away into the leg side, times it neatly, but there is a man out there at deep square now, has to run around to his right to field. So comfortable single there to be taken, and is Josh Baker out there. Has been fielding at a conventional mid-wicket. Stays obviously at deep square with Mike now being on strike. Long leg, deep square, and a mid-on, the only fielders on the leg side. As Leach is in to Mike, half a step down the pitch, then he presses forward and defends it out to Libby at mid-off. Awful lot of swans on the Severn, I noticed today.
It's a bit of a sort of
they've had a good season,
sanctuary,
perhaps.
Yeah.
Breeding wise, I mean hundreds, literally. Last night, sort of settling down for the night, and then this morning, obviously as well. As in goes Leach and bowls. Mike is driving, not timing it at all, and D'Oliveira has his hands on his head at backward point. Likewise, Roderick had extra cover as it rolls unconvincingly out towards Pennington at mid-on. You kind of feel that it may not be too long, although Leach may just have one more over after this before taking a little bit of a breather. In he goes, bowls. Mike is again looking to drive on the front foot. Again, he's nowhere near the pitch of the ball as it comes back in, comes off a thick inside edge and rolls out towards Pennington. Once again, movement there for Joe Leach, asking question after question of the batsmen, who are surviving but not much more at the moment. 48 for 4. Oh, updates time. May have missed it.
No, I think you'll be alright. Joe Leach just having a chat with Ed Barnard about the next bowling change, I think, which end maybe Barnard wants to bowl, or whether Leach is going to have one more or not. But at the moment it's Morris to continue from the New Road end, and he will be bowling to George Rhodes. Comes in now and bowls, and Rhodes is forward, playing very nicely out into the offside, and fielded by Gareth Roderick. No run. Well, yes, it's been a good day for Worcestershire so far. They finished their first innings on 422. That was a lead of 200, and Joe Leach blew away the first 3 Leicestershire batsmen in short order before the lunch interval. Charlie Morris also chipped in with a wicket, but since lunch it's been a little bit more determined batting from the Leicestershire batsmen, in particular George Rhodes, formerly of Worcestershire of course, who's really holding things together rather at the moment. He's on 27 not out, he's faced 49 balls, and he's found a staunch ally so far this afternoon in Ben Mike, who has come in at number 6 and is currently on 10. So at the moment Leicestershire are, remember, starting this second innings 200 in arrears, 48 for 4 in the 18th over. As Morris bowls again to George Rhodes, who pushes out on the offside, and Gareth Roderick does the fielding. So still a long way behind, of course, 152 runs behind Leicestershire, but a little bit stouter resistance, you could say, since the lunch interval from these two. Morris is in, bowls to Rhodes, who is forward to this one and steers it down behind square on the offside. And there's no run as Dolivera fields. Barnard is loosening up. I think we're going to see him coming into the attack immediately at the Diglis end, immediately at the end of this over, to replace Joe Leach, who's had an excellent spell of 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 14. Morris, 1 for 14 so far, is in, bowls to Rhodes, and that's pushed out on the onside by Rhodes and fielded by Baker at mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Lovely afternoon. Now, most of the grey cloud that we had this morning has burned away. We've got a bit of fluffy cumulus off to the south. Otherwise, the sky is a sort of hazy blue, and the sun is very pleasant. Not too hot, but very pleasant. And Morris moves in to complete his over now. He bowls and Rhodes is on the back foot, pushing defensively out on the offside. End of the over from Morris, a maiden, I think, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14 his figures, and it's still 48 for 4.
Yeah, Bernard continues to warm up, but he's not going to come on just yet. Leach is going to have
one more.
One more.
Will it be the one more that produces a couple of boundaries,
another one more,
or will it be the one more that produces a wicket? Different circumstances, obviously, with your one mores. In this case, I think Leach probably feeling that he's got another one in him. He'd bowled 6 at lunch, so it'll be his 5th since.
In he comes, bowls to Ben Mike, who's shuffling down, turning his wrists on that one as he walks forward into the defensive shot, pushing it out to mid-on.
Sorry, it'll be his 4th since lunch, won't it? So, yeah, that's probably why he's opted to keep going for a little bit longer.
Just thinking, obviously, how well Worcestershire bowled, but 48 for 4 off 18, 12 came off the second over, didn't it? When Rhodes put Pennington away for 3 fours. In fact, yeah, it was 13 off the over. I think there was a single as well in it. So make that 33 off of the remaining 17. Leach is in, bowls a bouncer. This time Mike is letting it go, ducking underneath it, not trying to sort of hook it away off the front foot. With that man out there waiting for the top edge. Josh Baker at a deep square leg. Worcestershire, other than in that over from Pennington, well, the spell from Pennington really was a little bit loose. He only bowled 3 overs, have given Leicestershire nothing to get away really. Leach is in. Mike is going to pick up at least one there as he turns it out towards mid-wicket. Baker scurries in on those long legs, picks up left-handed, being of course a left-arm spinner, gets his throw away to Cox, and it is just a single on this occasion to Ben Mike, who has moved on to 11 double figures. 49 for 4. The partnership moves on to 14. Mike 11 of them. Rhodes, having got off to that flyer, has been pretty much becalmed in recent overs as Leach is in, bowls to him, hurries him a little as it comes back in, turns it out towards mid on. Pennington picks up. Applause for Leach, but I think the nip isn't quite there. That was earlier in the spell, both before lunch and initially after lunch, from Joe Leach. Turns. 2 balls to go in this his 10th over. He is in and bowls. That is short and pulled away impressively by Rhodes. Kept it down, but he's picked out the man at deep mid wicket, who is Baker, so gets to him very quickly across this outfield, and it'll be just a single to Rhodes. Moves on to 28. 50 up for Leicestershire, and there's 1 or 2 little claps in acknowledgement. Still the 3 slips, of course, for Leach as he turns to see that Mike is already ready to receive. Leach is in, bowls to him. He's waiting outside off stump as Leach drags his length back. He shuffled forward a little bit there, Mike, and had to wait for it as Leach dragged his length back, but played it with a neatly angled bat out towards backward point. End of the over, and we suspect for now end of Joe Leach, who signals to the Alan Richardson and the Worcestershire dugout that he's just about ready for a drink.
And Ed Barnard, I'm pretty sure, will replace him. Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end. So Worcestershire being pegged back a little bit in this post-lunch period. Picked up 4 wickets in quick order this morning. You'd think if they can get another couple, they could really get into the Leicestershire lower middle order. Morris in, bowls, and Rhodes, having played so well, almost throws it away by flashing at a full wide delivery, which he missed. Just plays a shot again the second time. Wondering quite how he managed to miss it. If he'd have got hold of it, it would have been 4 certainly, but didn't need to play. It was very wide. But he has played pretty well for his 28. Played well in the first innings too. He looks very... He's such a tidy player, isn't he? Immaculately turned out. Everything from his gloves to his pads, just perfectly fitting, and he looks very well organised. It's just that ability to turn starts into scores, really. He's in. Morris, and Rhodes as well. He's gone for a hook shot. He's got a 6, but I think it was off a top edge, really. Certainly it looked interested, the Worcestershire fielders, to start with, and Charlie Morris holds his head in his hands because he did bowl for that, really. Banged it in short. Rhodes went for the hook shot. It was a top edge, could easily have gone to hand. As it is, it's cleared the boundary and gone for 6 down towards the lonely last chestnut tree down there. But it wasn't in control of it. But he's gone to 34, and it's 56 for 4.
Oh, they both had a little bit of fortune in that respect now, Mike and Rhodes. Can they make the most of it? It's Pigeon Central above us now.
It is. Last day of the season, and they're checking out the winter spots, I reckon. Here's Morris in again to Rhodes, who's forward back into defensive mode, pushing this one up to mid-on. Yep, 4 pigeons all lined up on the ledge opposite our commentary position here, and they're all two of them just had a little flutter. Another one's crossing the central reservation, but yeah, you can probably hear them on our effects, Mike, strutting along on the ledge.
They're not handsome birds, are they?
They're
pigeons,
not,
when you look at them.
Morris is in and bowls a short ball to Rhodes, but he plays it well. He ducks it, he rocks down and rocks back out of the way, but he kept his eye on it all the way through and played it very well, I think. And with the exception of that top-edged hook in this over, and I suppose the first one that he threw the bat at, he has been well organised and compact and impressive in this innings, George Rhodes. 34 now to him as Morris moves in and bowls to him again, and he gets a 35th run, just turning this one on the onside. 57 for 4 now. Leicestershire began this innings 200 in arrears, and Ben Mike 11 off 23 balls so far, on strike with 1 ball left in this over from Charlie Morris, the 20th of the innings. Morris in now past umpire Cook, right arm over the wicket, bowled, and Mike flicks at this one down the leg side, misses it, taken by Cox, and that's the end of the over, says Nick Cook. 57 for 4. It's all gone a little bit quiet after lunch, isn't it?
Just a sense of something, almost waiting for something to happen, but Leach perhaps feeling that way himself, is making the change, bringing Ed Barnard on at the Diglis end. He throws his cap to the 12th man.
Adam Finch, the 12th man.
Right, who hands it in turn to Jake Libby to make it a double for the former Notts opener. Gentle round of applause for Barnard. Batted well last night in particular. Couldn't quite manage to go on and convert his 44 overnight into a half century. Caught behind off the bowling of Chris Wright for 48. In he comes and bowls to Rhodes, who is solidly forward, to a line and length delivery. Out it goes to Leach, who has taken mid-off's place, slightly wide. In terms of position, that's not a personal reference, although he's a fairly solid individual, Leach, and now he's heading off to mid-on instead. He's swapping with mid-off. I think there might be too much work involved at mid-off. Barnard is in, bowls, quick arm action, but he's just drifted that one onto the pads of Rhodes, who tried to work it away. Don't think he got anything on it. No, umpire Adnan raises his right knee, brings his fist down upon it. It was Cox running away to backward square who fielded the wicket keeper, from which you can gather that the leg bye was comfortably taken. 58 for 4. Partnership then is 23, which is the highest in the innings so far. Extra cover's gone in quite close, Roderick, for the lofted drive. Mid-wicket, Baker has gone back to the boundary as Barnard is in to Mike, who is just defending down towards Leach at mid-on and seeing it is Leach and it's not travelling very quickly towards him, nor he to it. Takes the single. He'd gone a fair chunk of the way down the pitch already, hadn't he, Ben Mike there? Didn't have so very far to go to complete the single. He moves on to 12 for 59 for 4. Field changes round again for George Rhodes, much more conventional now, including Libby down here in front of us at third man. Barnard is in. Rhodes again is very correctly forward down the pitch. On the onside it goes. I wonder if he'll go back to Pennington or whether he'll give Baker over or two. There was nothing really there for Parkinson, albeit we only saw 6 balls from him this morning. Barnard is in, bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by George Rhodes. Brett D'Oliveira takes off his cap, not in preparation for anything, it's just one of his sort of little ticks in the field. Twirls it around on his finger. Sleeveless sweat. He's usually got a sweater on, hasn't he, Brett D'Oliveira, and has today. Pleasant temperatures notwithstanding, as has Mitchell, the recipient of that really nice award at lunchtime. In goes Barnard and bowls. A leave from Rhodes and 1 or 2 hands on heads because Cox took it away to his left. It did come back, but not sufficiently, and even had it done so, it would have passed, I think, a couple of inches over the top of the stump. So, sanitising break. Leicestershire have dug in a little bit post lunch. We are 40 minutes into the afternoon session, and so far Messrs Rhodes and Mike have yet to be parted.
It did pass over the stumps, that one from Barnard, I think. Seemed back quite sharply off the pitch, but a good leave on length, if you like, and that explains possibly Jack Haynes' excitement behind the stumps. Drinks break for all concerned. Ben Cox takes his gloves off and picks up George Rhodes's bat and does a bit of shadow batting with it at the end of the pitch as he makes his way now up to the far end, excuse me, the Diglis end, where he will keep wicket with Charlie Morris bowling from the new road end when everything's reorganised. Batsmen just putting their gloves back on and fielders just strolling back out there, 12 men coming off with the drinks. It's all got a very gentle feel to it at the moment. There's no massive intensity about the cricket since that spell before lunch, both this morning when Worcestershire lost their last 4 wickets in quick succession and then the first 4 Leicestershire wickets went down. There was a bit of a haste and an intensity about the cricket, but
it was frenetic this morning, really,
not so much now, is it?
As you say, completely different feel.
And a wicket would change that, I think.
Yes, it would.
Charlie Morris, looking for that wicket, is in and bowls to Mike, who is forward and steers this down behind square on the offside for D'Oliveira to field. 3 slips in place. Haynes at first, Mitchell at second, and Barnard at third. They're the only close catches. There's backward point then, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Charlie Morris turns at the end of his mark and moves in from the new road end again to bowl to Mike, who's on the back foot playing defensively into the covers. Gareth Roderick comes in to do the fielding, and again there's no addition. So Mike is on 12, Rhodes on 35, the 4 men out. Patel bowled by Leach for naught, Azad caught Cox bowled Leach 4, Hill caught Haynes bowled Leach 2, and on the stroke of lunch Kimber caught Barnard bowled Morris 4. Here's Morris again. Bowls to Mike, who's pulling a short one away impressively over mid-wicket for 4. It's a bad ball from Morris, and Mike was onto it quickly. It didn't climb as much as one or two of his other short ones, and Mike just slapped it over Baker at mid-wicket for a 1 bounce 4. Good shot from the Leicestershire batsman. He goes to 16, and the total to 63 for 4. Attack of the yawns, excuse me. It's not that dull. There's Morris in and bowls, and that's 4 more. Another short ball from Morris, just slapped away by Mike. This time a little bit straighter, but about 2 bounces really, and into the boundary boards. So freebies really for Mike, and you earn those as a batsman if you stick around when things are a bit tricky. And he's rattled on to 20, and Rhodes has 35, and they've added 32 since lunch without loss. 67 for 4 the total. Worcestershire need a wicket just to refocus them, I would say. As Morris comes in there looking for that wicket, he bowls and Mike drives very nicely, but straight to Libby at mid-off, and there's no addition this time. So you get scenarios in your mind, don't you? I think we all felt at lunch that another wicket or 2 straight after the break and we'd be lucky if we saw tea. Then you see a couple of batsmen get in and you think, well, actually, you know what, if they both got scores we might be coming back tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Morris in, bowls to Mike, who is forward, pushing up to mid-on. Leach is the fielder, and that is the end of the over. 67 for 4 it remains.
Morris and Leach have a word, and Cox too runs across, has a word with Charlie Morris. Suspect he might be getting close to the end, of his spell. Pennington has been off the field for a while. He's back now. He's due a return. Dylan Pennington, but for the time being obviously Ed Bernard, who's only just started his spell from the Diglis end, will continue. In and bowls 2 Rhodes, who leaves again. It's not so very far away from his stumps. It does come back, and Cox takes it well away to his left behind the stumps. That one go over the top as well. It didn't look as though it got up quite so much. Let's have a look at the... jeepers. Well, it was a better leave than that of...
you just need one of those not to bounce very much,
yeah,
don't you? And you're in trouble.
Of Rishi Patel. That was close. Just the 2 slips now as Bernard is in. Cutting hard is Rhodes. D'Oliveira at backward point. His hands are stung. In fact, the ball bursts through them on the 3rd bounce. Only goes a yard or 2, well, a couple of yards behind him, but seeing that, Rhodes realises that he can take the single, and does. Moves on to 36, 68 for 4. Back goes Baker to deep mid-wicket on the boundary, as Bernard is in to Mike, who's just calmly turning it out along the ground towards a conventional mid-wicket. Leach had moved a little bit wider at mid-on, and moves across to his right, but always a single there to be taken. Pennington back on the field, doing plenty of warming up exercises at mid-off. Field changes for Rhodes. Libby goes out to 3rd man. Baker comes into conventional mid-wicket. Bernard is in. Rhodes leaves, this time rather more safely. Doesn't come back in. Taken by Cox without the wicketkeeper having had to move too much. Wind gets up just a little bit. Looks so it's coming from the south, judging by the way the leaves are turning. A pleasantly warm breeze then. Bernard turns, comes in and bowls and beats Rhodes outside off stump on the back foot. Good so far from Ed Bernard. Only conceded 3 runs from his first 11 deliveries, beaten the bat a couple of times and come pretty close to bringing it back and getting another victim in the innings, bowled leaving. And he comes and bowls. Rhodes leaves, leans to his left to take the ball, Cox, but leans is all he does. No oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. End of the over. 2 overs for 3 runs. Leicestershire 69 for 4 after 23.
Yep. If you're just joining us this morning, Worcestershire adding 44 to their overnight. 378 for 6 to be all out for 422. The men out today: Barnard 48, Cox 59, Leach 12 and Baker 3. Pennington was 10 not out. 3 wickets today for Abhi Sakandi, and in reply Leicestershire crashing to 35 for 4 at lunch, mainly thanks to Joe Leach's burst of 3 early wickets, 1 also for Charlie Morris. 35 for 4 at lunch. The men out: Patel 0, Azad 4, Hill 2 and Kimber 4. But since then, Rhodes and Ben Mike have resisted stoutly. Mike has cracked a couple of boundaries off short balls from Morris, and Morris has been replaced by Dylan Pennington at the New Road end, and Pennington comes in and bowls his first ball of a new spell to Mike, and it's a wide-ish outside the off stump, and swinging away a little bit after it's gone past the batsman and taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. So 69 for 4, 34 runs added since lunch, and Dylan Pennington seeking a breakthrough for Worcestershire this afternoon. He's in, he bowls, and Mike is forward, steering this down on the offside. D'Oliveira fields at backward point, and there's no run. Lovely September afternoon at New Road. Quite a few spectators gathered in this stand immediately behind the section of the Basil D'Oliveira stand immediately behind where the pitch is situated, and then the crowd sort of thins out as you go either side away from that group, and then most of the spectators gathered underneath the hotel, where the sun is probably best enjoyed, as Pennington moves in and bowls to Mike, who whips this one off his pads out to deep square leg. Jake Libby is the fielder there, and they take a comfortable single. Mike moving on to 22, and the total to 70 for 4, so the deficit's still 130. But a useful partnership developing between these two, currently worth 35. Worcestershire need to be patient. Bowlers just need to keep trying to get the ball into good areas and wait for a chance to come. Pennington trying to do just that, bowls, but a little bit too wide of off stump this one, and left alone by the watchful George Rhodes. 36 off 71 now, Rhodes, and off to a real flyer. He was on 24 at lunch, and 12 came off 1 over from Pennington early on in the innings. 3 drives for 4 from the ex-Worcestershire man, but he's been much more circumspect since the interval. He waits now as Pennington bowls, and he drives this time, but only to Charlie Morris, who's fielding at mid-on, so no addition that time. And Pennington, with 1 ball left to complete his 4th over, no wicket for 20 so far. He's in, bowls, and Rhodes gets 4 down to fine leg, just getting inside a ball that was over pitched and playing a neat little leg glance, a little deflection down to fine leg, using the pace of the ball. And he moves on to 40, George Rhodes, playing very well indeed. He also made 27 in the first innings, and it's now 74 for 4. At the end of that over, Ed Barnard to continue. Bowling figures then for Worcestershire in full. Leach 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16. Morris 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Pennington now 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. And Ed Barnard beginning his 3rd over. So far has conceded just 3 runs. He comes in now to bowl to Ben Mike. He bowls, and Mike is taken on the pad, and I think there would have been a big shout for LBW there, but clearly I think he got a nick on it, and the LBW shout was strangled, but looked a good one. I'm just looking at it now. Yeah, looked a good one, but he definitely got a bat on it. Goes for a little stroll, Mike, just tries to compose himself, and Barnard comes in again now and bowls to him, and this time he's got runs, but it's almost involuntarily really. 4 to 3rd man, but I think he was trying to leave that, and didn't get his bat out of the way in time, and the ball has run off the face down to 3rd man for a boundary. Yeah, he was trying to take his bat out of the way, but didn't. We saw that happen in the first innings when somebody was caught. I'm trying to think who it was that was caught at slip when they were trying to withdraw their bat. But anyway, he got 4 for it, so it's 78 for 4, and Barnard is in again to Mike, who drives firmly into the offside, and there's no runners. Jake Libby does the fielding. Yes, it was George Rhodes actually in the first innings that was out caught at slip when he was trying to leave the ball. But on that occasion, Ben Mike trying to withdraw the bat, but getting 4 runs down to third man. 78 for 4, and Barnard in again and bowls, and Mike drives up to mid-on. Just seeing a tweet from somebody that says Mitch might have to bat again after all. Well, yeah, it's funny how your mind changes, doesn't it, in the space of what, less than an hour really since we started after lunch, and yet we're all predicting an early finish, and now a little bit of a partnership, a little bit of solidity in the middle order, and we're thinking maybe they could get past 200. 78 for 4, could all change as Barnard is in and bowls, and Mike drives nicely off the back foot through the covers. That's going to go for 4. Goes to 82 for 4, and it does, the complexion of the game does change. Mike has gone to 30 with that shot, and George Rhodes is playing very well. He's on 40, and these two now have added 37, I think, for this. Actually, 47, isn't it? 47 for this 5th wicket. Probably not what was expected. Maybe there was just a bit of complacency in the Worcestershire dressing room at lunchtime. Maybe a bit of extra determination in the Leicestershire dressing room as Barnard bowls and Mike drives again aggressively and nicely, but this time doesn't get a run because it goes straight to the fielder at mid-on. Joe Leach. Ed Barnard is angry, kicks the ground in frustration, snatches his cap back as it's thrown back to him, and struts off to mid-on. I haven't done my update yet, Richard. I don't know quite why. Whether they're going to come to me a little bit late or whether they've missed me. It has been known. Anyway, it's 82 for 4, and Mike is on 30 and Rhodes on 40.
Well, this is
I think you might as well carry on. They could cut in any minute, but we'll see.
Okay. Put your finger up if you hear something I don't. 55th first class innings for George Rhodes, and his highest score is actually just 61 not out. Just six times he's passed 50, and as I say, not gone past 61. So real opportunity for him here to make a statement. Pennington is forward. Pennington is bowling to him, and Rhodes is forward. Takes a thick inside edge, runs out through the vacant square leg down towards Libby, coming in from the boundary at the deep backward square to meet the ball. Josh Baker's starting to warm up at long leg, so Joe Leach, I think, sensing that these two are looking reasonably comfortable against the seam bowling. And now may be the time just to go down a different road. Pennington is in, bowls to Mike, who is forward, working the ball out into the offside. D'Oliveira runs to his right at the point and makes the stop. So no run. 83 for 4 with that single for George Rhodes. 41 to him, 30 to Ben Mike. Pennington, none for 25 from 4.2 overs. We'll be looking just to settle into a, as he says, top of off stump rhythm. Goes in and bowls, and it's clipped in the air. One bounce over mid-wicket, and it crosses the ropes out there for beautiful piece of timing by Ben Mike. I wonder if for a second he thought he hadn't quite got enough on it, and it was going to go out towards deep square where Libby is waiting on the boundary rather than deep mid-wicket, but he got plenty of it and picks up another 4. And twice now he's been very close to picking up a 6 on that side of the ground. That was only perhaps a foot short of the ropes. Beautiful piece of timing. Mike on to 34, 87 for 4, so that is the 50 partnership with that boundary. Pennington is in, goes past the outside edge. First time we've seen that for a little while. Mike leant forward and fended at the ball as it went past, and a little bit more venom in that delivery from Dylan Pennington. his teammates approve and let him know as much. Come on, Penno. They urge. Polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt and then turns into his run. Past umpire Cook and bowls to Mike, very straight. Mike is forward. Back down the pitch. Not quite off the middle, but pretty close to it. Pennington keeps hold of it, prefers to do the polishing himself. Two slips, three slips still for Pennington bowling to Mike. Fairhead goes in and bowls. Mike defends on the back foot this time. Exactly the same result though. Back down the pitch it goes. Pennington fields in his follow through. Polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt and then throws it to his teammate Libby, I think, because it's the end of the over. 87 for 4. Mike 34, Rhodes 41. So 113 behind, or 113 short of making Worcestershire bat again. And out come the pads. We are going to see a little bit of left arm spin now. Out come the pads for the close fielders. A helmet for Ben Cox, of course. Actually, we aren't going to see too many close fielders. The 12th man brought the pads out. But although obviously Cox is going to stand up, nobody's going to be close in front of the wicket.
So Baker, I didn't think it would be long before he was introduced. Just a bit of variety as much as anything, isn't it? The Worcestershire seam attack, they are all right armers. There is a bit of a difference, I suppose, between all of them, Leach, Pennington, Morris and Barnard, but Baker, the left arm spinner, provides a very different challenge for the batsman, and he's in now and he bowls to George Rhodes, who drives his first ball into the covers. So one slip in place, then we've got backward point, man sweeping the offside boundary, extra cover and mid off, and then mid on mid wicket and short fine leg. And this next ball is driven by Rhodes past extra cover. He'll get 2. It's a good sliding stop by Libby. Thinks about coming back for 3, but he doesn't. And there is a man out on that leg side boundary as well. 89 for 4. Rhodes moves to 43. And Baker from the Diglis end again. Past umpire Adnan bowls and Rhodes drives on the offside, but this time straight to Barnard at extra cover. And there is no run. 89 for 4. Rhodes waits again as Baker is in, bowls to him, and he drives up to mid-on this time. Fielded there by Pennington. Baker is in again, bowls, and Rhodes is forward to this, and it's taken on the pad. It was Haynes at mid-on, I beg your pardon, not Pennington. Pennington's out at deep backward square. Haynes has been at slip, but when there's only one slip it tends to be Mitchell. As Baker comes in again now and bowls, and Rhodes is again forward, pushing back up to the bowler. End of an over that took again about 90 seconds. 89 for 4 at the end of it.
Over 8 plus 3. Partly a legacy of the first innings, but what a contrast this session has proven from the first, when 8 wickets fell. None so far in the afternoon session, which is now an hour old. Pennington will continue from the New Road end of the ground. 5 overs, none for 29. Beginning to look almost as though the next breakthrough, if and when it comes, will be sort of almost self-inflicted.
Yeah,
they'll have to get themselves out.
It's funny how the game's changed, isn't it?
Extraordinary, really. If Leicestershire and these two can keep concentrating, there are runs to be made. Pennington is in to Mike, who defends on the back foot, and is squared up a little bit. I think he was initially thinking in terms of whipping it away on the leg side and had to adjust. Managed to do so. There is nobody in front of square on the leg side other than Libby, who's at mid-on. There's a deep backward square and a long leg. Otherwise, an exclusively offside field as Pennington is in to Mike, who's driving past Libby for 4. Lovely front foot on drive by Ben Mike. And he moves as a consequence on to 38. He says, eyeing the scoreboard, because it's usually pretty quick. There it goes, 38 of 47 balls, 93 for 4. Just 107 behind. I say just, it's still plenty. 1 wicket could easily bring another. But at the moment, Mike and Rhodes are digging in admirably as far as the Foxes are concerned. Pennington is in again to Mike, who is clipping into the leg side this time, almost straight to Josh Baker out there. Along the ground all the way on this occasion, so just the single. To Ben Mike, moves on to 39, 94 for 4. 59 the partnership is now worth. Food for thought for Joe Leach, who's taking his time to polish the ball. Umpire Cook walks in his direction as much for something to do as anything. What's the delay for now? Umpire Cook now has a chat to Ben Mike. Leach throws the ball to Dylan Pennington. No reason other than Leach taking his time to polish the ball. Pennington is in 2 Rhodes, back foot, a little bit of a leading edge, a suspicion thereof, as he looked to defend that one. Went out towards extra cover rather than back down the pitch where I think he was looking to play it. It was in the air for a few feet. Bounced a long way short of Gareth Roderick coming in from extra cover. Pennington turns. Holds the ball quite high up as he runs in and bowls. Rhodes is forward. Line and length delivery.
He holds it to a cocked wrist, isn't it, as he runs it. Exactly as he means to let it go.
It looks sort of a little bit unnatural, doesn't it? Most sort of bowlers.
Yeah, most bowlers cock their wrist as they gather.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
Think. Yeah.
Have it sort of down as they run in. Pennington is in and bowling. Rhodes again is solidly forward out into the offside it goes, picked up by Pennington in his follow through end of the over, and it's all fairly quiet out there at the moment. Baker waves at the 12th man to come and get his hat.
This is the last day of the season. The ladies' pavilion will be open to tea and cakes and tea cakes on the last day of the game. Over 60 years they've been providing the service.
Let you hear this. 60 years of cakes at the ladies' pavilion.
Just allowing our listeners to hear on the effects mic Dave Bradley's announcement that the ladies' pavilion tea and cakes are now available, and they've been providing this service for 60 years, I think he said.
Yeah.
Round of applause, biggest round of applause we've had since lunch from the crowd here at New Road. This partnership is building very nicely. 59 so far as Baker comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who is taken on the pad, not playing a shot. There's a big appeal for LBW, but umpire Hassan Adnad is not impressed. Just having a look at the replay now. Baker in. Ooh, well, it was close. It was a tough one to call, I suppose. Baker bowls, and this time Mike is leaving it again, and it's taken by umpire wicketkeeper Cox. I suppose umpire Hassan Adnan just feeling it. He wasn't sure that it had quite got enough on it to hit the stumps, that one. As Mike is forward to this one, plays straight back up the pitch to Baker, who unbelievably quickly gets through his overs if the batters are being defensive. In other words, if they're not fetching the ball back from all parts. He's in again and bowls, and Mike drives into the covers, fielded by Barnard, and returned to the bowler, who just pauses to wipe his hands in the dirt at the non-striker's end before turning now and coming in and bowling again to Mike, who chips this one back up the ground. That bottom-handed flick that he has, and Baker just gets a hand to it, takes some pace off it, and it goes to Libby at mid-off for a single. Mike goes on to 40, 95 for 4. One ball left in this over from Josh Baker, the 29th of the innings. He's in, round the wicket, bowls to Rhodes, who drives nicely up to mid-on, but fielded there by Haynes, no run. End of the over, 95 for 4. Mike has 40, Rhodes has 43. They've added 60 since lunch for this 5th wicket, and they've done it without too many alarms. A top-edged hook from each of them, but other than that, not too many problems.
Have a chat in mid-pitch. I'm sure they're saying something along those lines for themselves. Both have a real opportunity here to go on and make a really substantial score. Neither have a first-class century, for example, to their name. I've already said that Rhodes' best is 61. I think Mike's is in the late 70s as Pennington goes in and bowls to Ben Mike. I think that came off the pads as it rolled out towards square leg. Will there be a signal from Nick Cook? Yes. He lifts his left knee and then, as is his wont, does something a little bit different. He sort of mimes the shape of it. He brings his left hand up from ankle to knee and then up towards his waist, leaving no doubt that it was a leg by. 96 for 4. Pennington looks at the ball, tosses it from hand to hand, and grasps it in that upright style we were talking about in his previous over. In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, who's beaten on the outside edge. As an appeal for a catch behind. No, says umpire Cook. And in fairness, Pennington's appeal, I'm pretty sure was delayed then. Cox sort of took off with it. He raised his right hand, but I don't think it was a sort of genuine appeal. I think it was ooh, that was close, and then suddenly realised that Cox was giving it the works and joined in the shout. So a couple of shouts in the last couple of overs, which might just put a little element of doubt in the batsmen's minds as Pennington is in, outside of stump, steered in the air for a few feet, but wide of D'Oliveira, down towards wide third man. Good work down there. Means that it is going to be just 2 instead of the 4 that might otherwise have been the case. Fielder running around from sort of conventional third man towards sort of wide position, had about 15 yards to make up to get to the ball. Did so. Mike has to settle. Sorry, Rhodes has to settle for, in fact, just the 1 in the end. Thought he picked up a couple. Pennington is in to Ben Mike, goes back, defends the delivery, out towards wide-ish, mid-on. Libby has to run around to his right to field from mid-on towards mid-wicket, and so comfortable single for the Leicestershire all-rounder. Moves on to 41, 98 for 4. You would have got longish odds on Leicestershire getting to 100 without losing another wicket when they went in for lunch on 35 for 4. And I have to admit, not least from myself, but these two have acquitted themselves with considerable determination. Pennington is in to Rhodes again. Not entirely convincing as he comes forward, hits quite high up on the bat. As he was looking to turn it into the leg side, it went fairly straight back down the wicket. 98 for 4 remains the score. Pennington is in. Rhodes leaves outside off stump. Brisk delivery from Pennington, but it was too wide, and Rhodes can whip the bat out of the line of the ball. Let it go through to Cox behind the stumps. End of the over. Pennington 7 overs. He has sort of settled into a little bit more rhythm, a more accurate spell, a more accurate few overs from him after 3 or 4 slightly loose, well, 3 in his first spell and a couple at the start of this were a little bit looser. He walks away to the square leg boundary, puts on his cap.
Josh Baker to start a new over from the Diglis end. Comes in now and bowls to Mike, who is forward, pushing out into the colours, fielded by Barnard. Yeah, good partnership from these two. Not what anybody expected, I think, but a suggestion that the pitch is maybe not quite got the demons in it that some of the top order batsmen might have thought, as Mike gets a single, pushing this one out square on the offside, and moving on to 42, and the total to 99 for 4.
The Mike's best is 74, so they've both got a real chance.
They've got a real chance, haven't they? George Rhodes been very good today. Waits now as Baker bowls, and he drives this into the covers where Barnard fields. There's no run. 44 off 89. He got a flyer, but didn't let that go to his head, didn't get carried away, and hasn't been bothered by being a little bit more pegged back since the lunch interval. Just pushes this one out on the offside. 99 for 4, so 101 the deficit. But Leicestershire looking a lot healthier than they were at lunch. As Baker bowls, Rhodes works this one away on the onside, and there's no run as it's fielded by Gareth Roderick at mid-wicket. And 1 ball left in Baker's 3rd over. He comes in now and bowls to Rhodes, who is forward, pushed out on the onside, bit of bat in it, I think. End of the over. Disappointingly long time for Baker to deliver that one. 1 minute 44 seconds.
Oh, he's slipping
over, and we're going to have a little drinks break, I think. 99 for 4. Worcestershire should be a bit disappointed with the afternoon in that they haven't got any more wickets, but at the same time, nor have they let Leicestershire get away. It's just been, well, attritional cricket, hasn't it, from Ben Mike and George Rhodes, who have both played pretty well.
They deserve a drink, which they're getting from Gavin Griffiths. 50 overs remain in the day. Alright. That's what it says. Must be right. Feels as though it should be a few less than that.
31 gone in this innings, that's 81. Well, it was 81 when they started the innings, yeah.
Fair enough.
So yeah, we've got 18 more to go before we can have a cup of tea. We're certainly going to still be here for the evening session.
It's looking that way at the moment. As you say, you never quite know what may happen, but could yet see Daryl Mitchell again with pads on and bat in hand out there in the middle of New Road. I hope those stats that have been detailed on that lovely sort of presentation picture that's handed to him don't need updating. We'll have that back, Daryl, at the end of this.
Mike Andrews has just tweeted me and says it would be good if we need just 5 or 10 to win, and I just replied to Mike, good or horrible.
We said it yesterday, didn't we?
Pessimist in me. It would be horrible if you needed 5 to win and you went out and got out, wouldn't it?
Would he take strike? Would he? Daryl Mitchell, do you think in those circumstances always takes first ball, does he?
So, yeah.
A long way to go.
99 for 4.
Perhaps it's in the stars. Pennington to continue. I probably better go and get ready for my update, actually. It's almost past.
Yeah, okay. I'll carry on. Pennington, after the drinks break then, going to bowl to Ben Mike. He's in, he bowls, and Mike is on the back foot, pushing out into the covers. Fielded by Barnard. No, fielded by Roderick. In fact, Barnard's down at third man, and there's no run. So 99 for 4. Bowling figures, not worth going through those. Leach 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16. Morris 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Barnard just 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Baker 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4 so far, and here's Pennington in his 8th over, bowling to Mike, who plays defensively back up the pitch. 99 for 4. Worcestershire being held up in this afternoon session, made to wait, made to work, made to be patient, and that's what they need to be. That's how you win 4-day games, not always in a hurry, but by being patient and professional and sticking to your disciplines. Pennington in bowls, and Mike pushes defensively up to mid-on where Libby fields, and again there is no run. So 49 overs left after this in the day. That'll be 17 before tea. It could be quite a late finish if Leicestershire can hold out and build past that 200, give Worcestershire something to chase in the second innings of this game, which we all thought at lunch was heading towards an early conclusion. Pennington is in, bowls, and Mike drives nicely off the back foot for 4 through the covers. Lovely shot from Ben Mike. He goes on to 46. He's overtaken George Rhodes, and he's played a very nice hand in this Leicestershire second innings since he came to the crease immediately after the lunch interval. It was all so different this morning when those first 4 wickets fell in a bit of a clatter for the visitors, and they were 35 for 4 at lunch. But good recovery. Rhodes the glue that's holding it together, and Mike a little bit more aggressive. 46 off just 62 balls. Joe Leach is now just asking umpire Nick Cook to have a look at the ball. Always worth trying to change a ball if you haven't picked up a wicket for a while. And Nick Cook is going to take it over to his colleague Hassan Adnan to see if he's got a gauge to put it through. Well, after an excellent morning, Worcestershire have been frustrated since lunch, and Leicestershire building a pretty good recovery. They were in all sorts of trouble at the lunch interval on 35 for 4 after Joe Leach had struck 3 times in quick succession, and Charlie Morris once to reduce the Leicestershire second innings to tatters, really. But it's been held together by former Worcestershire batsman George Rhodes. He's still there on 44, and he's found a staunch ally in Ben Mike, the Leicestershire number 6, who's played extremely well so far. Just hit Dylan Pennington beautifully through the covers off the back foot for a boundary, and as I speak just hammers another one off Pennington through mid-wicket to bring up his 50. So an excellent effort from Mike, 50 off 63 balls, and Leicestershire moving on to 107 for 4, trailing now by just 93. Rhodes on 44, and Worcestershire struggling to find a breakthrough in this afternoon session. Good shot from Ben Mike to bring up that 50. He's played really well, and well, in sight now, as Richard Ray was saying, of a career best, which could well come shortly. His 50 coming then off 63 deliveries, and he hit 10 fours in that, so that's an indication of how he's put the bad ball away, Ben Mike, and he's made a really good effort of this afternoon session in partnership with George Rhodes. So Mike on 50, Rhodes on 44, and the partnership is now worth 72, and Leicestershire are 107 for 4, and they're trailing now by just 93, and the whole complexion of the game appears to have changed. Dylan Pennington just going off for a bit of treatment, having got his hand on that very firm straight drive off the last ball of the over from Ben Mike.
I've been trying to explain to Radio Lessons FM listeners why the game should have changed apparently so dramatically during the lunch interval, but change it has, as Josh Baker is in 2 Rhodes, who's driving without really timing the ball. He indicates as much with a wave of his hands. It was stopped by Baker in his follow through. Fango Fox thinks Leicestershire should be really attacking Baker, but well, I wouldn't change the way they're playing at the moment. Baker goes in, back goes Rhodes and cuts, but it bounces out towards D'Oliveira at the backward point.
That's an odd way of looking at things, if you don't mind me saying so. Why would they be better suited attacking him?
Back goes Rhodes, defends that one. May have been the arm ball, came on to him a little bit, dropped it out into the on side. He doesn't think there's a threat.
He's bowling with great control, and yeah, not really offering many opportunities.
Baker is in, down the wicket goes Rhodes and does drive, but he's timed it really nicely along the ground all the way through the covers and out to deep extra cover for 4. So perhaps he's heard the vibes from down under, and he decides he is going to go down the wicket and attack Josh Baker, who's got his hands on his hips, having been punched away through the covers for 4. Got to the pitch of it, didn't he, and made it into a half volley. Moves on to 48, 111 for 4 Leicestershire. Rhodes twiddles the bat in hand as Baker is in, bowls to him. He's forward in defence. Back up the pitch to Josh Baker. There's no run. 65, 75, 76 the stand is now worth. Baker is in. Rhodes leaves outside off stump. Frank thinks that attacking shot from Rhodes should be more of them, but well, he's picking and choosing his deliveries, and he's playing very, very well.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you, Richard. I wouldn't change anything. Yeah, they've played so well since lunch, and why change? Just keep going, and if they can take this partnership on to 150, something like that, get past that 200, who knows what this game might hold. We all think we know, and you base your judgments on your experience and what's happened in the past and what you think will happen, but the game surprises you again and again, and I doubt there's anybody in the ground who thought at lunchtime that we'd be coming back tomorrow, really, when Leicestershire had crashed to 35 for 4. But if they were to get through this entire afternoon session without losing a wicket, then we'd all be
rebooking hotels.
We'd all be rebooking. Yeah, absolutely. No, we'd all be saying once again the game has surprised us, which is what happens, isn't it? Ed Barnard from the New Road End has been introduced into the attack to replace Pennington, and he bowls. His first ball is outside the off stump and left alone by Ben Mike, whose 50 came off 63 balls with as many as 10 fours. And the shot with which he brought up his 50 just about summed up his innings. And although my earlier observation about the sort of batsman he appears to be to me was disproved by the stats, it has been the way that he's gone about things today, hasn't it? He's been bristling with determination and positivity, I think, since he's been out there. Waits now as Barnard comes in and bowls, and he drives again very nicely through the offside, and he'll get 4 runs. Didn't time it perfectly, but he really split the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and that has raced away to the boundary. So another boundary to Mike. He moves on to 54, and it's 115 for 4. And mentally, Daryl Mitchell already beginning to change his mind and think I might have to bat again after all. This one is allowed through by Mike outside the off stump to Ben Cox.
Paul Nixon talks about mother cricket, respecting mother cricket.
Big Steve Rhodes expression as well, mother cricket. Never disrespect the game.
Never think you know it.
Never think you know what's going to happen. Absolutely right. Barnard is in, bowls, and forward comes Mike and pushes out on the offside. Yeah, we talked about that. I think it was earlier this season when Jake Libby spent the entire game on the field at Chelmsford, and then got a first baller in the next game. So we thought that was a demonstration of mother cricket, making sure you don't get too big for your boots. Barnard away from us again, bowls to Mike outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there's no run. This partnership then is now worth 80, and all of those runs have come in this afternoon session. 80 runs without a wicket, and we've still got another 15 overs after this in this session, so it's going to be a long afternoon in the sunshine for the Worcestershire players, who I bet when they gathered up at that Diglis end to do that presentation to Daryl Mitchell at the start of the lunch interval thought we might not be here after tea for very long. Barnard bowls, pushed out to Baker at mid-wicket, end of the over, and they are still there, and they will still be there after tea, I think, barring something extraordinary, and it's mainly because of this excellent partnership between Ben Mike on 54 and George Rhodes on 48.
Joe Leach has carried comfortably the greatest threat among the Worcestershire seamers in this game. Just wonder whether he'll hold himself back until potentially after tea, or whether he'll have another little burst before then. For the moment, Josh Baker will continue. He's only conceded 8 from his first 4 overs, so he's not losing control of the scoreboard, Leach, and will be quite okay with Baker. He has had one decent shout for leg before against Ben Mike, turned down, not playing a shot. Baker spins the ball from hand to hand, grasps it in his left hand as Rhodes settles on 48, goes in and bowls. Rhodes defends on the front foot, back down the pitch to the young left armour. Just Mitchell at slip as a close catcher as he bowls. Forward goes Rhodes, and there is a very wooden sound, but the appeal was for leg before, but there was a sign from umpire Adnan that he'd hit it, so it did sound very wooden first, but I suppose the appeal might have been on the basis it was pad before bat. In goes Baker, bowls. Rhodes drives out into the off side, fielded at mid-off. There's no run. 100 balls faced, 101 now for George Rhodes, which, given the speed with which he started, indicates how hard he's had to work. He's defends that one on the front foot, back down the wicket to Baker. Umpires have been very consistent in this game. They've been hard to convince. Baker bowls, and he cuts nicely and late, rocks back, cuts it down to find third man. No chance for D'Oliveira, and that is George Rhodes' 50. Well batted by the former Worcestershire man. His 52 has come off 103 balls.
103 balls for George Rhodes, 50.
1-6, and didn't quite hear how many fours that was. 8 with that shot, so he has followed Mike past that little landmark, albeit he's taken a rather more deliveries. Forward he goes to that one from Baker, back down the pitch it goes to the left armour. 119 for 4 Leicestershire. They continue to do an excellent job of repairing the wreckage, really, or building from the wreckage, if you like, because there was no sort of foundation at all laid by the top order. 35 for 4, the game looked almost in its final knockings, really, but Mike and Rhodes have given Leach and Worcestershire plenty to think about.
Yeah, they have. They've played really well. I think you can't take it away from them, whatever your colours. Credit where it's due. George Rhodes, I think in particular, has been unflappable out there, which is not easy when you're playing against your former teammates. Barnard in to Mike. Lets this one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. 119 for 4 it remains. Great burst from Joe Leach at the start of this innings. Looked a real threat, as you were saying, Richard. Probably, to be fair, looked more threatening than any other bowler in the game in both innings, with due respect to Chris Wright. But it looks a different game now, as Barnard is in and bowls, and Mike drives nicely into the covers. And there's no run. But it's all about patience. Winning a 4-day game is not something that very often happens in short order. You have to be patient. You have to go through these periods in a game and maintain focus. Stick to your disciplines. And, you know, as we saw before lunch, a couple of wickets go down in the space of 2 or 3 balls and the whole game changes. And that could still happen. It's Barnard in. Bowls to Mike, who lets that go outside the off stump, and there's no run, but it's a good effort from Mike, and these two are both now realistically in sight of career bests.
Oh, absolutely. They've got to think in those terms, really. I think they have to think 3 figures, really.
Yeah.
This is a huge opportunity for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just emphasises, I think, what a good pitch this is, you know, because just when you think it possibly difficult to bat on it, a partnership forms. Barnard in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Mike, taken by Cox, no run.
One of the phrases Callum Parkinson used yesterday when I spoke to him was that it's a bit of a new ball pitch. So there's something there with the new hard ball. I mean, this ball is only, what, 35? Going on for 36 overs old, but you're going to have to be patient.
But even then, you sometimes that's in the mind of the batsman, isn't it? You know, you put a partnership like this together, and you say to each other, you know, it's not such a new ball anymore. We're beginning to get on top. It's a psychological thing. That's another lovely drive by Ben Mike, over pitch from Barnard, not quite a full half volley, and just beautifully driven through extra cover. It looked like a little clip from a coaching video. This is how you play the cover drive. Just leaned into it, high left elbow, foot to the pitch, and a little bit of room, foot not too close to the ball, so the bat has time to swing through, and he just pinged it away through extra cover. Lovely shot from Mike. 58 now to him, 123 for 4. Barnard is in again and bowls, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Leicestershire continue to thrive in the afternoon sunshine. Excellent partnership now between these two. Came together when the score was 35 for 4, and since lunch they've taken it on to 123 for 4.
What this will also be doing will one assumes, rather be stealing the resolve of those who are to come as well. If the wickets had continued to fall after lunch, then you just wonder how it would have affected the likes of Bates and Barnes as they come in. If the rest can't do it, maybe we can't either, but they're seeing Mike and Rhodes playing so solidly, they'll be feeling, well, we can surely do the same. At the moment, they're not required to do so. They're sitting watching as Rhodes and Mike continue towards a century partnership. A bit of ground to go to get to that point. Another 12 runs will do it. 88 it's worth then. He's going to go over the wicket. Baker bowls to Rhodes, who is forward. Consequently, Leach has gone a little finer. Sort of short, fine leg. Halfway up from the boundary. As Baker goes in and bowls, Rhodes goes back. Has to hurry a little bit as it stays perhaps a touch lower than he thought it was going to, on the back foot. He comes down on it just in time. Baker, looking older than his years, cups his chin in his hand for a moment. He is in and bowling. Rhodes leads, kicks it away, which is reasonably safe. Which he's reasonably safe to do, with Baker bowling that line from around the wicket. Back down the pitch it goes. More often he does that, and Baker will be more likely to go back round. He does play at that one, pushing it out into the offside off the front foot. Picked up by Bernard on the matting that covers that wicket that's going to be used for the club game, we think.
Yep. Games.
Games. Beg your pardon.
3, I think.
Baker is in, comes off the pad and bounces into the hands of Mitchell at slip. Not playing a shot at that one. Rhodes. Baker is in, bowls, and a little bit late on that one, Rhodes, and leans forward, and it bounces down and is taken by Mitchell at slip. Pango not convinced that Baker has turned a delivery yet. I don't think, in fairness, that Parkinson did turn too many.
Baker
turned it in the first innings, yeah, absolutely did, including in his very first over. But the pitch has settled down. But it's not just about turn, is it? It's about flight and guile and the situation of the game and blah-de-de-blah. So he's young, but he's accurate and he has control. 123 for 4.
Since Baker's come into the team, we've seen a lot less of Brett D'Oliveira with the ball. And yet, prior to Baker's arrival, he had done a pretty good job. Not a big spinner of the ball either, but again, bowls with a bit of control. And had on occasions picked up quite important wickets this year. Just seen him in deep conversation with Daryl Mitchell and Joe Leach.
Yeah, 15 of them actually.
Yeah, wondering if they might be hatching some sort of plan. I think D'Oliveira's been possibly underbowled a bit in the last few weeks. Barnard it is to continue from the New Road end to bowl to Ben Mike, who stands up tall on this one, doesn't really move his feet much, just turns it away onto the onside where Baker fields. Yeah, and he'd done a good job, you know, he'd been just come in when he was the only spinner in the side, come in at various times and just held one end, kept one end quite tight for a while. 123 for 4. Barnard again, he's in and bowls. Mike's taken on the pad and he's out. He's playing it away on the leg side, missed it, and big shout for LBW, and umpire Nick Cook says, yep, you're on your way. Mike looks a bit surprised. I haven't seen a replay yet, just having a look at it now. And yeah, looks a good shout to me.
It looked a slightly lazy shot, not lazy, but tired or careless.
Then Mike will be frustrated. He played really well and an outstandingly good partnership, but the game suddenly changes. Talked about patience, talked about the need for Worcestershire to just stick to their disciplines and wait for the breakthrough, and it has come with the score on 123. So it's 123 for 5, and that partnership was worth 118, wasn't it?
No, 88.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, 88, 118. Talk about your maths.
No.
88. Yeah, I was an English teacher. 88. Really good. I think I must have got the 100 in my mind because they both got 50. But George Rhodes still there on 52. And that was a very, very good partnership. 88 runs all added in the afternoon session. But Ed Barnard making the breakthrough.
Didn't look like it was coming, did it? And he just played across the line.
That's the way. When you say that, it didn't look like it was coming. That's it, isn't it? That's why teams have to be so determined and professional.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make it happen. And now, you know, if they pick up another 1 or 2, well, we've got 12 overs till tea. Now they pick up another 1 or 2. Then again, you know, Mother Cricket starts to tell us not to try and predict too much. The new batsman is Sam Bates, the wicketkeeper, left-hander, who's on a pair.
In his first class fixture.
First class game. He wouldn't be the first player to get a pair in his first class game, and he won't be the last if it happens, but he'll be very keen to get off the mark. Tallish man, as we said, for a wicket keeper.
He's
Somebody
22
just
years
waving
old.
to me. I don't know who that was, but I waved back very friendlily. He looked as though he knew me.
It was his birthday only last week.
Sam Bates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
22 years old.
And he's got his fans in Australia. We know that from
We do.
earlier in the game.
They'll be nervous now.
As Barnard comes in, bowls to him, and he... well, he's not got a pair, but he nearly got a pair. He's got 4 runs off the inside edge.
That was close.
Flew past the stumps. It could easily have gone back onto the stumps. He just kind of prodded at it outside the off stump, but down to the boundary it goes, and he'll be a relieved man now. Horrible, horrible thing to get a pair.
That was very close, but maybe that's the bit of luck that he needs to get on his way.
Absolutely. 127 for 5. He looks up at the board and sees 4 off 1. Doesn't say where it went. Barnard bowls, and he leaves this one outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox. So 1 man out in the afternoon. Then in this over, Ben Mike, LBW to Ed Barnard for 58. Good innings, and in all he faced 78 balls and he hit 12 fours. He wasn't scampering up and down very much. There's been a high proportion of boundaries in this innings. Ed Barnard from the New Road end again in bowls, and Bates tucks this one round the corner off his pads and comes back quickly for 2. He's got quite a sort of ungainly running style, but he's quick enough. Gets between the wickets backwards and forwards pretty quickly, and he goes on to 6, and it's 129 for 5.
Samuel David Bates, born in Leicester. A local boy in every sense of the word, albeit with a fan club down under.
Here's Barnard in to Bates, who is dropped, is he, behind the stumps by Ben Cox. Certainly looks like it, yeah, from everybody else's. That was a quick one. That fizzed a bit, but it was definitely put down, I think. Barnard head in hands. Everybody else was getting ready to celebrate. And, well...
Was it a little inside edge?
Yeah,
he was moving to his right, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cox.
Got a text from Mr. Fitzroy here, who I don't know whether he's part of the Australian crowd, but he says, the young bloke Sam Bates will go on to great things. I had the privilege of bumping him mercilessly in the nets in Australia. You sound like a nice teammate. Anyway, he got away with it. 129 for 5. And Bates escapes. He's on 6.
Nicholas has tweeted from Australia as well, as in goes Baker and bowls. Rhodes is forward and there's no run. The boys here in Melbourne, he says, are laughing away at that first ball French cut and now dropped. So his luck really has changed. Baker is in to Rhodes, who's reaching for that one a little bit, but reaching it successfully, pushing it out towards backward point, taking 1, bringing Bates down to face Baker for the first time. Baker dismissed him in the first innings, so hopefully he will have learned from that. Paul Nixon says that in the nets he's played spin, and obviously in the second team as well, he's played spin pretty well. Well, he's got a short leg and a slip in. Worcestershire sensing a real opportunity. It's a very open stance. He's down the wicket, prodding very nervously at it, and had that gone to short leg and he'd flicked the ball at the stumps, he would have been out. There, Bates, he is a little bit all over the place at the moment. His heart is clearly racing. That very open stance as Baker goes in, bowls to him, he tries to drive, get a thick inside edge, it trickles back up the pitch, and this is well, you kind of feel for the boy at the moment. He is nervous out there, and it is showing. Just needs to settle down. Baker is in, and he is forward to that one. Big stride, defending that one out into the offside. Foxy Phil has tweeted from the D'Oliveira stand, not sure Bates is going to last too long on this evidence. Well, he might just settle down. He's been lucky so far in the innings. Perhaps that's the break he needed. Baker is in, bowls to it, bounces up and off the glove and down, and it doesn't quite reach short leg. Somehow, and I'm not absolutely sure how, Sam Bates has survived that over. He goes down and touches gloves with George Rhodes, but after the assurance really with which Mike and Rhodes were comporting themselves throughout the first part of the afternoon, a whole different feel. The match has changed again. This is one of the brilliant things about long form cricket, isn't it? About red ball cricket, that it just goes up and down, in and out, changes all the time.
I think the other thing is, Bates, he's obviously a decent batter. They wouldn't be sending him in as high as this, and we've heard from people from his club in Australia that he is, and you've had Paul Nixon telling you that he is. Ed Barnard in from the New Road End bowls. Rhodes leaves, taken by Cox, and I've no reason to doubt that at all. But it just shows you what a bit of nerves can do. A few nerves, a bit of pressure. He really has looked, and he's come in, he's on a pair, he's nicked it for 4, then he's been dropped, and then against Josh Baker, he's just needed to just calm down, just stick to what he knows works, let the ball come, play straight. Just looked a bit mentally scrambled in that over as Barnard bowls, and this one is steered down on the offside by George Rhodes, who's been anything but mentally scrambled actually in this innings so far. He's conducted himself extremely impressively, I think. He's been very calm. It's never easy playing against your old team, but he's been very calm. He got a bit of a flyer and didn't allow that to make him get carried away, and he's played very solidly throughout the afternoon session. Barnard is in, and he goes back and plays back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. So just 1 wicket for Worcestershire in this afternoon session so far. 9 overs left in the session after this, and that 1 wicket, that of Ben Mike, LBW to this bowler Ed Barnard, for a very, very good 58 made off 78 balls with 12 boundaries. Barnard comes in again now to bowl to George Rhodes, who lets that go through outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ben Cox. So 130 for 5. At lunch it was 35 for 4. Barnard in again, bowls outside the off stump. Rhodes leaves, taken by Cox. It was 35 for 4, and we were all expecting that, well, not only that we might not go to the 4th day, but we might not go to the 3rd session today. But and I think that was a realistic expectation given the way those wickets tumbled. 35 for 4 in just 12 overs. But Mike and Rhodes put paid to those sort of ideas with that partnership, as Barnard is in and bowls outside the off stump to Rhodes, left alone, taken by Cox. End of the over from Ed Barnard. 7 overs from him so far. 1 for 25 his figures, with 1 maiden, that over that he's just bowled. Josh Baker 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. And the successful bowlers, Joe Leach 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16, and Charlie Morris 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 29. Well, we've still got about 9 overs to go before the tea interval here, and Leicestershire have made a very good spirited fight back in this afternoon session. They've lost only 1 wicket. At lunch they were reeling at 35 for 4, still 165 runs behind Worcestershire, but a fine partnership of 88 for the 5th wicket between Ben Mike, who was dismissed just a few minutes ago, LBW to Ed Barnard for 58, and former Worcestershire batsman George Rhodes, who's on 53, saw them through to 120 23 before that 5th wicket fell. 7 runs added since then. Wicketkeeper Bates is on 6. Rhodes still there on 55, and Leicestershire still trailing by 70 are 130 for 5. As Baker bowls to Bates, who is hit on the pad by a ball that turns in from outside off stump. Big share for LBW, turned down by umpire Hassan Adnan, I think suggesting that that one was just doing a bit too much, but Baker has got Bates in a bit of a pickle at the moment, and he comes in now to bowl to him again, and Bates goes for the sweep shot and just gets a bit of bat on it, and it runs away to short fine leg where Leach fields, but Bates at the moment needs just to settle, you feel, from a Leicestershire point of view. Big wide stance, waits as Baker comes in and just sort of prods this one out on the offside. Very late decision to play it. He looks a bit scrambled at the moment, as I say, mentally, Bates. I'm sure he can come through it. Waits now and drives at this one outside the off stump and doesn't make contact with it, hits him on the pad and just drops down by his feet. Ben Cox scrambles from behind the stumps to get it. Bates goes for a little walk away from this crease, just trying to settle his nerves. He's again been in a bit of a pickle in this over. As Baker bowls to him and he's forward to this one, jabbing it out on the offside. A maiden from Baker, uncomfortably negotiated, it has to be said, by Bates.
Tortuously negotiated.
8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 13. Bates 6, Rhodes 53, and Rhodes goes down and just says, well done, you got through it, keep going, don't give it away, that's the important thing, it'll get easier. You've just got to stick with it, but big shout there, and it was quite close, that one that hit him on the pads. Anyway, end of the over, 130 for 5.
And Nicholas tweets again from Melbourne. Don't worry about Mr. Fitzroy bowling bouncers at Sam Bates. He says he bowls left arm, very, very ordinary, quote, at half rat power. So presumably that is an Australian expression which means not very fast.
He's sending a tweet to the other side of the world thinking he'd get away with it, wasn't he?
Bernard then to continue from the New Road end of the ground into Rhodes, who defends on the back foot, just angles it away through the gully down towards third man, brings Bates back into the firing line. Not quite sure how Sam Bates is still there, but still there he is. He wants to check his guard with umpire Cook, who's not watching at the moment, then just looks up, sees that Bates is asking, and he says, just a little bit away from you, touch away from you. Bates taps his gloves on his thigh, and he's ready to face. Bernard is in, bowls to him, he's playing and missing outside off stump. Just feeling for it. Goes through into the gloves of Cox, who dropped him on 6. In Bernard's previous over, off an inside edge. It went through to Cox at a reasonably comfortable height, but he was moving to his right instead of to his left, and although he got 2 gloves to it very comfortably, didn't have to dive or anything like that, down it went. Bernard turns, runs in and bowls. Bates leaves, that's better on his part. It was a little bit too wide to persuade him to play at it, but maybe, just maybe, the nerves are beginning to settle a bit. He's been an absolute cat on a hot tin roof out there the first part of his innings. Mango's not convinced yet. Down in Melbourne also. We seem to be broadcasting largely to Melbourne at the moment. Various parts thereof. In goes Bernard and bowls. Bates plays and misses and is caught at first slip. He didn't play and miss. It came off the bottom edge of the bat, and unfortunately for the young man, he just couldn't get over his nerves in the innings. It was a little bit of a jab. Took the bottom edge, flew through to Haynes. It is that first slip, and again, bearing out what Frank's been saying about Haynes, he has a good pair of hands, a safe pair of hands, and he took it low but unfussily. And where one has gone, 2 have now gone. Leicestershire 131 for 6.
Yeah, and suddenly you again start to just revise your expectations, don't you? Having seen that partnership go so serenely on, you think, oh, here we are, this is definitely going to the 4th day, and then you get a couple of wickets go down, and you think, well, we've now still got 7 overs left after this till the tea interval, and another couple of wickets before tea, and we'll be looking at wrapping it up fairly promptly. So that is what it's all about from the fielding team's point of view. Be patient, stick to your disciplines, pick up the chances when they come along, and you will eventually prevail. And as you say, Jack Haynes, yet again, a really good catch. Low down in at first slip. Well, he picked up 1, 2, 3 in the first innings, 2 at slip, 1 at short leg, so that's 5 in the game. That's not bad going for any outfielder. And I'm still giggling, and I know Jack won't mind me saying this, and if Mum and Dad Gavin and Joe are listening, they'll probably share my amusement as well, but his celebration every time he takes a catch is just brilliant. He catches it and then he goes like that as though he can't believe it.
No, he can't believe he's hung on to one.
As though he can't quite believe that he's hung on to it.
He's not looked like missing one.
No, he's caught them really, really well, but it's great to see the jubilation, and well, he's turning himself into a real good slip catcher, and long may it continue. With Daryl Mitchell retiring after this game, there's an opportunity there to spend the rest of his career there. I've always thought it's the coolest thing to be as a top order batsman and a regular slip fielder like Barry Richards or Mark Waugh or someone like that. Just stand there at slip with your collar up in the sunshine and coolly get on with it. None of this chasing and diving and sliding around.
Bernard is in 2. Barnes is a little bit late on that one, thick inside edge, then very slow, taking off for the run, but it was a good call actually by Rhodes, because Baker, being left-handed, running away to his right, really did have to pick up right-handed, then transfer it to his left, turn and throw, and Barnes made his ground comfortably. But I've been telling you about Eddie Barnes as a batsman in this game, and he can be really seriously hard to dislodge. His 80-odd not out at Somerset was a really impressive effort. And he is capable of hanging around, famous last words. In goes Bernard and bowls to Rhodes, who's turning it away to mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up 3 at least. Could be 4. Baker gets there. Good work by him. He got his right hand down with the ball was within an inch of the ropes. Flicked it back and managed just to drag it back in time. Charlie Morris completes the fielding. 3 to Josh Rhodes.
I reckon if that had been on TV, I reckon they'd have said, "Let's have a look at that." Oh, he's touching the rope while he's flicked it back, but
I think he was. I think he was just. I think he was okay. Yeah. I think it was a really good effort.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Yeah, but they'd look at it for sure.
Sometimes they're just in contact with the rope, but it was good. It was a good effort. And there again, you got an 18-year-old. That's how the game's changed. Is an 18-year-old kid running after that and thinking, "I am absolutely gonna do everything I can to reach this." People just did not do that 25 years ago. 135 for 6. Barnes on 1. Road moves on to 57 with that, and he keeps the strike. And
it made me laugh. I remember an early club game overtaking one of our senior players in a chase for the ball.
Bates, beg your pardon, Rhodes faces Baker, kicks this one away as it's delivered outside leg stump from over the wicket.
Having given him a sort of 15-yard start, and just about overtaking him to get there, but a quiet word was exchanged to the extent of "Don't do that again."
Yeah. Afterwards. Baker bowls again to Rhodes. Short leg's gone in now. That's Haynes who's gone in there under the lid, hoping to pick up his 6th catch of the game. Baker over the wicket to Rhodes, bowls, and Rhodes is back and steering this one out on the offside for a single. Goes to 58. He's played really well, I think, George Rhodes. That's been
within 3 of his first-class best.
Credit where it's due. He's played really, really well. Seized the opportunity, having come into the side, and he's got another year to go on his contract, I know. But if he gets 100 here, then he's sending out a strong message, I think.
Yes.
136 for 6, and Baker now faces Barnes faces Baker, and Baker decides to go round the wicket, and Barnes is forward and pushing this back up the pitch to the bowler.
Barnes is scores. Let me find them.
Again, Baker round the wicket to Barnes. Bowls. Barnes is beaten, and there's a very good bit of work by Ben Cox. Beaten down the leg side. Cox whips the bails off, but he hadn't gone anywhere. There was no foot movement. Nick Cook kind of, he sort of walks with a slight limp, doesn't he? Just well, maybe it's just we'll be generous and say that he's got a slightly aging gait, and he just trudges in from his position at cover point. But Ben Cox saves him the trouble and puts the kit back together himself. Back goes Bates, pushes this one out on the offside. End of the over from Baker, 136 for 6. 6 overs till the tea interval, and the deficit remains at 64.
Just Ed Barnes at 83 not out, that at Somerset off 165 balls, 70 not out in the home match against Kent, also 22 not out in that game. He is a hard man. He can be a hard man to extract. That said, I think Baker bowling at him is the right man from Worcestershire's point of view, as he's often the way against the obdurate tail-ender. He's probably a bit more than that. He's beginning to sort of, well, I suppose it's slightly dangerous when they start unveiling shots and deciding that they can play a little bit. Bernard is in to Rhodes, who is beaten outside off stump, and the ball did so much that I thought it had taken the edge. Cox took it almost in front of first slip. Did that swing, or was that just bounce? I'd love to see. Wait for the replay on that one and just squeeze it in. It swung late. Played down the wrong line. So there was a bit there. They didn't change the ball, did they, when they put it through the hoops? In goes Bernard and bowls onto the legs of Rhodes, turned firmly out to deep mid-wicket, where young Baker is waiting. Single taken. Rhodes, that obviously has to be the case, happy to give Ed Barnes the strike. Barnes on a single. Rhodes on to 59 now. I'm sure he's well aware what his first class best is.
Oh yeah.
I would love to beat it here, that is for sure. Barnard is in and bowls to Barnes, who goes back, and a big puff of dust as the ball hits the used pitch 2 pitches away before rolling towards D'Oliveira at backward point. No run. 63 needed by Leicestershire to make Worcestershire bat again. 4 wickets for Worcestershire to complete an innings victory. Barnard turns, runs in and bowls. Barnes is flicking away at the ball down the leg side, thumps into the pad. Was it an inside edge onto the pad? No, but the ball was going down the leg side, says Nick Cook. Not literally, but just simply by turning to the scorers and indicating it was a leg by. So no bat involved, but there was no appeal from Barnard in fairness. Although Cox's was so, an animal cry from his issued from his gullet there. He got very excited. He was the only man. As Barnard turns and bowls. Bounce, good one as well, and well played in a way by Rhodes. Got in position to hook it away, pulled out of it. It was a little bit down the leg side, pulled out of the shot. Reminds me of that James Herriot story when he was in the RAF and during the war, and doing all these, the PT and the well, this might ring a bell, this might strike a chord with you as a PE, having been part of your remit for some time. As Barnard turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump and left by Rhodes. But he said the PT instructor, they had them all, they were doing an inspection and doing drills for inspection and PT, all these men in their white singlets, hundreds of them, doing a series of sort of 10 exercises in perfect unison. And he said, and then somebody at the end said, this is what we're going to do after the last exercise. Everybody's going to leap in the air, huge cry of anger to put, fear into the god of the enemy, and we all run off the square. Okay, right. And he said it. He said, in fairness, it was brilliant in practice. We all did it fantastically. He said there was one lad who couldn't really get into it. He said, and just a sort of really feeble cry. And he said the fitness sergeant was really, look, come on, you've got to put your body and soul into this shout. Just let you talk about this.
Baker, first ball of the new over bowls to Barnes, who pushes out on the onside.
Yes, Sarge, I'll really try, Sarge, said this lad. And he said, come the day, he said, and he said, the brass ranks there, all in their medals watching. He said, it went beautifully. He said, at the end of the 9th exercise, this lad exploded from the ranks with a huge cry. Of course, he counted wrong.
Yeah.
And he said, from then on, the last exercise was complete shambles. Yeah. He said, men are falling down laughing. He said, he couldn't get anything out himself. And he said they couldn't. He said the instructor. He said he couldn't even. They weren't even allowed to swear at him. He said, "You thing, you."
Excellent. The story I like about James Herriot, from my own personal point of view, is how he decided on the name James Herriot.
Oh, the footballer.
Yeah, because you probably remember him. I certainly do. Because when I was a boy, although I never really supported them, the nearest club to where I lived and the easiest to get to on the train was Birmingham City. And so I went to see Birmingham City. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, anybody, because changes to the field and pads being brought out. And I went to see Birmingham City a lot in the 60s and early 70s. And the first year or two that I went there, their goalkeeper was Jim Herriot, Scottish international, who had a particularly good game on a televised night one night when the writer, whose proper name I can't remember, was looking for a pen name, and he saw this game and thought, there we go,
Jim White.
I'll choose James Herriot. There you are. And he did. And the other thing I remember about James Herriot, which is really bizarre, and there might be some ageing listener who might be able to confirm this. I am certain of it, yeah, but in floodlit games he used to put mascara under his eyes, like Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul used to do. Jim Herriot used to do that when he played in floodlit games. First sportsman I ever saw wearing mascara.
The American, was it the baseball hitters sometimes wear it, don't they? Sort of black stripe under each on each cheekbone. We're
back anyway. We're back in action here with two close fielders now, one on either side of the pitch under the helmet with pads on and gloves on and everything else. Well, not gloves, but pads and boxes. And this next one from Baker is pushed wide of the fielder at silly point. Got a short leg in and a slip as well. As Baker comes in and bowls, and Barnes is forward pushing back up the pitch to the bowler.
He was a huge Sunderland fan, James Herriot. Or Jim White,
right.
the vet in Thirsk.
In comes Baker again and bowls, and this one is driven by Barnes up to mid-on, Leach the fielder, and there's no run. God, how do we get onto sportsmen wearing mascara? Things we cover on these commentaries. Bizarre. Baker bowls again, and Barnes is back and plays that. That's a proper late cut, isn't it? Absolute a back cut, as they used to call it when I was a boy. Goes back, plays it really late, almost past the stumps, when he just slides it down past slip for a boundary. His first. He goes to 5, and it's 142 for 6. And Daryl Mitchell under the sun hat at slip. Not often seen under a sun hat, usually wears a green cap. Is now thinking, maybe I will have one more bat. Baker bowls. Barnes pushes this back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 142 for 6 at the end of it. And 4 overs left till the tea interval. Road still there on 59.
It all came from Ben Cox's appeal, basically, a few overs ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Just
now
cry. I think of that story, I can see Ben Cox featuring in it. Brett D'Oliveira coming to
you talked about it.
Not before time, in my opinion.
And judging by the applause, the crowd are in sympathy with your sentiments. He's going to come on at the new road end in place of Ed Barnard. Barnard did a good job.
Yeah, he did.
Bernard did a good job. He made the breakthrough, and in fact he picked up
9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31.
2 wickets. Then Mike, and then the nervous young Sam Bates. Ed Barnes, I'm sure, will not have faced a bowler of the likes of Brett D'Oliveira, who is in, and it's a full toss actually. Rhodes will have faced him, I'm sure, on numerous occasions in the nets, but he just pushes that low full toss out to Morris, who's at mid-on. I beg your pardon, to Baker, who's at mid-on. D'Oliveira is in, he's driving. Rhodes this time goes through the hands of D'Oliveira, but Leach completes the job, backing up, running behind D'Oliveira. Pretty sure we won't see Leach now until after tea, but I'm pretty sure we will see him after tea. 4 overs remain, or 3 after this one until tea. D'Oliveira is in. Rhodes is just sort of overreaching himself there rather as he went forward and was looking to clip into the leg side. Ended up pushing it along the ground out to Libby, who's at a fairly straight mid-wicket. D'Oliveira is in and bowls. Forward goes Rhodes, doesn't get to the pitch of it, but bounces up, doesn't turn, and pushed back down the wicket. 59 off 131 deliveries for Rhodes. It's been an impressive effort from the former Worcestershire man, who is waiting for that one. He's just about getting to the pitch of it, albeit it's a thick inside edge as it trickles out into the on side. No run. D'Oliveira steps in and bowls. Rhodes is driving very pleasantly, and he's threaded the gap, and that is his first class best score. It goes across the boundary in front of the hotel at wide extra cover. George Rhodes moves on to 63 not out off 133 deliveries. There's no applause. I'm just looking around to see if I can see any of the Leicestershire players up there, but I can't see them for the sort of end of the press box. But whether, I don't think he'd probably want that to be necessarily applauded. It's not high enough for a batsman of his ability, who's played as many first class innings as he has. But this is a great chance for Rhodes now to really go on and as we've been saying, make a statement. 146 for 6.
Absolutely, make 100.
Yeah.
That's what it's really all about now, I think. That's a long way to go, but he's put the foundations down. He's worked really hard. Hasn't given a chance, as far as I can remember. Baker around the wicket, bowls to Bates, pushes back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I pointed out earlier, I said earlier that we were broadcasting just to Melbourne, and of course we've now had tweets in from the rest of the world saying, "Hey, what about us?"
Baker around the wicket, bowls to Bates, who pushes to mid-wicket. Pennington does the fielding, and there's no run.
Springsteen in Italy. Simon Bailey in Montreal, Canada.
I've got a regular in Cape Cod. Don't know if he's listening. Here's Baker round the wicket, bowls to Bates, who pushes this up to Joe Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. Baker whizzing through the overs again, and with D'Oliveira on as well, we won't have too long to wait for our cup of tea. 2 overs left after this. Baker bowls, and Bates is driving, but a thickish outside edge really past Roderick, who's under the helmet at Silly Point, and Morris fields in the covers. Slip, Silly Point, short leg, 3 close fielders. Baker round the wicket, in, bowls, and Bates is forward, playing back up the pitch to the bowler. And again, there is no run, but it's been Leicestershire's afternoon. They haven't won many sessions in the game, but they've won this one, mainly thanks to George Rhodes. Here's Baker again, bowls. Bates drives out on the offside, fielded in the covers by Barnard, end of the over. Rhodes still there on 63. Barnes has 5. Josh Baker's figures now 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 18. 146 for 6 with 2 overs to go till tea.
I've told you about Ed Barnes and his soap opera predilection.
You have.
One of the things he did during lockdown, and he's promised to play it to us, he says, is write a song. So we're looking forward to hearing that at some stage on BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show and the Talking Foxes podcast.
Rob Pressler sent me a tweet. He says Jim Herriot, Birmingham goalkeeper, did indeed use boot polish under his eyes during floodlit games, having watched American football.
Yes, they did it as well, not just the baseballers, the footballers, the American footballers.
I knew he did it. And the first game I ever went to at St Andrews, he was playing, and Fred Pickering scored after 10 seconds against Portsmouth. Made a big impression on me, that, as a kid. I think it's your over, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Oliveira.
I was
pushed away on the offside.
Interested in Ed Barnes' Who's Who entries. In he goes. How are we doing? We've got a couple until tea. Oliveira is in. Fuller delivery. Rhodes has to adjust. It's quicker. Fuller delivery. Almost might have squeezed underneath the bat. Very much tea on his mind in terms of getting to the interval, George Rhodes, as Oliveira is in. He's forward again. Down the pitch on the onside. Libby jogs in to pick it up. Yeah, they've been made to work hard in this session, not least by Rhodes, Worcestershire. Oliveira bowls. Rhodes is looking to drive as he came down the pitch. Oliveira got across his crease, and seeing that Rhodes was out of his crease, flicks the ball back down the pitch to Cox. Rhodes has to retreat, keeping him honest. Oliveira is in and bowls. Rhodes defends, almost drops the ball at his own feet, and that is the end of the over. One then remains until tea, but yeah, they will regroup and have a chat during the interval, I'm sure. Worcestershire players and Joe Leach. Updates time.
Yep. Last over before tea. Should just about coincide with the update. George Rhodes on a career best. George Rhodes on a career best 63 off 139 balls. 1 over left before the tea interval. And it will be bowled by Josh Baker, and probably, knowing him, get through it pretty quickly, as is his wont. He's going to be bowling to Ed Barnes, who's on 5. 2 men out in the afternoon so far. Baker bowls, Barnes is forward, plays defensively out on the offside. Roderick fields at silly point. 2 men out in the afternoon, Mike for 58 and Bates for 6, both falling to Ed Barnard. Baker again from the Digley's end, round the wicket, bowls, Barnes forward, pushing up to mid-wicket. No run, 4 balls left then before the tea interval. And it's Baker round the wicket, bowling to Barnes, who drives up to mid-off. And there's no addition to the score. So this game has not gone perhaps as we might have expected this afternoon. As Baker bowls, Barnes, he's bowled him. Good bit of bowling from Baker. So tea will be taken. Barnes is bowled for 5 by Josh Baker. Really splendid bit of bowling by Baker. Ball just going on with the arm perhaps, a little bit quicker. And Barnes' forward push was defeated. And it's 146 for 7 at tea in the 49th over. Worcestershire still leading then by 54 runs, and they'll be hoping that they can sort this one out without the need to bat again, I think, even though it might be nice for Daryl Mitchell to have another go. Well, on the stroke of tea, Josh Baker has just taken the 7th Leicestershire wicket in this second innings, and they are currently 146 for 7, which means that they still trail by 54. They were made to work hard this afternoon session, particularly by George Rhodes, the former Worcestershire batsman, who's still there actually on 63 not out. He's faced 139 balls, and that's a career best for him. He shared a very good partnership of 88 for the fifth wicket with Ben Mike, but when Mike was sent back LBW by Ed Barnard for 58, that was followed up by Jack Haynes picking up a catch at slip, also off Barnard, to remove Bates for 6, and then just before tea, Baker bowling Ed Barnes for 8. So at tea, Leicestershire 146 for 7, still trailing by 54 runs, and Worcestershire still hoping they can wrap this up today in by innings. And there we are, that's the situation at tea here at New Road, and thank you for listening. Do hope you will join us again when play begins at around 10 minutes to 4. Things could get tough for the Leicestershire batsman. Rishi Patel is on strike now, and he's out, bowled by Joe Leach. First ball, not a very good leave that from Patel. It's absolutely cannoned into the off stump. He left it, and it did come back of 44 runs. Leach is in and bowls to Azad, who is caught behind by Ben Cox. Not a good shot, I'm afraid, angled across Azad, and he flashed at it.
Leach, it's been a super opening spell from the Worcestershire skipper. In he goes, and bowls Leach down the wicket, and he's caught at first slip.
By Haynes.
Well, it's been coming. Haynes took the low.
To bowl to Kimber in what I think will be the last over before lunch from the New Road end. He bowls, and Kimber is out, caught at second slip, third slip by Ed Barnard. Hit Dylan Pennington beautifully through the covers off the back foot for a boundary, and as I speak just hammers another one off Pennington through mid-wicket to bring up his 50. So an excellent effort from Mike, 50 off 63 balls, and Leicestershire moving.
Baker bowls, and he cuts nicely and late, rocks back, cuts it down to find third man. No chance for D'Oliveira, and that is George Rhodes' 50. Well batted by the former Worcestershire man. He born at the moment, various parts thereof. In goes Barnard and bowls, Bates plays and misses, and he's caught at first slip. He didn't play and miss, it came off the bottom edge of
Yeah, by the time I next see you, the game will be over. Where's Ackerman? Oh, right. I thought you might have been playing for Holland or something like that. Well, I think he's about to go to the World Cup in Holland, so I think he's right having played in 10 days. I got some stuff, but I won't be sending. I'm going to have a holiday from cricket for 2 weeks now, but I'll send you some stuff in October, okay? You've got it twice each. I owe you a meal next year. When things go back to normal, I'll take you out for a meal. Yeah. I'm trying to work out who we're going to play, but do what I said this morning. Put one against 18 and then work it all the way through. And we'll see how near we are when they have to. And if they don't use that basis, it's not a perfect season. We don't want to go in a group with Somerset. We're next to them in the draw. Yeah, thanks again, John. Thanks for everything. No problem. I'll meet you next week.
Oh, welcome back to New Road in Worcester. Third and final session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire about to resume bowling at Leicestershire in Leicestershire's second innings, with the Foxes having battled throughout the afternoon, but Worcestershire lifted by picking up a wicket with the last ball before tea when Josh Baker bowled Ed Barnes for 5, leaving the Foxes struggling on 146 for 7, needing another 53 runs simply to make the pairs bat again. Looks odds on that Worcestershire will finish with a home victory here at a sun-lit and a beautifully picturesque New Road. Final day of the season. Do you reckon, Frank? Not convinced. Not convinced.
I think the odds are on it again now, aren't they? Final day of the season, really. You'd think with 33 overs left in the day, 3 more wickets, and then, yeah, I think so. There's been some chat, hasn't there, around the ground about whether Daryl Mitchell would like to bat again. You know, would he like to come out with just 10 needed and hit the winning runs and finish in style, or would he probably prefer an innings victory? He'll probably just say, well, it'll be decided by Mother Cricket.
Baker is in. Callum Parkinson endeavouring to ensure that Mitchell does have to bat again, is forward, pushing the delivery out into the offside. He's surrounded by close fielders as Baker is in. Parkinson is driving, but he isn't really driving too firmly. He runs out to mid-off, and that is the end of Baker's successful over, the 12th he has bowled in this Leicestershire second innings. 1 for 18 his figures. Hasn't turned too many, there's not much there in the pitch for him, but he has bowled with exemplary control, the teenager, and has come out of this game, will come out of this game with a great deal of credit.
Yeah, and decent figures as well. That's the other thing, isn't it? You said we might see Joe Leach, didn't you? And I think we are going to see Joe Leach. He's going to have a little dart from the new road end, Joe Leach, which is very unusual for him. Operates mainly from the Diglis end, certainly in recent months. But he's going to have a go from the new road end, and he's been in, well, pretty excellent form with the ball in recent months, Joe Leach. Recent weeks, I should say. Since the return to the red ball format, he's bowled pretty well.
He's still got a chance of a first-class career best in this innings if he picks up the last three.
Yeah, he has. That won't be at the forefront of his mind, but he'll want to knock one over fairly quickly if he can. He's in now from the new road end and bowls to George Rhodes, and he beats him outside the off stump with that one, going away from the right-hander through to keeper Cox. Good start for Joe Leach. No suggestion of a loosener or anything like that, just straight into it. Had a little bowl into the mitt before they went out over at the side of the ground, as the players tend to do these days. It turns again now in the sun, moves to bowl to Rhodes, and Rhodes is letting this one go outside the off stump. Career best for George Rhodes, 63 not out, and a chance of turning that into a three-figure score, but he will need to find a willing ally. Best partnership of the innings so far, that between Rhodes and Mike for the 5th wicket. 88 they added before Mike was out for 58. Here's Leach in again, bowls now to Rhodes, who's forward, pushing out on the onside, and there's no run as Baker comes in to do the fielding from mid-wicket. If you're just joining us perhaps on the BBC Sports app, I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, alongside me Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and we're bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sports app, and I believe our commentary is already also going out on the Worcestershire live feed, so you could be hearing us via that medium as well. Joe Leach strides in again and bowls to George Rhodes outside the off-stump, left alone, taken by the keeper Cox. And just going back to that, whether you're listening on the live feed or on the BBC Sports app, we're always happy to hear from you on Twitter. I'm at Frank Watson 58, at Frank Watson 58, and Richard is at Rich M Ray, R-A-E, and we enjoy a little bit of interaction. We've had one or two interesting tweets today about various issues, whether it be Daryl Mitchell or the Worcestershire captaincy next season, or Leicestershire's young players. Off the back foot, Rhodes playing this one slightly uppishly into the covers, Gareth Roderick Fields. A few tweets from Australia about Sam Bates, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, who's obviously spent some time out there. Some of his former teammates have been listening and getting in touch.
Montreal.
Good to hear from you.
San
From Montreal, yeah.
Italy.
Yeah, Leicestershire fans all over the world. Worcestershire fans all over the world as well, I'm sure, but it's been the Leicestershire fans who've been more active on social media today. Anyway, here's Leach to complete the over, first from the new road end after tea, and he's through Cox with this one. Whether that is a chance or not, I'm not sure. Might have been an inside edge which Cox dived away to his left to take. He got a glove on it, but what do you reckon, Richard? Just watching the replay.
Odd lack of excitement.
Yeah, well, if
maybe just did lots.
Maybe just did lots. I'm not sure. I did see Cox put one down earlier on, but that didn't cost many because it was Bates and he was out for 6 shortly afterwards. Anyway, end of the over from Leach, 146 for 7. Parkinson yet to score, and Rhodes on 63.
All sorts of gestures after the delivery exchange between umpire Cook and Leach. Not quite sure what they were all about. However, it all goes down in the scorebook as a dot. 146 for 7 remains the score. No score since tea then for Leicestershire. Parkinson on strike to Josh Baker, who bowls. Parkinson forward, back up the pitch to his fellow left arm spinner. Callum Parkinson, a grizzled veteran by comparison with Baker, who is in and bowls. Parkinson is driving out to mid-off, where Jake Libby, sporting 2 caps. Has he got Baker's cap on? Tends to be the way of things. On top of his own, Baker is in. Parkinson correctly forward. Out into the offside, a little wider this time, and Barnard is the fielder. Short leg, silly mid-off, and slips around Parkinson, who is forward, getting to the pitch of that one. Playing it down the pitch on the on-side. Jogging out from short leg is Jack Haynes to pick it up. Baker is in and bowls. Parkinson defends back down the pitch to Baker. This could be a Baker record. Over 8 is +7 now. He is. We didn't put the stopwatch on this one. His record is about 1.5 minutes, we think, at the moment. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson out into the offside. End of Baker's over, and that.
It wasn't much more, was it?
Can't have been. Yeah, exactly that. Can't have been much more than 90 seconds. 146 for 7. Therefore, remains the score. And bless her heart, the lady from the ladies' pavilion bringing the spare cakes in. You stay there. You stay there.
Yeah. Dave Bradley's pulling rank on you, getting them into the score box first. Richard alongside me, desperately trying to get them into the press box first. Too much cake. 146 for 7. Baker 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18. He's been really tidy, hasn't he, so far? And Joe Leach not far behind him either. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 16. Both bowled really well. Ed Barnard's bowled pretty well too. 2 for 31 off 9. Here's Leach to Rhodes. Left alone outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Men out then for Leicestershire. Patel without scoring. First ball, left it alone. Uprooted his off stump. Azad then out for 4. Hill for 2. Kimber for 4. At lunch it was 35 for 4. Good partnership in early afternoon between Mike and Rhodes of 88 for the 5th wicket before Mike was out for 58. And then Bates out for 6 and Barnes for 5. 146 for 7 at tea, and that's still the score as Joe Leach comes in now and bowls to George Rhodes, who plays defensively up to mid-off. And there is no addition again. So Joe Leach in his 12th over, very threatening with the new ball. Knocked back those first 3 in the space of the first 7 overs of this innings, after Worcestershire had established a first innings lead of 200. Here's Leach again now, and bowls to Rhodes, who takes a step or 2 down the pitch and then pushes at this one outside the off stump. And well, did he play at it or did he just tuck his bat inside the line? He might have done. It's taken by Cox anyway. But on the money for the most part today, Joe Leach. His line has been good. He's bowled very, very few, if any, really bad deliveries. Looking for this first wicket after tea. He's in now, past Nick Cook. He bowls and Rhodes is on the walk again, but Leach sees him coming, drops it in a little bit shorter, and Rhodes just covers up, plays defensively off the back foot into the covers. Callum Parkinson yet to get off the mark, but he'll be pleased with George Rhodes' contribution. He's been there since the third over, George Rhodes. It was 3 for 1 since the first over, in fact, because he came in at number 3, didn't he? So since the first over, virtually for the whole innings, for his 63. Rhodes is in and bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. He's faced 150 balls now, George Rhodes, and he's battled really hard, hasn't given any chances, been very solid, hasn't really made too many mistakes. He's played and missed a few times, but he's entitled to do that, of course, and he's certainly gone about it in a thoroughly professional manner against his old team. Leach in again too, and he leaves that one alone outside the stumps. The end of maiden over from Joe Leach. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 16 his figures, and the score remains 146 for 7. No runs added since tea then in 3.2 overs, and Josh Baker to continue from the Diglis end. Might just put the stopwatch on this one and see how quickly he gets through the over. Update coming any minute now for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners, as Baker begins his new over from the Diglis end with a ball which Parkinson plays defensively back up the pitch. And there's no run. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire are on top in the afternoon sunshine here at New Road, with Leicestershire still trailing by 54 runs. They're 146 for 7 in their second innings, after conceding a first innings lead of 200 to Worcestershire, who made early inroads into the Leicestershire innings. At lunch they were 35 for 4, but recovered well in the afternoon. The main sticking point as far as Worcestershire are concerned is their former batsman George Rose, who's held things together for Leicestershire, and he's still there at the moment, having been in since the first over. He's on 63. With him is Callum Parkinson, the captain, yet to get off the mark. Worcestershire pressing for victory tonight. Leicestershire 146 for 7 in the 53rd over. Baker bowls again, and this one is pushed back to him by Parkinson. Worcestershire still hoping they can wrap things up tonight, I'm sure. Just got to be patient, keep at it, get the next wicket. This one from Baker is pushed out on the onside by Parkinson, and that is the end of the Baker over. 146 for 7, so still no runs added since tea, and the deficit remains at 54, with Baker now having figures of 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 18.
And we have a stalemate. Should we just call it a draw? Do you think Joe Leach would be up for
probably not.
I wonder if Parkinson will suggest. No, nobody's going anywhere here, mate. Shall we just shake hands? At, what is it? Just after 4 o'clock on day 3? ECB might have something to say about that, mightn't they?
I think they would, yeah.
Parkinson and Nick Cook in conversation at the moment. As Leach now in bright sunshine. It's not a cloudless sky, but it is a beautiful sky. Vapour trails behind the cathedral as Leach goes in and bowls 2 at Rhodes. Bounces a little bit as he comes forward, hits the upper part of the bat before running away towards sort of backward point.
I was just trying to remember, Richard, while you were next door, if Joe Leach has bowled how many bad balls he's bowled in this innings, and I can remember one over-pitched half volley on leg stump that George Rhodes clipped away for 4 early on when he was in that sort of hot streak. But other than that, I hardly can remember Joe Leach bowling what we would call a really bad delivery in this innings. He's been right on the money, hasn't he?
12.1 overs, 16 runs conceded. In he goes and bowls 2 Rhodes, who cuts him away, and that is a short wide ball.
Oh, ridiculous!
Well, yeah, he's entitled to look in our direction if he knew what you'd have said there.
First run since tee.
Yeah.
Short and wide, cut away for 4.
Was in the air for a while, but obviously well wide of any fielder. Well, having seen that, Leach, who clearly hates conceding runs, has decided to send his man at backward point back to the boundary. I think that's Bernard heading down towards the cathedral, not quite getting to the cathedral, stopping at the rope, of course. Rhodes on 267, 150 up for Leicestershire. 50 more runs needed to make Worcestershire bat again. Leach is in to Rhodes, who steps forward and leaves outside off stump. Applause is from Jake Libby, who is at mid-off. Still got the 2 slips in.
There was one Leicestershire fan sat up in that Basildove stand this morning, proudly, still there, wearing a Leicestershire, one of those old-fashioned Leicestershire sweaters, white with the green band, red stripe either side. Sun hat on.
There's
up
a few
near
of
the
them
top
in the
of
ground.
the stand.
Yeah, there's a few of them in the ground. Has he moved now? Has he? In goes Leach and bowls to Rhodes.
No, he's still
straight
there.
Delivery, defends it back down the pitch.
He's still there. Arms folded. Didn't look too happy, but still there. Arms folded. Legs out in front of him over the seat in front.
Oh, I see
Most
him.
of the
I
crowd
see him.
are fairly
I see
well
him.
spread. Yeah.
I see him with a lady in a sort of turquoise t-shirt,
just
a couple of seats
to
away.
his left. Yeah, that's right.
I know a few who are here. Foxy Phil's here, come up from Hereford, or near Hereford. Brunty's here, having checked out his handiwork on the bridges that he's built for Sustrans over the Severn. And I'm sure the dogs are with him. In goes Leach and bowls. Thick inside edge as Rhodes goes forward. The ball squeezes out behind square on the leg side. Young Baker trots in pursuit. Rhodes picks up 1, moves on to 68, brings Parkinson down to face Leach for the first time. This will make Leach make changes to the field. I'm sure the extra slip goes in. Third man goes much wider towards backward point. And that is about it, really. We've also got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and man trying to cover both cover and extra cover. Leach is in to Parkinson, who is persuaded to try and cut away a wide one. Didn't even really cut at it, and lucky not to take the edge there. It was a bit of a nothing shot from Parkinson. It was too wide to play at, too wide almost to reach, but try and reach it he did, and he's cross with himself. But he's lucky, he's got away with it. He remains scoreless, having faced 15 balls. Leicestershire 151 for 7.
Yep. Parkinson, well, he won't be too worried. Just want to stick around, I think. You want Rhodes to get onto an even bigger score. Rhodes on a career best already. It'd be fabulous for him to get 100 on his return to New Road. He's played very solidly. 156 balls he's faced. Been there since the first over, of course. Came in when fall of the first wicket, didn't he? So it's turning out to be a physical test as well for George Rhodes, as a mental one, as he drives this first ball from Baker up to mid-off where Libby fields.
Yep, 5th ball, wasn't it? Patel left from Leach.
Baker again is in bowling to Rhodes. He goes back and just turns this on the leg side into the ground, bounces up into the hands of Jack Haynes at short leg. Baker again bowls to Parkinson, who's forward, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. 26 overs left after this in the day. If Baker bowls half of them, it'll be a pretty prompt finish, I think. Depending on what happens with the wickets, of course, as Baker bowls and Parkinson is forward, pushing out on the onside.
Rhodes.
I beg your pardon, Rhodes, yeah. Parkinson, the non-striker, yet to get off the mark. 15 deliveries. Rhodes has faced 160 for his 68. And he waits again now as Baker bowls to him, and he pushes forward to that one, back up the pitch to the bowler. This is a really quick one. I haven't put the stopwatch on it, but I reckon this is in the 130 stakes. Baker in, bowls, and Rhodes cuts and misses, and Cox juggles, and it's the end of the over. 151 for 7 off 55.
We'll do it next time.
Yeah,
Time him next
I
time.
will. I'll do
See
it
if he
next
can-
time. 49 runs behind still.
Rhodes and Parkinson have a chat in mid-pitch. I think you're right. I think it'll be it's just an over at a time, and there's no real pressure on them in that respect. I don't think it's unlikely that Leicestershire are going to win this one from here. I suppose if they got 100 ahead, you never quite know. But the pitch has, if anything, it's flattened a little bit in the sunshine, hasn't it? And
it looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not spinning. And the bounce is pretty uniform as well for the most part. The odd one has just climbed a little bit or kept low, particularly from that Diglis end. But that is a characteristic of the square, really, isn't it, rather than a particular pitch. It's been a good cricket wicket, which Worcestershire have used rather better than Leicestershire on the evidence of the scoreboard. Leach is in to Parkinson, registering determination in every inch, young Parkinson, as he stretches forward to that one. Defends it out into the offside. Roderick, under a big wide brimmed white sun hat, comes in and picks up. Leach prepared to be patient. 3 for 21 as he tosses the ball from hand to hand. 55 overs old now, the ball. They'll be hoping they don't need a new one, as in goes Leach. Bowls. It's a decent shout for leg before he probably got across his stumps. I think he hopped across there a little bit, Parkinson. I'll have a look at the replay. It was a decent shout. He was on the back foot. Height might not be an issue. What do you reckon? I think he was outside. I think he actually hopped right across.
Yeah,
you could see the stumps behind his legs as it hit him, so it probably hit him outside the line. Umpire Cook has found something hysterical to say to Leach, or to hear from Joe Leach. Always stay friendly with the umpire. Always a good idea.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, don't laugh at all his jokes and
yeah. And the caretaker, if you're a teacher, and the caretakers and the cleaners, people like that. Always,
okay.
They can make your life so much easier.
Leach is in. Parkinson edges just short. He plunged forward at that, and it was edged short of third slip. Hit him on the wrist, I think, as it bounced up. There's it, Bernard in there at third.
Yeah.
And he's just holding his right wrist a little bit and raising his eyes to the heavens.
And the caterers, I think you should always stay friendly with the caterers wherever you work. I think that's good advice, isn't it?
I suppose you can stay friendly with everybody except
your
colleagues.
No, well, actually, that's probably good advice as well, isn't it?
It is. Leach is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge. Has he taken the outside edge? The slips are convinced. Umpire Cook is totally unmoved. Well, I'm not sure Leach will be feeling quite so friendly towards Umpire Cook now, but that was an absolutely concerted appeal by 3-4 men behind the stumps who thought it was just a matter of form that the finger would be raised. It wasn't. I don't know if Parkinson is a walker.
I don't think there are any in the game anymore.
Not many, are there? If any. Leach is distinctly unimpressed. And there's a bit of a sort of slow hand clap going on among the crowd as Leach is in to Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump. Bit of extra bounce to that one, and it's taken above the waist by Ben Cox, away to his right behind the stumps. Parkinson was utterly unmoved. He didn't look back, and Umpire Cook likewise made not a movement. Good appeal. There's an impressive uniformity about it as Leach is in and bowls. Parkinson is forward. and pushing it out into the offside. Again, there is no run. A sympathetic round of applause for Joe Leach after that maiden over. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 21. Then his figures, 151 for 7, remains the score, just 5 runs added post tee.
Yep. Just had one
7 overs.
Excellent suggestion on Twitter that Daryl Mitchell was a bowl. That'd be great, wouldn't it, if he came and picked up a wicket before the end? Maybe the winning wicket when they're 9 down. That'd be amazing. Nice suggestion from Bill Harkness.
It's not a bad shout, really, is it?
Well, it would be fun, wouldn't it? But it might be putting one player before the game. I don't know. Anyway, Baker round the wicket, bowling to George Rhodes, who's down the pitch and driving beautifully, handsomely, straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Rhodes. Knew exactly what he was doing. Came down the pitch and just smashed it straight down the ground into the advertising hoardings to move on to 72. And yeah, it's over the top, measured, knew exactly what he was doing. Baker in again, bowls, and Rhodes gets runs again. Well, 1 anyway, down to 3rd man. Might have thought he was going to get 2, but so fleet of foot is Brett D'Oliveira, chasing that one down and sliding and picking up and throwing, that 1 was only ever going to be manageable. 156 for 7. Rhodes goes to 73. Parkinson, as you said, Richard, still yet to get off the mark, having faced 21 deliveries and survived a big shout for caught behind in that previous over from umpire Nick Cook. Here's Baker bowling to Parkinson, pushes out on the offside, but there's no run. Nick Cook, though, really good umpire, and I think highly respected by the players. I think they'll probably accept that if he gave it not out, it was not out. Baker bowls. This one pushed out on the offside, and Roderick fields. You don't often hear the players complain. No. Occasionally somebody say we think 1 or 2 might have gone our way, but you don't often hear them come out and blatantly say they think an umpire's got it wrong. Baker bowls. Parkinson's beaten outside the off stump. He's a good bowler for a young lad, isn't he? So few loose deliveries, just metronomic. 16th over, 7 maidens, 1 for 23 so far. He's in, he bowls, and Parkinson is forward, defending, back up the pitch, end of the over, 156 for 7. 24 left in the day.
Dave giving those scores because the electronic scoreboard next to the Graham Hick Pavilion has not worked throughout the entire day, although the advert has underneath it. That's what matters.
Cynic.
Leach gets a encouraging round of applause and a shout or 2. He thought he had Parkinson in the last over. He sends young Baker back from a conventional mid-wicket out to the boundary, happy to give Rhodes a single perhaps now. In he goes and bowls. Rhodes is forward, defending the ball back down the off side. Roderick comes in to pick up. No run. 24 overs remain. If necessary, the umpires can accede to a request to take the extra half hour, but a long way from that point at the moment. Might come into the equation. In goes Leach and bowls. Forward goes Rhodes. He's the main obstacle in Worcestershire's way. It comes to securing a 3-day victory. 166 balls he's faced now. Into the 70s for the first time in his first class career. I'm trying to remember if he's got a white ball score that's any bigger. I'm not sure he has. Might have actually. In goes Leach, bowls to him, a bouncer, gets ready to hook it, but then ducks out of the way. 7, 10 added since tea in 8 overs, 8.5 overs. Leach would like to break this partnership now, I think. Chris Wright and Abby Sakande, the only batsmen left as Leach bowls, and it is turned into the leg side by Rhodes, and he is going to take one. So Leach is going to have a couple of deliveries at Parkinson, who's faced 25 deliveries now. Played and missed at a few of them. He is still there. He just checks his guard with umpire Cook. Umpire Cook nods.
I reckon he likes Worcester. He fancies another night in the city, Parkinson. Stick around.
Looks around, sees 3 slips behind him. Mid-wicket has gone in as Leach is in, bowls to him. Everything behind that one as he pushes it back down the pitch on the off side. Pennington is the fielder at a straight-ish mid-off. No run, obviously. Leach. I thought he might look a bit sweaty by now, but it doesn't seem to be in the sun, given it's lovely and warm out there. Is in, bowls to Parkinson outside off stump. Parkinson can let that one go, and does. End of the over, the single from it for Joe Leach. 3 for 22 from 15 for him. And he and Baker have something of a stranglehold on the Leicestershire batsman at the moment, but there's been no submissions as yet, no beating of the ground from the Leicestershire batsmen. They are prepared to grit it out for the time being, at any rate. And Rhodes has struck a blow or two in return. One dancing down the wicket, lovely straight drive off Baker, wasn't it? But that was a fairly rare throwing a punch back.
Yeah. You're mixing your sporting metaphors now. If you'd have said there
wrestling and boxing,
no pinfalls or something, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, they can't get the shoulders just pinned to the canvas.
Not quite.
Kent Walton and all those.
Yeah, Mick McManus. Giant haystacks.
Somebody said to me it was all fake. I can't believe it.
Baker round the wicket, bowls to Rhodes, and there's a big shout for LBW. I was going to put the stopwatch on this one. I missed the first ball. I'll put it on now. Pushed out on the offside, well, via the pad. Few appeals for LBW, but umpire Adnan not impressed. Hasn't been impressed by many appeals in this game. Baker in, bowls. Rhodes is forward. Countless times now he's played that very solid forward defensive shot. 170 balls he's faced for his 74. Big innings though for him. Baker round the wicket, in again, bowls to him, and he goes back and works this one away on the leg side. He'll get 2 here, as there's quite a long run round from backward square leg for Dylan Pennington. So 2 runs to George Rhodes, and he goes on to 76, 159 for 7. 41 now the deficit. Increasingly looking like you could get that scenario. Worcestershire need just a few runs to win, and Daryl Mitchell has 1 more innings. Baker bowls, Rhodes is forward, back to the bowler, and there's no run. It just seems to be written in the stars, doesn't it?
Beginning to feel that way.
Baker again round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Rhodes, pushes back up the pitch. 1 ball left in another extremely quickly delivered over. 159 for 7. I missed the first ball, so we can probably add 15 seconds on for that. 2 was scored. Baker is in, bowls, Rhodes drives up towards mid-off, no run, and the umpire calls over, and 1 minute 33 seconds, so we could add 15 to that, say. So very, very rapidly delivered over again from the left arm spinner, whose figures are impressively economical. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 25. At the other end, Joe Leach, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 22. And those 2 lines of bowling figures together bear out exactly what you were saying, Richard, about the 2 putting a sort of stranglehold on things.
Leach will continue from the new road end of the ground. Round of applause, of encouragement from Brett D'Oliveira, who's at mid-on now, as Leach is into Parkinson, who is defending out into the offside, trying to get onto the front foot where he can. It's not a big stride as he plays it out to Gareth Roderick. 27 balls now faced by Callum Parkinson without scoring. Get to the point where we have to start looking in the record books, but I think there's been many longer ducks, so to speak, for Leicestershire and in first class cricket than 28 balls now before he gets off the mark, as Leach is in. Bowls to him, he's trying to turn into the leg side. It hits him high and might have been straight, but there's no way. And that is going to be answered in the affirmative by Nick Cook. Better appeals than that have been turned down in this They're
having excellent banter, Leach and Cook. They really are. Every time Joe Leach has an appeal turned down, he says something, Nick Cook roars with laughter. Can only think they must have come to an agreement that that catch behind was something else.
Leach in past umpire Cook and bowls. Parkinson plunging forward, slightly angled bat. Ball runs out towards backward point. Libby is out there. Dot ball. An innings in the best Lancastrian traditions from Callum Parkinson at the moment.
Well, Liam Livingston might disagree with you.
Yeah, traditions. He's probably not of the
Eddie
of the
Painter,
tradition.
you mean?
Yeah, you're back to those sort of Harry Pilling
yeah.
type. You're going to have to get me out, prize me out. I'm not giving you anything, as Leach is in. Parkinson leaves outside off stump. It's a no ball from Joe Leach. It was a little bit short and wide anyway, and an effort ball, but in doing so he overstepped the mark. Couple added to the Leicestershire score. Creeps up to 161.39. We'll also would add 2 overs to the, or take 2 off the number that is required to be bowled. So a possibility we could yet be back tomorrow, as Leach is in. Parkinson is driving and missing. Well, if he doesn't play any attacking shots, it might be very hard to get out here. The ball's now 60 overs old. Wicket is flat. The Worcestershire bowlers are certainly Leach is beginning to looking as though he's flagging a little bit.
Eddie Painter, who I mentioned before, I always remember my dad telling me the story of Eddie Painter getting out of his hospital bed and coming out to bat in a test match. It's a very famous story. It's quite a remarkable story if you read about him, just looking at it now.
Leach is in. Parkinson defends out into the offside.
Born in Oswald Twistle. I mean, for a start, there's nowhere more Lancastrian than Oswald Twistle, is there? Didn't make his first class debut until he was 24 in July 26. Slow start to his career, etc. But perhaps most famous of his test appearances came against Australia on the Bodyline tour of 32-33. At Brisbane, Painter was taken to hospital suffering from tonsillitis. Yet with England in difficulty at 216 for 6 in reply to Australia's 340, he came out to bat having spent the night in hospital.
Leach is into Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump. Leach is very disappointed with himself for not making his opposite number play.
And it says then,
for 7.
After spending the night in hospital, he made his way to 83 and helped his team to an unlikely first innings lead. And though he only fielded for a couple of hours, returned for the second innings and had the honour of hitting the winning runs with a 6 off McCabe, averaged a fine 61.33 over his 5 innings on tour. That's proper Lancastrian cricket history there. Eddie Painter. Fantastic story from the past. Here, Callum Parkinson, Lancastrian cricketer of the present, albeit playing for Leicestershire, is digging in. Naught not out. He's faced 34 balls and he's holding things up here. And He is the non-striker at the moment as Josh Baker begins a new over, bowling to George Rhodes just outside the off stump. Rhodes leaves that one alone. He's also holding Worcestershire up, 76 not out off 175 balls. Just the one, no wickets fallen since tea, just 3 in the afternoon session. Rhodes gets a single here, turning Baker on the leg side. And Rhodes goes on to 77. It's 162 for 7. 38 runs still the deficit. Update for FM listeners coming now. Leicestershire are frustrating Worcestershire in their attempt to wrap up a victory on this third day of the game. Nobody more so at the moment than their captain Callum Parkinson, who's yet to get off the mark, but he's been out there since tea and he's not yet off the mark but has faced 35 balls, and he is batting very obdurately out there at the moment against the dual attack of Josh Baker, the spinner, and Joe Leach. At the other end, former Worcestershire player George Rhodes still there. He's faced 176 balls for his 77. Leicestershire are still 38 runs in arrears, but they're hanging on. 20 overs left in the day after this one, and they're 162 for 7 as Baker bowls and is driven again up to mid-off by Callum Parkinson. Parkinson lets this one go outside the off stump. A late decision to let it go. Baker bowls and he just pulls his bat out of the way. But end of another very tidy over from Baker, whose accuracy is metronomical and belies his youth. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 26. His figures. And 162 for 7 it remains. Dylan Pennington polishing the ball ferociously, waiting for Joe Leach to come and take it off him to begin this next over. Leach just about to have a word with Brett D'Oliveira, one of his trusted lieutenants in this Worcestershire team, and D'Oliveira is taking Leach's cap off him, and they're just having a little chat about what the best policy might be. And the answer surely is stick at it, keep putting it in the right areas, keep at it, be patient, take your chance when it comes, and wait for a mistake. But George Rhodes hasn't made many, and he's on 77, waiting now as Leach begins this new over, bowling to him. And he maybe makes a slight error there as he looks to turn that on the leg side and gets a sort of leading edge dribbling up to mid-off, but nothing fatal about that slight error from Rhodes. Just replays the shot now in his own way, just having moved away from the stumps and this time playing it with a straighter bat. That's what he was attempting to do. 162 for 7 it remains. And Leach again in to Rhodes down the leg side, taken by Cox. Counting that story while you're away of Eddie Painter, and that's it's legendary Lancastrian grip from Painter. But Callum Parkinson in his own way here, playing a captain's innings, you could say. He's led from the front in this game, certainly. I mean, with the ball, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 70. And in the first innings, well, he didn't make too many in the first innings. He made 17, didn't he? But he's come out in real obdurate fashion today as Leach bowls again to Rhodes, who blocks this back up the pitch. And he's obviously said to George Rhodes, you just keep digging in there, mate, and we can get there together. You can get you through to that first 100. Rhodes already on a career best 77. And we can force this game into the final day. And if we're going to go down, we'll go down fighting. I like that. I think that's how it should be. I don't like to see capitulations. Not that they're ever deliberate, but a bit of steel being shown here by Leicestershire today. George Rhodes leading the way, and he drives this one nicely from Leach out into the covers where there's a good diving stop by Gareth Roderick. Josh Baker is called in to the circle from deep mid-wicket, and Rhodes continues. If he does get 100, he won't ever I suggest have worked harder to get one. He gets quite a few in league cricket, of course, but that's a very different scenario, and he's under added pressure of having come back to play against his old teammates. He's done a really good job. He waits now, bat raised as Leach is in and bowls to him, and he's forward, just pushing that defensively out on the offside. Roderick again does the fielding, and we're going into another one of those phases, Richard, where it's kind of like we're just sort of waiting
for something to happen.
Yeah.
Yes, rather.
It's been a bit like that today. Things have happened in little bursts, haven't they? Worcestershire lost their 4 wickets in a burst. Then we had that burst of wickets before lunch, then a long partnership, then that little spate of wickets in the afternoon session, and nothing since. But slow progress, only 16 runs added since tea as Leach bowls, and this one is steered out on the offside by Rhodes. End of the over from Leach. Another maiden, I think. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 24, his figures. It's 162 for 7.
I kind of understand his reluctance not to want to take himself, or not to want to take himself off, because complete control of the scoreboard, but I think he's going to have to. Maybe go to Bernard, or who's shown his ability to winkle out a batsman, or persuade a batsman to play a slightly loose shot.
Yeah, I think this is what I was trying to get at yesterday. I said that Barnard bowls, he's not as quick, he doesn't hit the deck quite as hard, and he bowls deliveries that you fancy playing shots at. A bit like they used to say that about Ian Botham, didn't they? That he'd bowl 3 bad ones, but then get a wicket with a good one because he got the batsman into the frame of mind where he wanted to play shots.
Baker is in to Parkinson, who is forward. Oh, thought he may be going to try and nibble a single there, but really there was no chance whatsoever. And indeed, is that Bernard warming up there with some high kicks?
Yeah,
it is. So I think he's going to replace Leach. Baker.
Actually, no, it's Morris.
Yeah, Morris. Yeah, and that's a decent shout as well, isn't it, in terms of coming on. 40. Parkinson is on. Balls faced. 0 is on in terms of runs scored as Baker is in. Bowls to him. Oh my word, he's reaching for that one, and it wasn't so very far.
He doesn't care.
Wide. Oh, silly mid-off.
He doesn't care. The longer it goes on, the more he's got to care. The less he's got to care. Otherwise, it will become something that really matters. Just play.
Baker is in. Leaves, and my word, a good leave, as you say. That wasn't far away.
That turned, actually.
Did it?
Yeah, that turned. Well, it landed on the stumps and turned, which makes it an even better leave.
Baker is in. Parkinson leaves again. Outside off stump. Food for thought, perhaps, for Joe Leach, maybe. Parkinson saying, oh, hang on. If we can get 100 ahead, maybe it's going to start to turn tomorrow. Baker is in. Parkinson is driving it. No, he's not off the mark. I thought he was going to be. Actually went, almost steered it straight to Morris. End of the over. A minute and a half.
129.14. That's it. We won't do it anymore. I think we've established the fact that if they're not getting after him, he gets through his overs pretty quickly. 162 for 7. Yeah, what I mean by that is that if Parkinson looks at the board and thinks, oh my goodness, people are going to, it looks ridiculous, I haven't got off the mark, he might do something silly, whereas if he just keeps playing, it'll happen, but it doesn't matter. But it also said this a few times about batsmen playing for a long time without scoring, like when that one that Hashim Amla had earlier this year where he batted for hours and hours and hours for about 30. You've got to play well to score 0 off 44 balls, otherwise you'd have nicked one and it would have run through the slips, or you'd have got an inside edge back past the stumps. This suggests that Parkinson has been getting in behind it, getting the ball in the middle of the bat, and that's exactly what he has been doing. Most people would have got a run by now, inadvertently, I think. That's my theory anyway. Charlie Morris back into the attack. His figures so far: 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29, and he will be bowling to George Rhodes. Just 2 slips in. The rest of the field fairly well spread as Morris comes in and bowls, and Rhodes gets in behind this one, looks to turn it away on the leg side, taken on the pad I think as they go through for a run. Yep, leg by, signalled by umpire Nick Cook, and the total goes on to 162 for 7. It's already gone on, and that's sure it's 163, I think, because the deficit was 38 before. Yeah, it's gone on now, a bit slow this time, the board. 163 for 7, 37 then, still the deficit. Charlie Morris from the New Road End bowls to Parkinson, who gets his first run, clipping that ball away off his legs. Ironic applause around the ground from various people of various different denominations in terms of support, but light-hearted enough. 2 runs for Parkinson. He'll feel a bit better now, and the total goes on to 165 for 7.
You're cut loose now, you wait.
What, get another single? Score 5 in the next 20 balls? Go really mad? He's done a good job. Morris in, bowls to him, and looks to flick this one away down the leg side and misses it. It's taken by Ben Cox.
That would be cruel, wouldn't it? He'd be strangled after all
that.
that.
It would, yeah. Missed you. He could argue that he missed out if he'd just got a little nick on it. That's the one, isn't it, where you really, really top players just make sure they get something on that one and pick 4 up down to fine leg. A number of times I've seen Daryl Mitchell do that. I've lost count. Just getting inside one that's angled into his hip and just easing it away, tickling it down to fine leg for 4. Here's Morris, bowls to Parkinson, who gets another run this time. Thickish inside edge as he prods forward, and that one runs out square on the leg side. Baker does the fielding from mid-wicket. 166 for 7. I reckon we're going to be coming back in the morning, you know. I really do. I'm beginning to think that. These two stick around. What, 17 overs left after this? Well, I suppose you don't know, do you? 1 wicket could easily bring 2 or 3. Be right into the tail, I suppose, wouldn't they, if they get another one?
Mm-hmm.
Morris in, bowls to Rhodes down the leg side, and he too gets too far inside it, and it climbs away to Cox's left as he takes it around about shoulder height. Been tidy, Ben Cox today, has put 1 chance down, didn't cost much off the left-handed baits, but other than that it's been pretty tidy, I think. 166 for 7, lovely evening now, beautiful blue sky. Little bit of wispy cloud, and Charlie Morris, number 31 on his back, in, past umpire Cook, bowls to Rhodes, who goes forward, steers out on the offside. End of the over from Morris. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. His figures 166 for 7. It's still 34 the deficit.
Rhodes might run out of time in terms of getting his 100 before the close of play.
I don't think that would bother him, you know.
No, he's just going to play every ball on its merit, come what may. One feels. Did give Baker the charge a few overs ago, didn't he? And picked his delivery very well, actually. Baker will continue from Diglis End. D'Oliveira stand behind him, reasonably well populated. Especially as it means you're getting quite close behind the bowler's arm as Baker is in. Forward goes Parkinson, pushing it just past silly mid off. But he was on top of it. Wasn't a semblance of a chance. 48 balls faced now for Callum Parkinson. Baker bowls, Parkinson leaves. Nice bit of bounce and perhaps a touch of turn as well, but from outside off stump. His height gives him a little bit of an advantage as well, doesn't it, for Baker in terms of that extra little bit of bounce. He is in, waiting for it, and I think playing deliberately inside the line there, Callum Parkinson. It looked as though his bat was tucked behind his front pad as he leant forward. Baker is in. bat in front of pad that time, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out into the offside. Barnard picks up. Baker bowls again. Parkinson leaves, slightly short of a length delivery, taken around about 6 inches, 6 to 8 inches, so 10 centimetres or so above the height of the stumps, slightly to the right of them, looking back down the wicket. By Cox, Baker is in and bowls. Ditto. Outside off stump and left by Parkinson and taken by Cox. End of a relatively unthreatening over from Josh Baker. Parkinson, who's been there for now over a half-century of deliveries, 53 of them to be exact, played it out pretty competently and confidently as well. Looks like it's going to be hard to get out.
Yeah, it's one of those now where Parkinson and Rhodes are basically saying to Joe Leach, you know, you've got to make something happen here. And if Baker continues to bowl accurately and you know, basically attacking, well, maybe just outside off stump or whatever, we're going to leave as much as we can, block it, and you've got to give us more opportunities to score if you want to wheedle us out, I think. That's one way of looking at it, as Morris bowls and Rhodes drives up to mid-on. Or you can you know, give us a chance to score some runs, make us play a few more shots, and then you might get us out. That's the kind of conundrum, isn't it? Because as you say, in that last over, and Baker's last few overs, they've made no attempt whatsoever to get after him, nor should they necessarily. And it might be that Leach thinks I've got to offer them something in order to make them play some shots. Anyway, hope that makes sense as Morris moves in past umpire Cook and bowls, and Rhodes does play a shot. Nice one, cuts it beautifully down to backward point, but he only gets one. It's a good bit of fielding down there at backward point by Jake Libby, I think, and he fielded it and then realised that they were looking for a second, and he threw it from his prone position lying on the floor. It wasn't a great throw, but it was up in the air quickly enough for the batsman to turn and see the ball already on the way back and think, oh, I can't risk a second. So good fielding all in all by Jake Libby. It's not easy to throw a ball when you're lying on the ground. And the single was taken by Rhodes, which takes him on to 78, and Charlie Morris to bowl now to Callum Parkinson, who's faced 53 balls for his 3. These two have been together unscathed since tea. As Morris bowls, Parkinson pushes up to mid-wicket where Baker fields. And it's all about patience, I think, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They're going to win this game. It doesn't matter if they don't win it tonight. They can win it tomorrow. What they don't want to do is get carried away, try a little bit too hard, get sloppy. Just keep working at it. Be professional. Be patient. Take your chances when they come. On the other hand, for Leicestershire, keep working as well. Keep playing each ball on its merits. Parkinson in behind this one, pushes out on the offside, and it's fielded in the covers by substitute fielder. I think we've got out there. Indeed we have. It's Pat Brown. We haven't seen much of Pat this year.
No. And
nice to see him out there. Just briefly.
Been injured for a long time.
Yeah, had injury problems. Got back in just towards the end of the 100. But struggled a little bit in the last 12 months or so, having been so successful in the white ball game, particularly T20. Morris in, bowls, Parkinson drives at that, misses it, and it's not taken cleanly by Cox. Just bounced a little bit, popped out of his gloves, but there was no nick on it. 167 for 7. Yeah, I think these two, it's just about grinding them down, isn't it, Worcestershire? 15 overs left. If these two are still there at the end of the day, even if they only score at 2 and over, it's going to be about parity, and then come back in the morning and dig in again, and who knows? But certainly at the moment, that's the name of the game. Obduracy from the batsmen and patience from the fielders. Morris is in. Forward comes Parkinson. Blocks that out into the covers. Yet more of the same. 167 for 7. Parkinson 3. Rhodes 78. We're going to have a little drinks break. And to be fair, Richard, I think if you're that man sat up there in the D'Oliveira stand in your Leicestershire sweater, you're probably pretty pleased to see this determination from the batsmen, because when you look around the country, there have been some really low scores. You could argue that it hasn't been in evidence in all the games this week.
I had a few tweets to the effect, at lunchtime, to the effect that, okay, we may be going to lose this, but let's show some fight. And I think they have shown fight in the afternoon and now the evening sessions of the game. Yes, clearly Worcestershire still hot favourites to go on and win the game, maybe even today. But they've been made to work. They know that they have been in a game. Applause for Pat. For what?
Daryl Mitchell's
having a bowl. There we go.
Yeah.
What are the odds on him taking a wicket? You never know. Well, he's taken plenty in his first class. Well, in his cricketing career. Possibly more in white ball cricket. So I'll have to have a look at the records. We'll do in a moment. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Cox obviously standing up to the stumps to him. He has a slipper as well. He is in and bowls. Rhodes drives out to mid-off.
It is a good move, isn't it? Because if you're one of these two batsmen there, you do not want to get ahead to Daryl Mitchell. You're under a bit of extra pressure, I think. You really don't.
Mitchell just a few strides, wanders up to the wicket. Rhodes defends. Back down the pitch to the former Worcestershire captain.
The only bowler ever to get 100 T20 wickets for Worcestershire.
Yeah, I bet his economy rate is as good as anybody's as well in that form of the game. Forward goes Rhodes, edges just wide of first slip, second slip. Well, that would very much have been not a comfortable catch, but a catch. Just the single slip in and diving across to his right. Is it
Haynes?
Haynes there couldn't quite. He's a tall man, couldn't quite get there.
It was very low, wasn't it?
It was. 33 first-class wickets in 225 matches for Daryl Mitchell. The best of 4 for 49. Well, he nearly had 1 for none there. In he goes and bowls. Rhodes chops it out into the offside. He's a bit early on it. Might just have come back in a bit. Is he trying to bowl little cutters, essentially?
Just little off cutters, that's what he bowls, yeah. Phantom bowling. Very slow. Dibbly doublers.
Yeah.
Changes his pace a bit. Very good in the white ball game.
Rhodes into the 80s now, on to 82. Comes in and bowls. He's cutting it in the air. It's not that far short of D'Oliveira at backward point. Maybe 3 feet, 2 feet. Maybe slightly unsettled George Rhodes. Just out of his rhythm. As Mitchell bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump. Not far outside of stump, but a perfectly respectable over, as you would expect from Daryl Mitchell. Concedes 4 runs from it. But
good bit of captaincy.
asked a question or two, didn't he?
Yeah, good captaincy from Leach. I think he knows that A, it would go down well with the crowd. B, more importantly, in terms of the game, it would just throw a little bit of pressure onto these two batsmen. George Rhodes thinking, I don't want to go out to Daryl, who I've known since I was a little boy, of course, because George's father was the coach here when Daryl Mitchell was captain, and they worked together very closely. So a little bit of pressure there, and given the game situation, Leach just hoping he can turn that to Worcestershire's advantage. 14 overs left in the day as Charlie Morris comes in from the New Road end and bowls to Parkinson, who lets that go outside the off stump. 3 off 58 deliveries now for the Leicestershire captain. But he does not care about that. He's showing a real determination out there. And it's one of the things that makes cricket so fascinating, and one of the things that makes cricket so difficult for some people to appreciate, I think. They would watch this and say, well, you know, what on earth is going on here? Why is this chap not trying to hit the ball to the boundary? As Morris bowls and Parkinson is forward again out on the offside. 171 for 7. It's the antithesis of the 100, isn't it, this? And it's not as if either side is playing for a draw. It's just what you've got to do in these circumstances in order to keep yourselves in the game. As far as the Foxes are concerned, they've played really well, these two, in their different ways. Charlie Morris from the New Road end bowls to Parkinson, short, banged in. Parkinson ducks underneath it and allows it through to Ben Cox. And I suppose I can understand why some people might find this not to their liking, but I think to those who've been here for the whole game, or who've got sort of, you know, genuine interest in the fortunes of either side, it's quite an interesting and, dare one say, even slightly tense situation. Morris in again, bowls, and Parkinson is forward, gets runs this time, down to third man. He'll get 2, I think. Jake Libby, the fielder, sliding, spinning, stop and throw, but they're back 4-2. So Parkinson moves on to 5, and the total to 173 for 7. Just 27 now, the deficit. Did you check out this morning? No, of course you didn't. He'll be back. I think we'll be back tomorrow. That said, it only takes 3 balls for this game to be over. A hat-trick and this game is over. And there's still 13 overs left in the day. Morris from the New Road end, past umpire Cook, right arm over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Parkinson. He's in behind that, blocks it defensively back up the pitch.
They could have just done with the new ball being available for sort of 4 or 5 overs at the end of the day, rather than the single over. I think with just one, I don't think he'll probably bother, will he?
No.
Leach, unless it, you know, if it did take a wicket, then he could trigger the extra half hour, couldn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so. That might be his way of looking at it. Yeah. Morris bowls to Parkinson, who drives for 4. Lovely shot, half volley. Half volley is a half volley, whatever the state of the game, and Parkinson just leaned into that, eased it through the covers, and he goes on to 9, and the total to 177 for 7, and the deficit just 23. Lovely shot from Callum Parkinson, and he has played a very good hand in company with George Rhodes here. They've added 31 since tea without losing a wicket, and that's been pretty impressive stuff from the pair. And a game that I think most of us at lunch thought might well be done inside 3 days, given that at lunch Leicestershire were 35 for 4 as going long into the final session now on day 3, as Daryl Mitchell starts a new over from the Diglis end, bowls to George Rhodes, who drives on the offside, and they take a single as there's a diving stop in the covers by Jake Libby, or a diving half stop, and Rhodes goes on to 83, and the total to 178 for 7, and Daryl Mitchell will bowl to the Leicestershire captain, the Lancastrian Callum Parkinson, whose twin brother plays for Lancashire, of course. And it is Mitchell from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and Parkinson lets that go outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Cox. Slightly quicker one from Mitchell, pushed through and didn't bounce much. Cox got his gloves on it but didn't take it cleanly. So Mitchell again with his slightly loopy off-cutters in from the Diglis end. In fact, doesn't quite feel right as he approaches the crease, so he just pulls out of that one and goes back again. Runs up for what, so 10-12 yards. Gentle pace. Is in, bowls, and that one is left alone. And again, Cox doesn't gather it cleanly, drops the ball as it runs away on the offside. Again, looking at the replay, a little bit of a lack of bounce really causing the problem for the wicketkeeper. Update for FM listeners to BBC's and Worcester's news programme coming very soon. It's Mitchell bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Callum Parkinson. 65 balls now he's faced for his 9, but he's held Worcestershire up in determined fashion. Mitchell again turns and is in and bowls, and Parkinson again leaves alone outside the off stump, refusing to be drawn into an indiscretion. Mitchell getting just a little bit of shape in the air away from the right hander. Looking at the replay, 178 for 7, 22 the deficit remains. And here's Mitchell again, bowls now, and Parkinson gets a run on the back foot. This one a little bit shorter, and he just punches it out square on the offside, keeps the strike and moves in to double figures, Callum Parkinson. So he goes to 10, and at the end of the over it's 179 for 7. And Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end. Wicket takers: Leach 3, Morris 1, Barnard 2 and Baker 1, but no success for Worcestershire since tea. At tea it was 146 for 7, so 33 added since then by these two. And Joe Leach in deep conversation with the umpire Nick Cook at the moment. Not sure what that's about, but Callum Parkinson getting ready to receive the first ball of the 70th over from Charlie Morris, who's in now and bowls, and Parkinson is on the back foot, defends that out on the onside. Bright sunshine now here at New Road, lovely evening. Here's that update. Well, still no wickets in the evening session for Worcestershire, who have been held up in their progress towards what looked as though it was going to be a pretty straightforward victory, mainly by the former Worcestershire player George Rhodes, who's been there since the very first over of the innings and is still there on a career best 83 not out, and also by the Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson, who's made only 10 runs but he's faced 70 deliveries in doing that, and these two have made sure that Worcestershire haven't picked up any wickets since tea. At tea it was 146 for 7, and now in the 70th over Leicestershire, still trailing by 21, are 179 for 7. As Morris goes past the outside edge of Parkinson, but ball just taken by Cox. He's in again, he bowls a short one which Parkinson just ducks underneath, and Cox takes behind the stumps. 3 balls left in the 70th over, 11 left after this in the day, and I think when we came to the ground this morning we thought it might be over today. At lunch we certainly thought it would be over today, and at tea we probably thought it would be over today, but since tea these two played very, very well. Morris bowls, Parkinson turns that off his legs, tumbling stop by Baker at mid-wicket, takes a single. Parkinson goes to 11 and the score to 180 for 7, and it now doesn't look as though it will be over today. Can't see any reason why these two shouldn't still be there in the morning.
I think if they're parted, then the extra half hour will be claimed. I think there was a conversation between Nick Cook and Joe Leach, and probably to that would be my guess, to that effect.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So they have sort of 11.2 overs.
Yeah.
To take one more, and then it may yet be over tonight.
Morris in, bowls to Rhodes, who ducks underneath the short one. Again, he's done that lots of times. He gets into position, raises the bat as though he might play a shot at it, and then allows it to go through. It's still pretty quick. Morris was quick in the old days before he remodelled his action. He was a bit quicker than he is now, and still got that ability to get one through every now and again. Remodelled his action a few years ago, had virtually a year out of the game, showed tremendous courage and fortitude to do that and come back in and work really hard. And he's in now and he bowls, and Rhodes is on his toes playing defensively into the covers, fielded by Roderick. End of the over from Morris. So yeah, 12 overs, 11 overs left now in the day for Worcestershire to take that 8th wicket, which, as you say, Richard, might well trigger the extra half hour, but because no sign of it at the moment.
If it does, then they will have the new ball in it as well.
Yeah.
And it,
Yeah. But no sign of it at the moment.
Huge difference. But as you say, these two. Well, Rhodes has played the innings of his career, essentially.
Yeah.
No question about that. And Parkinson lending him determined support. Will Mitchell do it in his final game?
Who knows?
He bustles from the Diglis end and bowls to Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump. 2 slips now. Parkinson and Cox in discussion. What about long discussion? Parkinson settles into his stance again as Mitchell is in and bowls, and again it's left, this time taken slightly to his left by Cox behind the stumps. Will Mitchell be able to almost spin one back into he's bowling at sort of gentle pace.
He's getting a bit of away drift, if anything, I think.
And he wants Parkinson to leave it and it to bite and turn and hit off stump. That one doesn't. It's left by Parkinson again 3 times in a row. He's done that. Mitchell gives it all a little polish. It is pretty old now, coming into the 71st over. Bowls. Parkinson leaves outside off stump again. 4 in a row. He's been able to leave safely. Cox wanders back and has a word with Haynes and Bernard. The 2 slips. Bernard standing quite a long way in front of Haynes at second slip. Mitchell is in and bowls and leaves, and everybody thinks that was pretty close to the stumps.
No, wasn't that close?
Yeah. Trying to convince Parkinson that he almost made a horrible blunder. Parkinson is still in his pose. He's looking back at the...
He said, where did you take that? Cox said, I took it here, look, just over the off bail, and that's not true. It was about 6 inches outside off stump.
But he's saying it was right over the top of middle. Will the kidology work? Mitchell is in and bowls. That is a wider one. 6 in a row then that Parkinson could leave from Mitchell safely. One perhaps closer than the other 5, but not close enough. 180 for 7 remains the score. 10 overs remain in the day's play.
I played in a game once for Old Hill in the Birmingham League against Moseley, and 1 or 2 people listening might know some of the characters involved in this story. I was batting with Greg Matthews, the Australian left-hander.
Wow. Who
I used to open the batting with for a couple of years at Old Hill, and the bowler was a chap called Harold Turner, who's a legend in the Birmingham League, bowled the fastest, flattest off-spin. Well, it wasn't off-spin, just fast, flat darts, really, that you've ever seen. And he bowled to Greg Matthews round the wicket at Moseley's, and there was a bit of a slope, and he bowled to Greg Matthews, and Greg left. The first 5 deliveries he left without even picking his bat up. He just stood in his stance, left-handed of course, as the balls were fired across him, and he didn't even pick his bat up. He just stayed exactly rooted in his stance and ignored the ball as it went through. The wicketkeeper Graham Plimmer, a good friend of mine who coaches at Warwickshire, took every one. Break off as Charlie Morris comes in and bowls short to Rhodes, who swivels round, plays a nice pull shot down to long leg. It's fielded there by Pennington. They get a single. Rhodes goes to 84, the total to 181 for 7. And with each ball, the bowler, Harold Turner, became increasingly frustrated. Thought that he was having the mickey taken out of him. Matthews just left it. And after the well, I wouldn't call it quite banter, but abuse got more and more vitriolic as the over went on. And he bowled the 6th one, and Matthews struck it straight down the ground for 6. And at the end of the over, he said, "Harold," in his broad Australian accent, which I won't attempt to copy. Morris bowls and Parkinson plays up to mid-on. There's no run. He said, "Harold, you're a milkman bowler." And Harold Turner said, "A milkman bowler? What do you mean, a milkman bowler?" Expletives deleted. And Matthews said, "Every delivery is a friendly one," which I thought was just a really good put down for the bowler. And yeah, that reminded me of it in that last over from it. He left everyone, didn't he, Parkinson? There's Morris bowls, and this one is allowed through by Parkinson to the keeper. He did leave everyone, didn't he, in Mitchell's last over? Didn't play at any of them, did he?
He did.
And there was that little bit of banter with the keeper. Though it's all quite light-hearted out there, isn't it? But he's played a good hand. Imagine facing 80 balls for 11. It's unusual, isn't it, even in red ball cricket, for somebody to face that many balls for that few. And when you look at Rhodes, 84 off 197 balls, and look at the flyer that he got earlier, that's also quite surprising. But they've held Worcestershire up, certainly. Morris in, bowls again, and Parkinson again leaves alone outside off stump, taken by Cox. What you don't want to do if you're Worcestershire now is miss a chance when it comes along, isn't it? Because they've stuck at it, but they don't want to miss the opportunity when it comes along. 146 for 7 at tea. 181 for 7 now. And only 9 overs left in the day after this one. But as you said, Richard, that conversation between Leach and Nick Cook might well have been concerning, taking the extra half hour if they can part this pair at any stage. Morris is in. Balls to Parkinson, who plays very solidly out on the offside, and there's no run again. Hasn't looked in any trouble, has he, really?
No, there was just that
early on, maybe against Leach.
Yeah, that absolutely convinced behind the stumps that he'd edged it, but neither Parkinson nor umpire Cook, more to the point.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Leach just sending the 12th man off for something, for the shout there. Whether it can't be shin pads or anything like that, because they've already got those, I think. Anyway, here's Morris bowling again to Parkinson, wide and sliced away for 4 by Parkinson. Good shot, width from Morris, and Parkinson threw his hands through it and carved it away behind square on the offside for 4. So it's chased down there by a fielder. I think it's Josh Baker going to get it. And it's 185 for 7 at the end of the over. Parkinson races on to 15, and Rhodes has 84, and the deficit is just 15.
He could be ahead at the end of the day.
It was Pat Brown actually who went to get it, so somebody's been off the field for quite some time, haven't they? Dylan Pennington's going to replace Baker. I'm just trying to work out who is actually... Dylan Pennington's going to replace Mitchell, I should say. Trying to work out who is actually off the field.
You might as well make the batsman play, mightn't you? Daryl Mitchell.
It might be Mitchell, actually, who's now not on the field, because he's not in the slips where he would normally be. I think he is the one who's gone off the field for whatever reason.
Worcestershire need one from Pennington to stay a bit low or something, don't they? And just with the soft old ball.
Yeah. Well, 8 overs before the new ball could be claimed. They'll need a wicket, I think, if they're going to claim it tonight, because there's 9 left in the day.
Pennington is in and bowls 2 Rhodes, and he isn't making the batsman play either. He's bowling outside off stump, and Rhodes steps forward and lets it go through. And Worcestershire would, or some of the Worcestershire spectators, if Rhodes does go to 100, would treat him as treated as almost one of their own in a way.
Yeah, it'd be quite
they'd be still very confident of victory ultimately, but I think the applause would be very genuine. Pennington is in and bowls, and it's 2 wide, and again I think that's 8 in a row from that end of the ground, the Diglis end of the ground, that the batsman has been able to ignore, or at least leave.
Yeah, it is Mitchell who's off the field for whatever reason.
He's just settling into his spell. Maybe he's gone to get his bowling boots or something.
I don't think he's ever had a pair of bowling boots.
No.
I might be wrong. He's bowled a good few overs in his career, but...
Pennington bowls. Well, need I tell you? It's wide, and Rhodes doesn't have to play, so doesn't. Top of off is not being threatened at the moment from that end of the ground. 200 up for George Rhodes in terms of balls faced, and I suggest
it's the longest innings he's ever played.
I was just about to say, I bet he hasn't done that before. Pennington bowls to him, leaves outside off stump. It's a bit closer, but it's not close enough. And Rhodes stands back and leans on his bat. I think he's really enjoying himself out there now. He'll be a bit weary, I'm sure, but even so, he'll be relishing this innings. New ball has been brought on by Brett D'Oliveira, and Nick Cook doesn't look very pleased about it, but Pennington is in. Rhodes is forward. He does have to play at that one. Well, he's put it in his pocket, but he's sort of gesturing towards Leach, I think, sort of saying, well, what's going on? Why has this been brought out to me? I don't know what he's gesturing, but anyway, he's exercised about something.
He's laughing again now.
Okay, he's not usually very far from laughing. Nick Cook, as Pennington is in. Rhodes digs one out a little bit. It's a better, straighter delivery, and he's on the back foot defending it back down the pitch on the offside. So 2 balls in the over required. The bat of George Rhodes to interrupt them en route towards the stumps, otherwise he was able to leave. 185 for 7. 8 overs potentially remain to be bowled in the day. It is still possible we could have sort of 14 or 15 if a wicket falls in the next 8 overs.
Ed Barnard bowling at the New Road end. Good move, I think, this, because I've said earlier, I think Barnard's the one that bowls deliveries which encourage shots, if that makes sense, and that's what they need to do, I think. If you just keep bowling at 5th stump, as it were, like Mitchell did or like Pennington did in that over, you're not encouraging the batsman to take any risks at all, whereas if Barnard can nip it around and pitch it up, he might just do that. He comes in now and bowls. It starts with a short one, which is interesting. A little surprise factor, probably thinking, well, you're not expecting this, you're expecting this to be full and swinging, and so if I bang it in at you, it might just take you by surprise. But Parkins ducked underneath it. He's been absolutely immaculate in his judgment, Parkinson, of what to play and what to leave alone. I can hardly remember an error. Playing now against Barnard, who's in, bowls to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump. You'd have to say that in the last hour Worcestershire probably be a bit frustrated that what they haven't done is made the batsmen play enough. But they'll still feel that even if they didn't get another wicket tonight, they can come back in the morning and still be on the first tee by about 3 o'clock, I would think.
Oh, if not before, with a new ball and a night's rest in their legs.
Barnard is in and bowls, and Parkinson leaves that outside the off stump. It's taken by Ben Cox, but it's a good partnership. This added 39 now for this 8th wicket. 146 for 7 at tea when Ed Barnes was bowled by Josh Baker. That seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? It really does. These two have really put down some roots out there. Tremendous effort from George Rhodes. Be really pleased if he can get through the day. Barnard in again. Bowls to Parkinson. Lets that go outside the off stump. And again, Cox, who's had more than his fair share of work to do, I think, behind the stumps today. Certainly in this session. And he takes that one. And it's 185 for 7. 74th over. 7 left after this in the day. Barnard again. Bowls, and Parkinson again leaves alone outside the off stump. And there's no run.
Yeah, wants another night in Worcester. Clearly he's waving at the Leicestershire bench,
yes,
none of whom are looking.
Get room service sorted. Yeah. Thursday night, always a good night in the bars. Barnard in, bowls again. Parkinson lets that go through to the keeper. End of the over from Barnard. Maiden, but didn't make the batsman play. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31 his figures. Pennington, the other bowler in action at the moment, 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 44. And the lead is just 15.
Parkinson wants a fresh pair of gloves. He's earned one. He's earned a fresh pair, really. He's been out there for a long old time now, best part of an hour and a half, and well, near 2 hours almost. 7 overs remain, the first of which will be bowled by Pennington from the Diglis end. Evensong, we know that to be the signal for, as Pennington is in, just blocked down to third man by Rhodes. Along the ground all the way it goes. Cox holds his gauntlets up above his eyes, shields his eyes from the low sun above the New Road stand as Josh Baker throws it in to him. Rhodes moves on to 85, in no hurry at all to get to 3 figures before the close, it would seem. Pennington in, bowls a bouncer, not a very well directed one. It swings away down the off side and taken by Cox in front of first slip. Be interesting to see how many turn up tomorrow. Potentially to see Daryl Mitchell's last innings, if such transpires. Pennington into his 10th over, bowls, turned by Parkinson with all the time in the world, down off his legs to deep backward square. Moves on to 16. 187 for 7, 13 remain. I think if Leicestershire pass that, then and the 2 come off, that probably would be about that, wouldn't it, for the chances of the game completing today? You would think. But at the rate they're going, they might not do it tonight. 13 off 6.3.
See Parkinson and Leach having a good chat.
About the half hour, I'm betting you.
Well, it might be.
I'm betting you.
Where are you going tonight?
Pennington bowls. Rhodes is forward. Touch late on it. He isn't quite sure where that one's gone. Wait there, he says, as it bounces down. Well, say not quite sure where it's gone. After he'd played it, he thought maybe it was going to spin back something. It bounced up under his eye line and then out into the offside. Roderick picks up.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about young players adjusting to a move up in standard, really. You know, Josh Baker looked standing down there in front of us at school just a few weeks ago. Yeah, long day out there in the field is another thing you've got to adjust to, isn't it?
Pennington bowls. Rhodes goes for the big cut. Doesn't get anything on it. Through to almost a square drive, really, wasn't it? The way he tried to play. Well, no, cut. He's rehearsing now. Trying to get it wide of third man, taken by Cox.
I bet he's fielded more Baker in the last 6 weeks than he has in the last 5 years, probably.
His school career.
Yeah.
But he looks perfectly at home out there, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Quick learner, but he hasn't had much of a break since he's come into the side. He's played every game.
Pennington bowls. Rhodes does play and miss at that one. A genuine play and miss, drawn into a sort of firm push at a delivery. He was nowhere near getting to the pitch of. Got away with it. Perhaps he deserves a little bit of luck at this stage of his innings. 187 for 7, 85 to him, 16 to Parkinson. 6 overs remain, 13 the deficit.
Yeah, physically, Rhodes will be as tired as anybody, won't he? There's me going on about the fielders. He's been out there since the first over, and he's had to concentrate really hard, and he's seen wickets go down at the other end. And he's played exceptionally well. If you didn't know his record, and you'd only seen this innings, you'd say, oh, this guy's obviously the sort of cornerstone of the batting, wouldn't you? Because he hasn't looked like somebody who ought to struggle. He's played very, very well indeed. Very competently, very confidently, very calmly, and very maturely, I would say. 187 for 7 with 6 overs left in the day, the first of which is now being begun by Ed Barnard from the New Road end, and he starts with a ball which, guess what, Parkinson leaves alone outside the off stump. Nick Cook and Joe Leach having another chat now. Cook saying, well, you're not going to get the extra half hour if you don't make them play. 187 for 7 it remains. Crowd's thinned out a bit, still a good number in that stand at the far end that we were talking about before. Barnard in does make him play this time, and just drops it down on the offside. Mr. Fox has gone though, Mr. Leicestershire sweater. He's not there anymore. Don't know where he's gone to. If he's away, well, I suppose he could be a Leicestershire fan who lives close to Worcester and he's gone home for his tea. Or he might just have decided to have a different vantage point for the last few overs. Barnard in again. Bowls, and Parkinson drives beautifully through the covers for 4. Handsome shot. Half volley is a half volley, whatever the score or the game situation, and Parkinson has driven that very nicely through the covers. Not great flourish, just made sure he got the bat on it and steered it away, and he moves to 20 of 94 balls, and the deficit is in single figures now, Richard. It's down to 9, 191 for 7.
Half past, updates time. Last one?
Absolutely, yeah. See you in a minute. Be one coming for Hereford and Worcester shortly. Barnard is in, and he bowls to Parkinson, who steers this one behind square on the offside, fielded by Libby, and there is no addition to the score. It's all gone a bit flat out there, hasn't it, for Worcestershire at the moment. They're in need of a wicket, but it might not come until tomorrow morning, the way things are going. Barnard is in and bowls, and a run for Parkinson, steering this one down to short third man. And are they going to get a second? An overthrow? No, they're not. Josh Baker didn't gather it cleanly in his backing up position behind Ben Cox, who had missed the throw coming in from Livy, and then it deflected off Baker and went off to Morris at mid-on, and he completed the job. And they thought about an overthrow but decided against it. 192 for 7. Barnard from the New Road end in again, bowls, and on the back foot covering up defensively is George Rhodes. 85 not out. He's faced 208 balls now. End of the over from Barnard, so 4 left in the day, 5 left in the day, and the deficit is down to 8. 192 for 7. We almost certainly then will be going into a 4th day, unless Dylan Pennington can come up with a hat-trick or something like that. Bright sunshine, lovely evening, and 5 overs left in the day. And it's looking increasingly as though Daryl Mitchell will play one more innings for Worcestershire. In comes Pennington from the Diglis end, bowls to Parkinson outside the off stump, and Parkinson leaves it alone, pulls his bat well inside the line of that one and allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Cox. 192 for 7. Dylan Pennington doesn't often bowl from the Diglis end. He comes in now and bowls to Parkinson, who this time does play out that one. I think he's beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, it did play. Good one from Pennington, angled in and then maybe just holding its line. Update time. And Worcestershire are still being held up by this obdurate 8th wicket partnership for the visitors between George Rhodes, who's on 85, and the captain Callum Parkinson, who's on 21. At one stage it looked very much as though this game would be over today, with Leicestershire collapsing to 35 for 4 at lunch, remember, having conceded a first innings deficit of 200. But George Rhodes has held things together really for them. He received good support from Ben Mike earlier in the day. Mike made 58. And now the captain Callum Parkinson has dug in. He's faced 100 balls for his 21, but he's still there. Rhodes on 85. 4 overs left in the day. Looks very much like we will be going into a 4th day here. Leicestershire still trailing by 8, 192 for 7. Parkinson waits now as Pennington bowls, and he's out. Parkinson is caught at second slip by Barnard just when we thought it was certain to go into the last day. Callum Parkinson is caught at second slip by Ed Barnard off the bowling of Dylan Pennington, and that obdurate partnership that I was describing is over. An excellent catch by Barnard, a sharp catch off a quick delivery from Pennington. And we now may well have the extra hour claimed here by Joe Leach. We'll have to wait and see, but it's 192 for 8. Parkinson just couldn't believe that had happened. He faced 100 balls for his 21, played really well, the Leicestershire captain. George Rhodes still there on 85, but 4 overs left in the day after this, still a deficit of 8 runs, and there is a new ball which could be taken if a half hour was claimed, so we're still quite unsure as to what will happen in the next 20 minutes or so, but a good sharp catch by Ed Barnard, and well, anything could happen. it could be over in the next 2 or 3 deliveries, but that's a big breakthrough as far as Dylan Pennington is concerned. Good sharp catch by Barnard. The Worcestershire catching's been pretty good in the slip cordon today. Daryl Mitchell's back out there now, and still 8 runs behind Leicestershire, with the new batsman Chris Wright coming out to join George Rhodes. Poor old George Rhodes, if he gets left high and dry in sight of a first ever 100, it'll be a very, very disappointing day for him. But I think we probably will see the extra half-hour claim now, Richard, and the new ball to be taken as well.
Yeah, I'm certain we will. I'm certain we will. And as you say, well, there are 4 overs after this one, 3 of which have to be bowled with the old ball, 1 that when the new ball becomes available, but potentially 6 or perhaps 7 overs with the new ball all together then, and they will be tough overs to survive for Wright and Leicestershire.
Well, it was a good delivery and a good catch. Pennington in now to Wright. He's in, he bowls, and Wright is back to that one and beaten, playing defensively off the back foot, but beaten by that one from Pennington, who's found a good line in this spell. He bowled a really good delivery earlier in the over to Parkinson, which beat the outside edge, a really good one, and then he got the edge, and Barnard took a sharp catch at second slip. 192 for 8. So I was just saying at the end of my update, we're liable to be coming back tomorrow, and I think everybody thought that, and it all changed. Pennington in, bowls, Wright gets a run, just tucking this one away on the leg side. That won't worry Worcestershire too much because he's kept the strike, Chris Wright. End of the over from Pennington, success for him. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47, 193 for 8.
And I think the fact that they took that run is indicative of the fact that they know the extra half hour will be taken by Worcestershire now. So there isn't much point in Rhodes sort of trying to farm the strike, so to speak. Applause for Pennington as he reaches his fielding position down there at long leg, having effected the breakthrough. He hasn't been at his best today, Dylan Pennington, but he's struck. May make all the difference. 1 for 47 for him. Bernard is in from the new road end, but to Chris Wright, who is turning the ball out towards wide mid-on and taking one. Calm as you like, scrambles across Charlie Morris, and Wright completes the single. Apparently my mic is a bit low, was turned a bit down. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Apologies about that. I don't know why it had been turned down in the first place. Gorgeous conditions. No issues with the light in terms of taking that extra half an hour. That is for sure. Beautiful sunshine bathing the ground as Bernard turns. Rhodes bobs at the knees and leaves outside off stump as it swings away into the gloves of Ben Cox. Six needed by Leicestershire to make Worcestershire bat again. Now, I wonder if that changes things. If they get beyond it and they lose 2 for the...
Yeah, they lose 2. I suppose it does change things.
Is it the umpire's decision? Does the captain have to request it? As Barnard is in, Rhodes is forward, batting pad close together.
I think the captain has to request it in any case, doesn't he? I'm not sure though of the absolute state of the rules, but certainly 2 overs would be taken out, wouldn't they? So they might say, you've got to come back tomorrow, chaps. I suppose it just depends how much Nick Cook wants another night in Worcester.
Barnard is in and bowls, and it rides it well there as it rises outside off stump. Rhodes plays it away out into the offside. D'Oliveira can't get there. Wright has to just get the hurry up as he completes the second run. Good throw from down there. If they get ahead before the... Oh, well, let's just see what happens. See what happens.
If they get ahead before the end
of the official
day. That might be it.
Could be. Bernard is in. Down the wicket goes Rhodes. Clips it out towards square leg. He should pick up 2. No, it will be just 2 as running around the ropes. Pennington picks up left-handed, throws right-handed, of course. Good throw, strong throw into the gloves of Cox. And Rhodes moves on to 89. 198 for 8. Leach is pointing at something. What's he spotted? Bernard shakes his head, turns, runs in to finish the over. Bowls to Rhodes, who's hopping down the wicket and then having to defend on the back foot as that one is pushed into him by Bernard. Rhodes does defend, it keeps it out, stays on 89. 198 remains the score, 3 overs officially.
198 for 8 then, deficit of 2 as you say. And George Rhodes, 89 not out. Hasn't he played well? He's really held things together. I wonder if his dad's listening. I think he's in Spain, I've heard, but I bet he's listening. And he might even be watching the stream. If you're on Twitter, Bumpy, give us a tweet. I'm at Frank Watson 58. Be lovely to know if you're following George's progress.
Or
George? Oh, I don't know. Here's Dylan Dylan Pennington from the Digley's end and runs for Chris Wright here as he slides this one down to third man, and Brett D'Oliveira flicks it back comfortably inside the rope as he slid in, but then it flicked off his other arm. He flicked it back with his right hand and it hit his left and went over the rope for 4. So 4 to Chris Wright, and Leicestershire are ahead. Worcestershire will have to bat again. 202 for 8.
Daryl Mitchell will bat again.
Daryl Mitchell, well, I suppose he doesn't have to, but
yeah,
he probably will. 202 for 8, and they're 2 ahead as Pennington comes in and bowls to Wright, who's beaten outside the off stump. Arms raised all round by the fielders, but no edge taken by Cox. 202 for 8, and 2 overs left in the day after this. What a recovery this is, having been 35 for 4 in the 12th over at lunch, and it's mainly down to George Rhodes. Good allies in Ben Mike and Callum Parkinson, but he's played very well, the ex-Worcestershire man. Pennington in, bowls, and Wright plays back up the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. So we could well be back tomorrow, I think. Not that I mind. Quite happy to come and spend another hour or 2 in this lovely cricket ground before the winter sets in.
Good forecast for tomorrow, by the way. Worcestershire listeners, you don't need to be concerned in those terms.
Pennington from the Digley's end bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Chris Wright. Over pitched on leg stump and just clipped through mid wicket for 4. No problem whatsoever. Very nice shot indeed from the experienced lower order batsman, shall we call him. Chris Wright bowled really well. Finished the season with 49 first class wickets. I suppose he could get one tomorrow, couldn't he? And that might give him another one. I think I've had some contact from. Oh no, it's not from the Rhodes family. In comes Pennington and bowls, and Wright drives back up the pitch to the bowler, who shies of the stumps or throws the ball vaguely towards the stumps at the striker's end, more in frustration than anything, and that goes to Mitchell, who picks up from second slip and returns via the ring on the offside to the bowler. Pennington, 2 slips waiting, Haynes and Mitchell, as Pennington comes in. Last ball of the over from the Digley's end. He's in, bowls, and Wright is beaten outside the off stump, kept a bit low, taken by Cox, arms raised but no edge, and the over is completed. So 2 overs left in the day. Leicestershire 6 runs ahead, 206 for 8, and I would suggest that if we don't get a wicket in the next couple of overs, the half hour won't be taken, but I'm not absolutely sure.
No, I'm not. Umpires Cook and Adnan, have a conversation. As you say, it could be about where they're going to be eating tonight. I've seen Nick Cook in town a couple of times. I said to him when I saw him on the second morning, striding purposefully towards the ground. Enjoyed the season. Don't enjoy umpiring, he said.
Don't?
No. Pressure. He said, don't enjoy it. Never really enjoy umpiring. I don't think I've made too many mistakes.
I don't believe him. I think he enjoys it. He looks as though he enjoys it, doesn't he? More than most.
And I think
more than most.
You know,
there is a lot of pressure.
We were talking about it and the relationship with the players, and yeah, you've got to try and establish one.
Oh well, I think he does, Nick Cook, and he's got great respect as well. But I mean, you talk about pressure. Cool, the umpiring on TV, it's incredible pressure, isn't it?
Well,
and they're brilliant, aren't they, for the most part?
Is it me? Leach is in, outside off stump, left by Rhodes. He's looking to give Rhodes a single. Everybody is back giving Rhodes a single, obviously with the exception of the 2 slips, but Rhodes doesn't have to play at that one, outside off stump.
Yeah, they're brilliant, I think, generally, aren't they? I mean, when you look at the way that their decisions are scrutinised on TV and DRS and whatever.
Absolutely.
They're nearly always right, aren't they?
You're on camera now. Reverse your decision. That's probably the worst words you can hear as an umpire. Leach is in, bowls, Rhodes steps forward and leaves again. And
Richard Illingworth, who we mentioned yesterday quite a few times in connection with various things that we mentioned in the commentary, like Night Watchman, Centuries and that kind of thing, he's now one of the very best, I think, in the world. But Michael Goff, I think, probably deserves that label more than anybody, really, perhaps. Seems to be the one who's... It just almost seems incapable of getting it wrong, really.
There are probably some stats out there these days. In goes Leach and bowls. Rhodes turns out towards long leg. It will mean that Wright is on strike for a few deliveries, but obviously with the analysis now and the ball tracking, etc., presumably there's a list of test umpires,
which is
lowest
so
percentage
unfair,
of mistakes made.
So unfair. Because no such statistical table can take account of the line of the ball or the light or how difficult it was in those particular circumstances to get a decision right. Or it's incredible pressure, I think, they're under. Literally the whole world watching.
Field comes in for Chris Wright as Leach is in, bowls to him, edges just short of second, slip taken on the half volley, I suspect, there by Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah. Just watching the replay, just didn't quite carry. Good pickup.
It was two-handed, obviously low to his left because it
just bounced about 6 inches in front of his left shin.
Yeah, very clean pickup by Mitchell, who maybe takes half a step closer, puts hands on his knees. Leach is in and bowling. Forward goes Right, solidly enough. Deflects it out towards backward point. Well, Leach is sending the field back, so he's looking to give him a single. So will he give the new ball to Pennington for that final over? If it is the final over, I don't think it will be. I think they'll look to try and...
There should be a signal of some sort, shouldn't there, if it is. I mean, they've got to make it clear to everybody what's going on, I think.
Well, I guess they will.
Yeah.
At some stage. Leach is in to Wright, who is turning his wrists on that defensive push, and the ball runs down to Brett Dolliver, who waits
Nick
for the ball
reaching
to
into
arrive.
His pocket.
So he'll throw the new ball to Hassan Adnan, and it will be taken. Look at it glinting in the late evening sunshine. An object of beauty as far as the Worcestershire side are concerned.
Well, you can reserve judgment on that. They are taking it. Leach throws the old one off. Don't want to see that again.
Gentleman squeezes a bicycle down the terraces in front of us. It might have been easier to leave it behind, but there you go.
1 over left in the day then.
We think.
waved at you with the ball. Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, Dill.
Ah, right, yeah.
Is the call from the Worcestershire fielders. But the field is set up to give Rhodes a single again.
I beg your pardon. Apologies. Dylan Pennington with the new ball bowls, and that's defended by George Rhodes. I've just fallen. I just so enjoy listening to your commentary, Richard, that I just drift off.
I've sent you off to sleep again.
207 for 8. Last over of the day then, nominally, we think. And Dylan Pennington has started it with a dot. George Rhodes on 90. The heady heights of 90. Just waits now as Pennington is in and bowls to him. He lets that go outside Dustin. His discipline has been absolutely tremendous today, George Rhodes. I think he's not really played at many that he shouldn't have played at. He's left it well. He's run well. He's been very, very impressive, I think. And as I said earlier, if you didn't know his stats and you didn't know how little he'd played this year, you'd look at this. If you were just walking in, I don't know, if you knew your cricket but you came from Australia or something and you didn't follow the county game, you'd say, this guy's a good player, isn't he? He's really held things together. Very good. Pennington in, bowls, and he's taken on the pad / glove, I think, by that. Just drops down on the offside.
Might have somewhere more painful.
Yeah, maybe just caught him midships as well, but gone for a little stroll. Yeah, just in the tummy, I think, actually. It might be a bit more painful than it looks. He's just going to take a little bit of time out. 3 balls left in the day. I do think this will be it, actually. I think with the lead and the 2 wickets to take and the 2 overs to take out in the changeover, I think probably the extra half hour is not going to be taken, but I'm not sure. As Pennington comes in from the Diglis end, bowls to Rhodes, and he's got him, caught behind, caught at slip by Haynes. Just having another look at the replay, he's gone, George Rhodes. And, caught by Cox, yeah. I beg your pardon, I was looking at... Yeah, caught by Cox, straightforward catch. Apologies to people who are watching the stream who think we don't know what we're talking about, but we can't see it as well as you can because we're sitting wide away at third man. George Rhodes then goes, and I think we will now have an extra half hour. Caught behind by Cox for 90. Really, really excellent effort by George Rhodes, but Dylan Pennington strikes with the new ball in the 81st over.
221 balls.
221 balls. Really good effort from George Rhodes. 220 balls.
Yeah, beg your pardon.
220 balls. 12 fours and 1 6. A top effort from George Rhodes, but he's gone. And it's 207 for 9.
It would be crazy not to take the next
9 ahead, and George Rhodes departs, and the new ball has struck.
We said, didn't we, a long time ago, sometime yesterday, I think, that the game is set up for Mitchell to come in for a final,
hit the winning runs,
needing just a handful of runs. On a beautiful late evening with the cathedral in the background.
If you're a Worcestershire supporter and you live in St John's or you live close to the ground, get down. Yeah. Abhi Sakandi is the new batsman, and he is on strike now facing Pennington, who struck twice, once with the old ball, once with the new, and sent back those 2 stalwarts, the 2 rocks of that partnership, Parkinson and Rhodes. And now Sakandi is on strike. A couple of tweets saying how nice it was to see Worcestershire players congratulating George Rhodes on his innings after that innings. Here's Pennington into Candy, who's getting runs down the leg side. Just 4 of them actually, just steering it off a kind of thickish inside edge, really, down to fine leg for 4. All about the pace of the ball from the bowler. 211 for 9.
He looked around rather wildly there.
Yeah,
Where's that gone?
Didn't know exactly where it had gone, did he? But no, well, fairly authentic looking shot on the replay. Apologies again to people, especially I expect if you're viewing the stream and you hear us saying we don't know where it's gone, we don't know who's caught it, possibly think, well, it's quite obvious, but I do add we don't see what you see. As Pennington bowls and Candy is out, caught at 3rd slip by Barnard, out for 4. Pennington picks up a 3rd wicket. It was a good sharp catch, and Worcestershire will need 12 to win. So there we are, 12 to win, and it's all set up as you absolutely said it might be. I think you said it this morning, didn't you?
I think it was yesterday we said it. Just felt as though it was written.
Absolutely written.
Come on, Daryl, they're all shouting now. Astonishing.
Yeah.
Astonishing. So we'll have a little break between innings. We'll grab a quick cup of tea, and we'll get everything prepared for what is going to be a very, I think, moving moment as Daryl Mitchell makes his final walk to the wicket at the ground, which he has graced for so many years. BBC Radio's Hereford and Worcester and Radio Leicester. Frank Watson and Richard Ray will be back with you shortly. .1 overs, 16 runs conceded. In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, who cuts him away, and that is a short wide ball.
Ridiculous. Around the wicket, bowling to George Rhodes, who's down the pitch and driving beautifully, handsomely, straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Rhodes. Knew exactly what he was doing.
Rate is as good as anybody's as well in that form of a game. Forward goes Rhodes, edges just wide of 1st slip, 2nd slip. Well, that would very much have been
Morris bowls to Parkinson, who drives for 4. Lovely shot. Half volley. Half volley is a half volley. Got those, I think. Anyway, here's Morris bowling again to Parkinson. Wide and sliced away for 4 by Parkinson. Good shot. Width from Morris and Barnard in again. Bowls and Parkinson drives beautifully through the covers for 4. Handsome shot. Half volley is a half volley. Parkinson waits now as Pennington bowls, and he's out. Parkinson is caught at 2nd slip by Barnard just when we thought it was certain to go. Progress. I don't know. Here's Dylan Pennington from the Digley's end, and runs for Chris Wright here as he slides this.
Worcestershire listeners, you don't need to be concerned in those terms.
Pennington from the Digley's end bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Chris Wright, over pitched on leg stump and just clipped through mid wicket for 4. As Pennington comes in from the Digley's end, bowls to Rhodes, and he's got him, caught behind, caught at slip by Haynes. Just having another look at the replay. Here's Pennington into Candy, who's getting runs down the leg side. Just 4 of them actually, just steering it off a kind of thickish inside.
Take it into the to wicket keeper, then Cox 490, Abby Canada just lost a couple of balls before the edge slip.
Well, not long to go now in this game. Worcestershire are just about to begin their second innings. They need just 12 runs to win, and there are 6 overs left in the day, so it will definitely end tonight. The Leicestershire second innings wrapped up by Dylan Pennington, who took 3 wickets, 2 of them after he'd taken the new ball, dismissing Parkinson for 21. George Rhodes, formerly of Worcestershire, for a career best 90 off 220 balls, and Abby Sakandi out for 4. So Leicestershire finishing in their second innings on 211. Worcestershire need 12 to win, and in the evening sunshine we're all set to see the very last innings ever to be played here at New Road by Daryl Mitchell, and those spectators that have stayed here are giving him a wonderful ovation as he comes out now to start the Worcestershire innings. Yeah, brilliant. They won't give him a guard of honour this time, having done so in the first innings, but all the Leicestershire fielders, I think, are applauding as Daryl Mitchell comes out. All the coaching staff, all the supporters in the ground. Marvellous moment for Daryl after a great career. And there was a fear, I think, amongst many of us earlier in the day that he wouldn't ever get to play this last innings, and we do all have fingers crossed that he doesn't edge his first ball through to the keeper. But
I don't know.
you never know. Chris Wright wants to. Oh, I think professional respect demands that Chris Wright will bowl his best. But Daryl Mitchell, everybody clapping him all the way to the middle as he takes guard now from umpire Nick Cook.
Right, would dearly love to dismiss him, so he's going to have to earn this. Hitting these winning runs, Daryl Mitchell. That is for sure.
I suppose even if he doesn't, he'd still get a great ovation when he went off again, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, of course he would, yeah.
Anyway, you could take the first over, Richard.
Oh, because he's safe, aren't you, at the moment?
Yeah, I hope so.
Won't get... Well, you never know. Right then, looking for that 50th wicket is in from the New Road end of the ground. Bowls to Mitchell, who's driving and missing. It goes past the outside edge, taken by Sam Bates. A little bit of outswing.
Just wonder what his mood is actually at the moment. You know, he'll be emotional. I really genuinely think he will. There'll be a tear not far away, I would imagine. It's been a long old career.
He has.
But he's often praised for his professionalism. I suppose he's got to show it again now. Dig in. Make sure you don't give it away.
Right. is in and bowling to him, and he's going to pick up 4. It comes off a thick outside edge as he went back there and deflected it wide off third slip down to the boundary, and the applause I would suggest is tinged with just a hint of relief on the part of the
right, but he didn't get naught, did he, in his last innings? And it would be nice if he could just get a little not out, wouldn't it?
8 needed.
8 needed. I can see one drifting into the pads, and he flicks it down to long leg.
In which case, then
you have to
leap on to commentary.
No,
8 needed.
We're all right. Yeah.
We're all right for a couple of probably at least one more delivery. Right turns is in and bowls, and he's cutting and missing at a short wide one, and again it goes into the gloves of Bates, and could so easily have nicked off there. Didn't. Leicestershire are doing this professionally until the end, aren't they? Which is the right way, and I think Mitchell wouldn't have it.
No, I don't think he would. I really don't. Yeah.
As I say, this is a potentially huge landmark for Chris Wright if he can make it 50 in the season. He charges in and bowls. Mitchell is deflecting down to third man deliberately for 4. Perfectly deliberate shot. Just waited for it, dabbed it down through the vacant gully area, and picks up 4 more. So Mitchell on to 8, and Worcestershire need just 4 to win, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Frank Watson for BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester.
Thanks very much, Richard. Yeah, Daryl Mitchell has 8, 2 balls left in the over. They're putting a third man in now, which means that he can't just steer another one down there, but it wouldn't surprise me if Wright over pitches to see that Mitchell cover drive once more. I think that would be my perfect scenario, but we'll see what happens as Wright comes in now to bowl to Mitchell. He bowls, and there is the Mitchell drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-off on this occasion. It's Ben Mike, and there's no run. So earlier in the day, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 378 for 6, added 44 for the loss of those last 4 wickets, finishing on 422. Leicestershire with a deficit of 200, then making 211 all out in their second innings. George Rhodes top scoring with 90. Worcestershire need 12 to win. And Chris Wright coming in now to bowl to Daryl Mitchell. Bowls, and Mitchell turns this one away on the onside, and there's no run. End of the over then. Mitchell has 8. Worcestershire 8 without loss. And we will go into a second over. 5 left in the day.
Will Jake Libby look just to push one and get Mitchell on strike? Do you think he doesn't want to hit a 4, does he?
I don't know. I suppose he's just got to play. I think they'll probably be saying just play. Mitchell might have said just play. But if you can get a 1, that might be good. But otherwise, just see what happens. Anyway, who's it going to be?
Looks like it's going to be Eddie Barnes.
Eddie Barnes from the Diglis end will be bowling to Libby. The ideal scenario would be to take a single, I think. Ed Barnes then from the Diglis end to Libby. 3 slips waiting. He comes in, bowls, and Libby just pushes this one back up the pitch. It just seems right, doesn't it, that he gets a single and Mitchell hits the winning runs, but I don't know. I suppose you do get the odd fairy tale ending to a career, but
this isn't
we'll
bad.
have to wait and see.
This isn't bad.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I don't think you'd have asked for much more.
No, I think you're right.
With the shadows coming across.
No, I think
ground.
you're right. Anyway, in comes Barnes again, bowling to Libby. Bowls, and Libby pushes out on the onside. There's no run on offer as Mike comes in from mid-wicket to field.
The sun glinting off the stained glass windows of the cathedral.
It does. It is perfect, isn't it? In many ways.
Absolutely is.
It is absolutely perfect.
About to complete a 10-wicket victory. You're at the crease. Hit a couple of 4s. What a way to say goodbye.
Barnes in to bowl to Libby. He bowls, and Libby gets on his toes and pushes this down into the gully or the backward point area where George Rhodes fields. George Rhodes will be a happy and proud man tonight, but also tinge of disappointment in that he fell 10 runs short of what would have been a maiden first class 100. Played so well. Certainly never seen him play better. And he was just undone by the new ball, really. Here's Barnes again. He's into Libby and bowls, and Libby does. Oh, I was going to say does get a single, but in fact he doesn't.
Don't turn him out, Jake.
He was looking to turn that on the leg side, got a sort of leading edge. It squirted out on the offside. They thought about going through for one, but decided against it as then Mike came round to field at extra cover.
That short wide one, the ball before. I suspect that if he didn't want to hit a 4, he would have thrown the bat at that one, but he didn't.
8 for none. In comes Barnes again, bowls, and Libby drives back to the bowler, gets a hand on it, takes the pace off it. There's no run. What Libby would be really frustrated by would be to get out, I should think. Thinking I don't want to hit a 4 and get myself out, but stranger things have happened. Just play this last ball out. Yeah, just play the last ball out, and then
whatever happens, just defend
and then see what happens. Chris Wright would then have to bowl at Mitchell again, wouldn't he? 8 without loss, and Barnes in bowls to Libby, who tucks that one down to long leg and keeps the strike, which is not in the script.
It was very
nearly went for 4 because it took a kick, didn't it, off the turf, and was well fielded in the end by
Lewis Hill.
Lewis Hill down there. 9 without loss then. Mitchell has 8 and Libby has 1, and it'll be Libby on strike to Chris Wright. Jake Libby and Daryl Mitchell just punching gloves, possibly for the last time, out there in the middle, and Libby to take strike against Chris Wright. 3 required. And right it is from the new road end into bowl to Libby, who gets an edge and steers that down to third man. Little bit of applause among the Worcestershire faithful, as that's the ideal scenario, I suppose, bringing Mitchell on to strike with 2 required. Can it happen? Can he strike the winning runs on his last appearance for Worcestershire? A lovely moment, a lovely way to finish this fantastic career. We had a nice presentation to him at lunchtime. He had a guard of honour in the first innings, and here he is now, 8 not out, waiting as Chris Wright moves in to bowl to him. He bowls, and Mitchell turns that off his legs down to long leg for a single. And
nice little blob to finish his career.
Just one taken, he goes to 9, and it's 11 without loss, and 1 run now required by Worcestershire to wrap this up on this 3rd day, giving us all a day off tomorrow, which will be pleasant. And I suspect 1 or 2 of the Worcestershire players, certainly Daryl Mitchell, might be celebrating a bit tonight. Need that day off tomorrow. Chris Wright in, bowls, bouncer to Libby, quite quick that, quite a bit of venom in it, and Libby ducked underneath it, and it was taken by the wicket. Oh my God, of all things to do. Oh God. And we're back. I'm very sorry about that. In comes Chris Wright again from the new road end, and Libby turns that away on the leg side for a single, and that is the end of the game, the end of Daryl Mitchell's career at Worcestershire. Mitchell finishes on 9 not out, Jake Libby finishes on 3 not out. Apologies if you lost us very briefly there when I stupidly flicked the wrong switch. Worcestershire 12 without loss, win by 10 wickets. Just for the record, Chris Wright finishing with figures in that second innings of 2.4 overs, no maidens, no wicket, 1.4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11, and Eddie Barnes 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 1. Worcestershire winners by 10 wickets. Mitchell finishing 9 not out, Libby 3 not out, and Worcestershire take this game at the end of the 3rd day. And applause for Worcestershire's batsman coming off the pitch, Daryl Mitchell in particular, walking around and doing a sort of lap of honour, waving to the crowd. We'll just listen to the applause for him. Even the umpires are applauding him now, and off he comes, Daryl Mitchell, finishing 9 not out in his last innings for Worcestershire. Applause all round, everybody standing. We're applauding here in the commentary box, they're applauding in the score box. Wonderful career that Daryl Mitchell's had. I think there are genuinely a few tears in the eye. Even the ground staff out there applauding. He looks over in our direction, raises his bat with one last time on this ground. A career that has spanned 16 years for Daryl Mitchell. Paul Nixon, the Leicestershire head coach, shakes his hand, and all the Worcestershire players coming out to applaud him off now. Fantastic end to a fantastic career. Couldn't really have gone better on this last day, and as Richard Ray almost predicted this morning, and a really wonderful ovation for Daryl Mitchell. Shakes hands with all of his teammates, makes his way up those steps for the very last time up to the Worcestershire dressing room, finishing 9 not out. Worcestershire winning by 10 wickets, having been set 12 to win. Very quick recap of the day. Worcestershire overnight 378 for 6, adding 44 for the loss of the last 4 wickets this morning, 422 all out. Leicestershire collapsing at the top of the innings. At one stage they were 35 for 4, that was the lunchtime score, but a good partnership between Mike and George Rhodes. Mike out for 58, that added 88 for the 5th wicket. George Rhodes eventually the last but one man out, having made 90, and he had a very good partnership with Callum Parkinson for the 8th wicket as well. But eventually Leicestershire in their second innings all out for 211, 3 wickets for Leach, 3 for Pennington, 2 for Barnard, 1 for Morrison, 1 for Baker. That left Worcestershire needing 12 to win, and they managed to achieve that without losing any wickets. So they win the game by 10 wickets. Daryl Mitchell finished on 9 not out, an emotional farewell for him as he left the field that you just heard. And that's it from New Road, that's it from Worcestershire and from Leicestershire for the season. And thank you very much to Richard Ray for his company over the last 3 days.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed it very much, and that is a really moving moment, and I think it just was so beautifully scripted. Just looking across the cathedral. Right, is in and bowling to him, and he's going to pick up 4. It comes off the thick outside edge as he went back then, deflected it wide of third slip, down to the boundary. At 50 in the season. He charges in and bowls. Mitchell is deflecting down to third man deliberately for 4. Perfectly deliberate shot. Just waited for it, dabbed it down.
Sorry about that. In comes Chris Wright again from the New Road end, and Libby turns that away on the leg side for a single, and that is the end of the game, the end of Daryl Mitchell's career. At the moment I completely lost it and pulled the wrong switch at the wrong time, but I think we managed to get back on air before the finale. Brilliant scenario here for Daryl Mitchell ending his career with a not out, and Worcestershire winning by 10 wickets. Thanks very much for your company, and hope you've enjoyed our coverage throughout the season, and as Richard said, winter well.